Europa Universalis 4 has shaped the last decade of grand strategy games. Its success catalyzed a now thriving mainstream grand strategy genre and transformed Paradox Development Studio from just an offshoot of a mid-tier publisher into a true force of today's strategy gaming landscape. This video will dive into the experiences that EU4 delivers, as well as how the game operates at a mechanical and a narrative level. A friend of mine introduced the game to me a couple months before its mid-2013 release. We had been playing Civilization 5 for years by that point, and all of a sudden this new game, EU4, was about to come out and seemed to be so much more in-depth. In many ways, we were the prime new audience for this game. We were players of a more casual strategy game that wanted to go deeper and had never really been introduced to the rest of the historical grand strategy genre. Being firmly in Gen Z, we were also the largest and newest generation of gamers at the time. So grabbing players in our demographic early would be extremely valuable to the genre's long-term success. But this context only primed the pump. Paradox still had to find a way to bridge the very wide gap between Civilization and some of the more hardcore games in its catalog. Recent Paradox games like Hearts of Iron 3 and Victoria 2 had enjoyed noteworthy success by the standards of the time, but were absolutely inaccessible to this prime new audience of gamers. But here I am, 10 years later, and EU4 is my most played game, so what happened? Crusader Kings 2, also known as CK2, came out a year and a half before EU4. It's really the game that began to bridge this divide between the more casual mainstream market and the more hardcore Paradox catalog. And this was by design.
It's about people and characters, and people don't start by looking at the game mechanics. They look at the king and his evil brother and how we will solve that problem. And why do I feel that way when I play Europa Universalis? Well, that's because, I'm very interested in history and play lots of strategy games. So I get involved in the story of the Kingdom of Sweden.
EU4's lead developers, including lead designer Johan Andersson and CK2 lead designer Chris King, among others, seem to have gotten the memo that the more narratively cohesive experience that CK2 was offering resonated with a wider audience than usual for their games. Games are a storytelling medium, but there's clearly a bit of a difference in how audiences relate to a video game's narrative when compared to traditional media like novels or plays. Games allow audiences to directly perform the narrative that the author has created. The story of a game isn't just the text on screen or the plot that the characters perform, the story is the gameplay that you perform. Emergent narrative is the idea that, at times, major elements of video game narratives emerge from player interactions with gameplay systems, rather than any kind of story in the traditional sense. For an intuitive understanding of what this means, I would point to games like Minecraft that are extremely open-ended, or even multiplayer games like those in the Battle Royale genre, as clear examples of narratives that emerge from gameplay rather than from developer-controlled storytelling. Because of this, the narrative structure of a game is strongly related to its gameplay loop. Minecraft's game loop involves exploring a varied world, collecting items by performing mundane tasks like mining or farming, and then using those resources through crafting and building to make exploring the world a little bit easier. The narrative that emerges from this gameplay is initially about surviving in harsher and harsher environments, but could just as easily be about something else depending on how you play. EU4's game loop is all about taking in information to search for opportunities to improve your position, making a strategic decision to act, and then seeing how your actions affect the world. The narrative implications of its gameplay are what this video is going to be dissecting. But from a high-level overview, this is a game all about making strategic choices and watching your choices affect a wider world. If you've played CK2 or even CK3, you might notice how well this core narrative fits those games as well. The main difference is, as Thomas Johansson says, Crusader Kings is about people, while EU4 is about countries.
What I really want to do with Europa Universalis is find ways to help other players get engaged in these stories, because for me those stories are as engaging as the story of some king somewhere. And I think that's the reason why I keep talking about stories all the time, because the game should really be about the gameplay and not the mechanics.
I'm showing these clips partly to illustrate the design perspective that the lead developers had when creating EU4, but also to demonstrate that viewing EU4 as a generator of emergent narratives isn't just something that I'm doing analytically, it's actually baked into what the game has been from the beginning. And if we accept that, we can take seriously the narratives that this game puts forward through its gameplay and analyze those narratives using a critical lens. EU4 is a complicated game to analyze. Who knew? Despite its impressive sales figures and still very active community, analysis content for the game is usually pretty limited in either scope or quality. Over the last year of working on this video, I kept on searching for a comprehensive retrospective and found, well, not much. That's not to say there isn't high-quality analytical work about the game. Rosenkreutz's videos on EU4 offer very high-quality analysis of the game's content, historiography, and mechanics, but always have a specific thesis outside of just examining the game. Similarly, the most comprehensive analysis of the game's mechanical inner workings is probably the set of videos by Riemann's Paradox, who unfortunately hasn't made an in-depth video on EU4 since 2018. Lots of other creators have offered their own reviews of the game or offer perspectives on one or more elements of gameplay, but with the game's twilight closer than ever and the promise of a vague sequel on the horizon, now seems like the best time to reopen this conversation and think about what the game really is. I suspect that it really comes down to EU4 being extremely hard to analyze in a video format, for the same reason it's hard to learn for new players. All the game's systems are interconnected and extremely abstract. These reasons are why almost every review of EU4 also includes some type of guide or explanation element. That's not something this video will be doing, though I will explain mechanics for the sake of critique as they come up. There's no meaningful starting point or defined endpoint to the game except for the in-game time. There's no specific goal, and oftentimes there's no main way to play the game. It's a game that has seen rebalancing and mechanical changes practically at the level of a live service game through the frequent release of paid DLCs and free updates. So how are you supposed to evaluate any given mechanic when it might not even appear in the next patch? How can you judge a system when it may be central to the playstyle of some niche strategy? How can you comprehensively examine a game with infinite permutations of situations and actions that can occur? A game that's constantly evolving and changing? Well, you can't. But all these reasons are why this game is worth talking about. EU4 offers a unique experience that marries simulation with player creativity and choice, and contextualizes that sandbox within historical conditions of what we might call the modern period. This video isn't going to take the more standard review approach of describing each mechanic and then saying if it's good or not. I'll share my opinions when relevant, but in general, this is going to be a video where I analyze how the game's mechanics operate, how they intersect, and what they mean and represent. Instead of dissecting every mechanic in minute detail, which would be impossible, we're going to be discussing the experience of interacting with these systems, an experience that reveals certain emergent narratives. Paradox champions a style of strategy games that is often described as grand strategy. These are games where the focus is on strategy on a large scale and high level of abstraction, where players manage an entire country across a variety of domains, like the government, economy, and military. These games have an unusually high barrier to entry. We're talking a couple dozen hours before a player generally feels equipped enough to get a basic handle on what's going on. There's a popular meme in the EU4 community that the tutorial ends when you reach 1444 hours of playtime. Now, this is obviously hyperbole, but the deep complexity and interconnectedness of all the game's systems mean that you can't really learn each one independently like you would in many other games. And on top of that, each one takes literally hundreds of hours to master. EU4 is a map-based strategy game where the player controls every aspect of one country's behavior, including its military, economy, diplomacy, technology, and trade, as well as managing the nation's factions, reforms, and religious groups. From a high-level mechanical perspective, EU4 is all about understanding how each of the game's dozens of currencies, like money, manpower, prestige, diplomatic reputation, and many more, all relate to one another. The game is about managing these resources and investing them to generate future gains, while also optimizing play to avoid unnecessary costs. Minute-to-minute gameplay is defined by clicking through menus all over your screen to search for information and make decisions, while also interacting with the world map. The actions a player can take at any one time are vast in both quantity and variety. Here are some examples of what you can do at any given point. You can move your armies, but you can also change your trading policy for a specific trade hub. You can ally one of your friendlier neighbors. You can insult a nearby rival, or you can decide to sell your navy to another country. You can lower taxes in a province, you can hire a mercenary company, you can send an explorer to North America, you can send a missionary to convert some of your population to the state religion. All of these actions are potentially simultaneous, which is why EU4 poses such a problem of overwhelming new players. Because of the vast amount of strategic freedom at any moment, EU4 easily becomes a game where players create their own goals, in the short term, medium term, and long term. In fact, generating and prioritizing goals is an essential skill in playing the game. Players might aim to simply conquer and control as much land as possible, or to conquer the entire world as quickly as possible. Other challenges are popular in the community, encouraged explicitly by EU4's development team, who continually adds new challenge achievements to the game's Steam page. Likely the most famous achievement, due to how difficult it used to be when this game came out, is the Three Mountains. I say that, but I still don't have it. To achieve it, you have to conquer the world as Ryukyu, a tiny island nation that controls what we now call Okinawa. On top of specific challenges, the game also features a difficulty selection at the start of the campaign, allowing for new challenges to be added by playing on hard or very hard difficulty. EU4 is a game that, despite not providing explicit goals, does have a built-in sense of time and progression. The game begins in 1444 and ends in 1821. The game provides controls to the player to pause time or speed it up in increments of 1 to 5. How fast you play and how often you pause can vary wildly from player to player. I knew someone in high school who used to exclusively play at the highest speed and would just pause every couple seconds, and he was an amazing player. As for me, I'm more of a speed 3 and pause to think kind of player. If I go too fast, I tend to make mistakes. This is to say that time is an important resource to EU4 players, not just in game, but also in real life. A typical game played all the way to 1821 can take anywhere from 20 to 50 hours. Multiplayer is a very important aspect of EU4 that I won't really be touching on in this video for the sake of my own sanity. In multiplayer, some countries can be controlled by other human players, which involves both the usual mechanics of single player as well as the added factor of human intelligence, competition, and communication that can sometimes subvert the mechanics of the game. After so many years of new content that essentially makes the game easier, I don't know if I would still consider EU4 a hard game, but I would definitely argue that the general experience of playing EU4 is intense. It requires an understanding of the minute-by-minute mechanics, as well as a long-term planning that spans tens of hours within a single campaign. The game is basically a framework within which challenges can be accomplished, the result of which is a high-investment experience that makes you feel like you're surmounting the insurmountable. Fundamentally, I think that's why we play this game. Our feelings of accomplishment and progression come from the sum of our achievements and our ability to navigate the game's complex challenges. EU4 dances between two design philosophies, one as a strategic simulation game, and one as a historical role-playing game. At its best, it is an unparalleled experience of strategic depth, rewarding player creativity, allowing you to chart your own course through history, make meaningful choices, and see the consequences unfold in a highly detailed simulation. But at its worst, it railroads the player down predetermined paths, undercuts its own mechanical depth for the sake of adding in superfluous content, and restricts its narrative perspective to a Eurocentric worldview. At its core, EU4 allows players to experience a power fantasy. Players embody the state itself and typically wield much more power than any of the governments represented in the game did historically. This is because as the player, you hold all the power within the confines of the country you're playing as. Every state resource is at your disposal, and every soldier is basically just a number on a spreadsheet, eternally loyal to every command. Everything is up to you. When to reform the government, what religion the state approves of, what taxation or trade policies you'll implement, and of course, who you'll go to war with. This means that, in a way, you are the only person who exists in your country, which fulfills the fantasy of total control and, by extension, of total freedom. This fantasy of imposing your will on massive systems and steering the course of the world is very much at the core of the EU4 narrative experience. Of course, it's not uncommon at all in video games to have the player be hyper-enfranchised to the point of godhood. But it is noteworthy that in EU4, within the confines of your own state, there are no real checks on your power, and nothing happens within the country without your approval. Other games, like for example the Paradox title Imperator Rome, do include internal actors outside the player's control. In that game, generals commanding the player's armies can become disloyal if their in-game characters become dissatisfied with the player's decisions.
Arguably, the most important metric a commander possesses is their loyalty rating, which should be your highest consideration. Highly loyal admirals and generals will follow your orders, but commanders with low enough loyalty will disobey your commands and even orchestrate civil wars against you, and should be avoided at all costs.
EU4 doesn't include any mechanics that truly put game decisions outside the hands of the all-powerful player. The game operates at a higher level of abstraction than a game like Imperator, especially when it comes to war. For example, Imperator includes mechanics for logistics and tactics, which is not at all within the mechanical scope of EU4, and so it could be inferred that wrenching armies out of the player's control in a game with a more strategic scope, rather than a more tactical one, would not really fit with the rest of EU4's design. My guess is that designers wanted to focus mechanically on representing the global empires of Europe that appeared between the 15th and 19th centuries. And although global empires spanning continents has kind of always been a thing, from the 1400s to the 1800s, it was Europe's turn, as the continent saw a massive rise in the centralization of its states, with things like feudal systems that were more dependent on the king, absolutist monarchies, and eventual urbanization and the rise of nationalism. Technologies like printing eventually revolutionized government administrations, and modern historians even suspect that the Black Plague had a massive effect on the centralization of Europe in subsequent centuries. And that's to say nothing of the colonization of the Americas, Africa, and Asia that allowed European states to accumulate more wealth and manpower from outside of their home territories, further strengthening the highest rungs of government in relation to local forces, leading to stronger central governments. But what about the rest of the world?
Europa Universalis is a highly Eurocentric game, but with its title we make no apologies for that. But there's certain problems with countries that don't quite fit the mould of a European state.
That was designer Chris King acknowledging Europa Universalis 3's Eurocentrism in a Meet the Team video for EU3's Divine Wind DLC, which added features for the Far East, especially Ming China. King is credited as a game designer and scripting and research team member for EU3, as well as a game designer on EU4, and I completely agree with his assessment of the games. EU4 is an extremely Eurocentric game, and exploring the details of how this game represents Europe and Europeans is going to come up over and over throughout this whole analysis. The game presents a deeply European perspective in its portrayals of not just historical events, but also the ideas that are embedded in the game's mechanics, including the conceptualization and development of the state. I think it's safe to say that people who create these systems know the limitations of EU4's mechanical and narrative perspective, and they know that the systems of power they're creating in the game don't necessarily apply to the entire globe, as King stated in the video. And in some ways, the development team is really incentivized to maintain this Eurocentric approach. They are a European company, and their primary customer base is also European. Before we get any deeper into this topic, let me just mention that yes, I know the game is called Europa Universalis, and yes, I know that it's supposed to be Eurocentric. But I think it's still worth talking about because on one hand, not everyone knows what Eurocentrism even is, nor how it manifests, nor the effects that it can have on a captive audience. This video is not going to be me just ranting about how this game is Eurocentric, but it is a core element of the game, especially narratively, and so I'm going to be taking it seriously as part of this analysis. So no need to comment about how I misunderstood the entire point of the game, or you could still comment, it helps me anyway. Back in 2014, lead designer Johan Andersson posted a list on the official EU4 Paradox forums that shows the top 15 countries that players were selecting the most. Of these 15, only 2 were non-European countries, those being the Ottoman Empire, which is debatably European and definitely inextricably involved in European history, and Japan. This is undoubtedly because certain countries are highlighted in the game's starting lobby as interesting choices during this period. The countries that receive this prestigious position as a suggestion for new and inexperienced players are the Ottomans, Castile, Portugal, France, England, Austria, Brandenburg, Sweden, Muscovy, Burgundy, and Poland, all of which find themselves on Johan's 15 most popular countries list. But this begs the question of which came first. Should developers make Europe the focus of the game because that's what people want to play? Or do people want to play in Europe because that's what the developers chose as the focus of the game? I think this is a question we should continue to consider as we get deeper into the Eurocentrism of this game's systems and mechanics throughout the video. The kind of absolute power that the player wields can be seen as mechanically resonant with the themes of increased centralization and empire in European states, even if that means painting all of Europe with that one brush. But this central narrative and its accompanying mechanics can really feel out of place when you start to look at what's happening basically anywhere else in the world at this point. I think Morocco is a great example of this. Playing in Morocco has really identical mechanics in terms of the player's centralized power as the neighboring Spanish kingdoms, despite the fact that Morocco is extremely decentralized in this period, to the point where the Amazigh tribes in the mountains are often indifferent to their alleged king, even if nominally subjugated. In most of the world, including Morocco, it was a specific royal family, clan, or tribal authority that formed the political unit of control of a territory, rather than the concept of a state. And I just want to point out, EU4 does have a mechanic called local autonomy that is meant to represent the state control over a given province. The problem is that even local autonomy is not representative because the game starts with every Moroccan province at 0%, meaning complete centralization. In the current version of the game, the Moroccan territory is subdivided into Morocco and 3 vassal kingdoms, Tafilalt, Sousse, and Marrakesh. I guess to sort of represent the indirect control the Moroccan kingdom had over these territories. The issue is annexing these territories and centralizing them really is trivial. And on top of that, this setup means that the vassal kingdoms themselves have complete authority over their own lands, which again doesn't really line up with what we know about Morocco in this period. And you can apply this example to really most of the world. There's another game mechanic that might illustrate this point a little further. Every province has a value called development, which represents the sum of 3 categories: base tax, base production, and base manpower. These 3 values represent the economic resources that a regime can extract from a province, be it income, manpower, or trade power. It's a kind of GDP for the game. And just like GDP, the value intentionally abstracts away a lot of considerations, like whether the production is more rural or urbanized, or whether the population benefits from higher living standards. You can increase development. It either costs administrative, diplomatic, or military power to do so, which from a narrative perspective seems like you're strengthening the presence of the central government in the province. After all, the player is in control of one particular central regime, not the local authorities that might see and derive much more value from these supposedly undeveloped territories. Because of this, we could consider that the game views higher development as another way of representing higher central government control over an area. If we go with this idea, a low development province might be productive and populated, but just doesn't share that wealth or manpower with the central government. If we see it this way, it makes a lot of sense that a lot of the least urbanized and most decentralized territories in EU4 have lower development values. But again, this interpretation doesn't seem to fit with everything we see in the game. If we take a look at the development of those Moroccan provinces that should be out of the reach of the central government, we see that the development is just as high as the rest of Morocco, so clearly something is inconsistent within this narrative as well. We'll have to wait until the later section on economic narratives to really dive into this part of the question, but I wanted to mention it here since it has to do with the central government control over the territories in your country. Power is practically zero-sum in EU4, which means that nearly all the power a player gains is at the expense of another country. Like we already talked about, the sense of progression you feel from accumulating power is the primary motivation behind your actions as a player. Power accumulation is experienced on one hand as the growth in your experience in the game and your ever-improving ability to navigate mechanics in an optimal way. Knowing how to place, how to move, and how to organize armies is a great example of power accumulation that lasts even when you restart the game. And this sort of power allows the player to seek out more difficult challenges. But within a single campaign, the player has to accumulate tangible power. This power is represented through various currencies. At the national level, every player has to manage money, manpower, prestige, stability, power projection, and the 3 core governmental powers mentioned earlier: administrative, diplomatic, and military power. On top of these, there are situational currencies that depend on the religion or government type, like legitimacy for monarchies, republican tradition for republics, papal influence for Catholics, piety for Muslims, and many others. Power is also accumulated through the ownership of provinces. Because there are a limited number of provinces in the game and no more can be created, every province you own is a province that someone else doesn't own. This system of power naturally incentivizes a zero-sum thought process where any economic output in the world that isn't going into your treasury is basically value lost to you. Not only that, but because you're only one country among hundreds on the world stage, economic power generated by your neighbors necessarily means more money and manpower to support their armies, leading to more difficult wars when the AI inevitably declares war on the player. And because of how the AI operates, war is practically inevitable for any player, because nearby countries will conquer one another until a victor emerges and turns towards the player's lands for potential conquest. EU4 is a war game, and my own personal playstyle in the game is basically a total war with every neighbor as much as possible. EU4 offers no alternative to improving your position except by weakening the position of your opponents. And because EU4 is representing a historical context, this choice can be seen as commenting on the mode of power espoused by states during this period. It's not like this game is entirely unrealistic. The 15th through 19th centuries included plenty of political zero-sum thinking, like notions of balance of power, realpolitik, and mercantilism, which is basically a zero-sum trading perspective. Oh wait, we're talking about European ideas again, aren't we? See, that's the thing. The developers clearly put a lot of work into building systems that seek to mechanically represent the historical context, but more often than not, the historical context just means the European context. And even within the European context, this attitude was more about the ruling class than anyone else, which starts to define for us the lens through which this game's story is told and from whose perspective these systems were designed. So what exactly does this mean for EU4? Is the game representing narratives that it believes represent the people in power during this period? Is it representing narratives that derive from historical trends? Or is it representing a contemporary perspective on the past? There's a pervasive historical determinism present all throughout EU4's mechanics. On one hand, the game offers the possibilities of so many different historical situations, like, for example, England winning the 100 Years' War and creating a unified kingdom in France. A huge part of the fun of the game is the creation of alternate histories, both by the player influence and the decisions of the non-player countries, because true agency and variety of the gameplay shine in this sandbox strategy experience. On the other hand, the narratives of power that are embedded into these systems railroad the player into making the exact same decisions that the major European powers of the time made in order to increase their domestic authority, which is to expand as much as possible in a very specific form of Western imperialism. You might say that this is realistic given the conditions of the period, or that this is historically accurate. But this argument doesn't hold. Throughout this essay, I'm going to be showing ways in which the game prioritizes both European supremacy and a very specific brand of player freedom over historical accuracy. So for now, you might be thinking, isn't it possible to increase the power of a country through internal means? Yes. In certain situations, developing provinces is an essential aspect of the game, like maximizing profit from certain centers of trade or by developing to bring one of the various global institutions to that province. We'll talk about institutions later, but they are basically the gatekeepers to technological progression in the game, so they're very important. Developing provinces systematically rather than in precise situations is a playstyle that the community calls playing tall. There have been many updates that people will say makes playing tall finally viable, but due to the inherent mechanics of the game, it really isn't incentivized and becomes something of a meme or challenge run, like playing without alliances or without taking loans. I know that this is slightly different in multiplayer games where player wars are so devastating that the value of expanding through internal means is relatively much higher because there aren't as many viable paths to conquest. However, in a single-player campaign or even in a multiplayer lobby with fewer players nearby, the tall play style fails to catch up to the efficiency of conquest as a means of preventing neighbors from encroaching on the player. What's better, taking a 10 development province from someone else or adding 10 development to your own province? Because of the costs associated with developing a province, in the majority of situations, it is more costly to develop your own province than to take someone else's for an equivalent amount of development. Not only that, but that new province serves as a potential development location in the future, and as mentioned, many systems in the game are zero-sum, or depend on the control of very specific strategic territories. For example, if you want to form Germany, or the Mongol Empire, or control a major trade province near Venice, you can't do that without taking someone else's land. So what does this zero-sum representation of power mean for the game's narrative experience? Well, it basically incentivizes cold, rational, goal-oriented behavior that we can only describe as antisocial. Antisocial behavior is any behavior that seeks to harm or disadvantage others, while prosocial behavior seeks to help or cooperate with others. Antisocial behaviors, by definition, create a power dynamic of dominance, obedience, or exploitation, which, if you played the game, you know what I'm talking about. The game does offer room for temporary collaboration, which can be advantageous in order to confront a mutual threat, but only for the sake of calculated gain. In multiplayer, players are therefore incentivized to help each other only to inevitably betray each other once the opportunity arises or forces their hand, because, again, nearly everything you acquire in the game is something you've taken from someone else. People might not always play that way due to the social norms or their own morality, but the reality is that the game incentivizes that sort of play. From a narrative perspective, the game seems to be saying that political power ultimately derives from conquest, subjugation, and domination of peoples and territories. I'm just going to say this one final time, just to be clear. This obviously doesn't mean that these were the actual beliefs of the developers. That's just the narrative perspective of the game. But that said, that is the message of the game, even couched with as many caveats as you want to apply, such as that's how things were back then, or that's just how contemporary histories of the period described events, or even it's just a game and it's made that way to make it competitive. Sure. Like I said, when I play the game, I totally embody the narratives that emerge from those mechanics. I espouse a form of calculated, rational, antisocial activity that is justified within the narrative framework of the game. Remember earlier when I said the player will inevitably be attacked if they don't strike first? Well, that excuse for conflict can be used to justify almost any atrocity, especially in the real world. So we've come to the topic of violence. Violence is the centerpiece of EU4, both mechanically and narratively. As I'm sure is abundantly clear by this point, EU4 is a war game first. All administration of your country is ultimately intended to feed the war machine's endless cycle of conquest. In the words of Cato the Elder, the war must feed itself, and in EU4, conquest is the way to grow resources in order to conquer further. War in EU4 is a diplomatic interaction, and in the diplomacy screen, we can see that the declare war button is at the top, it's on its own, and it's in red. You can declare war on anyone at any time, but there are severe penalties for breaking truces, declaring war on allies, vassals, or countries that have a royal marriage with the player. If you declare war without a cause of war, known as a casus belli, the penalties are very severe. It's worth noting that the AI will never declare war without a casus belli, and will never break truces or declare war on an ally. But the player is free to use these tools against the AI and take the penalty. The primary obstacles to these countries expanding too quickly is aggressive expansion, a number that increases for nearby countries anytime you take land in a peace treaty. So, if a country takes too much land too fast, nearby countries will have an option to join a coalition against them, dogpiling on them, while also having a defensive alliance that prevents coalition members from being picked off one by one. I think what this communicates is that power in EU4 is expressed through the threat of violence. This is of course resonant with the player's mechanical experience of the game, as EU4 being a war game necessitates that the player's goal be to inflict violence on their neighbors. This is a game where the primary player interaction with the world is through violence, either through directly committing it through war or by forming alliances and diplomatic relations in order to be protected from it. And yeah, obviously violence and the threat of violence are essential forms of power that states wield both in the historical period being represented and today. It's crazy, but the guy next to me in the cafe as I'm writing this section is literally reading The Art of War by Sun Tzu. I'm not even making this up. War and therefore violence are often seen as the quintessential strategic activity in many cultures, past and present. The guy sitting next to me is probably not a soldier. He's probably reading The Art of War because he thinks he's going to improve his strategic thinking for applications in business or something else. Oh, it turns out he's reading an edition specifically oriented for getting over writer's block and writing better. I literally couldn't have made this up if I tried. The point is that strategic thinking is closely associated with war and violence in modern narratives. But when I say the word violence, you probably think of something chaotic, desperate, irrational, and even immoral. When I say the word war, which is really just legal violence, you might think of something more calculated, planned, organized, and rational, if not moral. So why is strategy culturally synonymous with war? I mean, this is all over the strategy gaming genre, where most often strategy games simply means war game. It's interesting because the vast majority of the world's most popular games, both competitive and casual, both strategic and not, involve violence as one, if not the core gameplay system. So before I spend the next few hours analyzing a war game, I just want to say that I think we should reconsider our relationship to gamified violence. I'm not arguing anything about the cultural or psychological effects of violent video games. That topic is too complicated, contentious, and honestly, without consensus. But what I do know is that strategic thinking does not necessarily need to be so intertwined with violence. After all, competition is not violence. Strategic planning and execution is not violence. Optimization of systems is not violence. So why do we so often use violence as the representation of the idea of strategy? In the time since originally writing this, I actually watched this amazing video by People Make Games called The Games Behind Your Government's Next War, and it talks about the history of wargaming and its relation to modern strategy games. This tradition is as much a part of EU4's heritage as the history it seeks to represent, and there's probably a whole essay you could write on that topic about this game, but this isn't that essay. And just like any war game, EU4 has to use a lot of assumptions and abstractions to simplify its ideas. This is done not just to create a system that's feasible to simulate, but also one that's actually fun to play. As mentioned before, due to the abstract perspective of the game, military units are eternally loyal and obey every command issued by the player. Until post-launch updates, there was actually no way to automate any aspect of army orders, meaning armies literally only did what the player commanded them to do. In the real world, of course, military activities during the period and today follow some sort of chain of command that allowed each level of command some limited autonomy in how they followed orders, or in some cases, complete strategic command over an entire army or war theater. The implication of EU4's military command structure is that the state, as embodied by the player, controls the army completely, which of course is not necessarily true ever, but especially in the historical period described where communication lag was an integral part of warfare. This is, after all, just a game, and you can imagine that if you were playing chess and your pieces moved around on their own sometimes, or only obeyed you if they agreed with your plans, that would be a really strange experience. Actually, that sounds really fun and interesting. Someone should make that. Anyway, in EU4, the military is merely an instrument of the state, rather than being an institution with authority in its own right, both having influence over the state and being dependent on its authority. And I think it's interesting how the player's primary direct interaction with the world is really through military command. When talking with people who don't play the game, I like to joke that EU4 is like playing a game inside of an Excel spreadsheet. And to an extent that's true, but military command is really the one exception. To select units, players either left-click on them or they click and drag a little selection square surrounding them. Once selected, units can be ordered to move by right-clicking on the destination province. This little interaction is really the closest thing to an embodied interactive physicality that EU4 provides. What I mean is that the military is the only control the player has over the world that isn't done through a button, a slider, or a user interface panel. In some ways, you can imagine the player as a military decision maker first and foremost, who just happens to also have supreme authority in administration and diplomacy and the economy and all that stuff as well. That said, let's talk about how EU4 simulates warfare. One army unit is referred to as a regiment. Each regiment holds 1,000 soldiers at full strength, and armies are created by grouping regiments together. There are 3 types of regiments that can be recruited: infantry, cavalry, and artillery. Infantry is the most basic unit. In battles, they're deployed on the front lines and in the center. They can attack directly in front of them, and if there's no enemy across from them in the battle, they can attack diagonally by a base of 1 unit, which is called their flanking range. Cavalry is designed for flanking. They can flank at a base of 2 units across, not just 1, which is why cavalry units are deployed to the flanks. Flanking range of all units also increases based on your military technology level and decreases for units that are damaged. In an ideal situation, players will outnumber the enemy so that they can use cavalry to flank and do extra damage to enemy units on the edge of the battle. But players are prevented from fielding a full cavalry army because if the cavalry represents too much of an army's frontline composition, that army will get the insufficient support malus, which is a very severe 25% tactics reduction. Battles are split into 2 phases: fire and shock. Fire is basically when guns are used, and shock is when melee combat is used. Cavalry units tend to excel at doing shock damage, but aren't as useful during the fire phases of the battle. In the early game, fire isn't as important because the proliferation of firearms hasn't fully taken root of warfare, but later in the game, fire is the most important phase, and that's where artillery comes in. So artillery isn't available until players reach level 6 in military technology, and it actually takes a couple more technologies to be very helpful in battle. Artillery is automatically deployed to the back line whenever possible, and they can fire over the front line of infantry or cavalry at the enemy, making the extra damage they deal really critical to mid and late game battles. Artillery also transfer half of their defense stat for the given phase to the unit directly in front of them, helping to mitigate damage while also dealing damage from the back row, so they are super important. Players and other countries recruit regiments by spending an initial cost of gold and waiting for the regiment to be trained in a specific province. The 1,000 soldiers needed for the regiment are taken out of the national manpower pool, and regular soldiers can't be recruited if this value drops below 1,000. Infantry costs a base of 10 gold ducats and takes 60 days to train. Cavalry costs a base of 25 gold and takes 90 days to train. And artillery costs the most at 30 gold and 120 days of training. By the way, going forward, it's safe to assume that almost every cost can be reduced through various cost reduction bonuses. We'll get into some of those in detail, but this video would literally be 100 hours long if I tried to mention every single possible bonus or malus that players incur. So when I refer to specific costs in their currency amount, know that I'm talking about the base price, which can often be very different from the actual price in the game, particularly at the end of the game when bonuses have been stacked for, 400 years. One last thing to mention is that the currency used in the game for money is called ducats, which are named after a trading coin used across Europe during the game's historical period. So I'll be using the word ducats or gold interchangeably to refer to monetary costs. Speaking of monetary costs, all units also need to be maintained. So for a full-strength regiment, that has a base price of 2.2% of their regiment costs every month. Presumably, this money keeps them fed, clothed, armed, and loyal. For those keeping score, that's a base maintenance cost of 0.2 ducats per month for infantry, 0.5 ducats per month for cavalry, and 0.6 ducats per month for artillery. That value also increases as a function of military technology, which means that at Tech 32, you're paying 4.15% of the base cost in maintenance, which is a little less than double what we started with in 1444. If you run out of manpower, there is another way to keep recruiting and maintaining a fighting force. Mercenary companies can be hired for a much higher fee, but they don't drain the national manpower reserves and instead have their own mercenary manpower that is tied directly to the army itself. Mercenaries vary a lot in cost because they can bring additional bonuses like their own general, as well as quality bonuses that wouldn't exist on normal troops. But generally speaking, mercenaries have a 50% extra maintenance cost, as well as an additional 8% multiplicative cost for each tech level, unlike the 2% on regulars. But this can vary a lot because some mercenaries, like the free companies, have a reduced cost relative to regular units, at least in 1444. Managing army composition is simple enough, but has enough depth to require some planning. A lot of other games, including Paradox games, tend to use a kind of rock, paper, scissors approach to unit types, where cavalry might be weak to spears, spears are weak to archers, and archers are weak to cavalry. EU4 instead uses a more abstract system for units that favors the unique circumstance of countries' economic and military bonuses, which allows players to tailor the composition of their units based on those qualities. So, for example, having bonuses to the combat ability of infantry really mitigates the need for cavalry. You could just not use cavalry at all, which would save money that can then be used on having more infantry or artillery instead. On the other hand, countries with a higher cavalry to infantry ratio, such as steppe countries with the Tengri religion, can field armies that are almost entirely cavalry to benefit from much better early game shock damage. There are a couple more key values that dictate how battles are decided. Assuming equal numbers on each side, the most important stats are morale, combat ability, discipline, and tactics. Morale is essentially a health bar in battle, and if it hits 0, the army will shatter and retreat to a nearby friendly province. Discipline, combat ability, and tactics are direct multipliers on damage dealt in battle, and so the higher the better. Bonuses to these values can be earned through ideas, temporary event bonuses, and by hiring military advisors. Increasing tactics can only be done through earning military technologies over time, which makes it basically a temporal factor. Still, if you can invest in a technology that grants a tactics bonus a couple years before arrival, you'll have a much easier time overcoming them, making military technology levels that include tactics particularly valuable. It doesn't happen every level, which makes it a little more interesting as well. The benefits that players can reap from this system are generally proportional to how well they understand and customize their strategies to adapt to the specific needs of their country. The simplest way to do this is to compare your army quality to that of your enemy and adapt to the weaknesses that might be apparent or play into your strengths. For example, if an enemy has higher morale than you, getting a military advisor to boost your morale can compensate. On the flip side, if you already have higher morale, you might want to focus on stacking morale bonuses to get that value as high as possible and playing around that strength rather than trying to get a well-rounded army quality. Bashing soldiers together isn't the only thing armies are used for. Sieges occur when trying to occupy enemy territory, and they take about a month to complete for unfortified territory, or several months or even years to complete when taking a fort. Sieges make artillery absolutely essential because having artillery in a sieging army significantly shortens the length of the siege. Forts can also be breached using artillery by spending a couple military monarch points, which can be expensive but greatly speed up the siege, potentially saving players years of waiting around. And winning sieges quickly is very important because engaging a battle on a besieged fort always makes the fort's defender the defender in the battle, which means that countries can use friendly forts to force enemies into unfavorable terrain. This is especially powerful in mountains, which provide a -2 penalty to the battle dice roll for attackers, which can be absolutely devastating, as the dice only go from 0 to 9. This means that terrain matters a lot. Other defensible terrain like forests, woods, highlands, hills, marsh, and jungle give a similar 1-point penalty. Crossing a river gives another -1, and landing units by boat or over a strait into enemy territory incurs a -2 penalty. So if you land on an army via naval invasion onto a mountain province that's being defended by an enemy, be prepared for a -4 to every dice roll, which is enough to wipe out all but the most overwhelming attacking armies. -4 brings the average dice roll from 4.5 to 1.5. Yikes. There's a lot of water on our planet, so you might ask, what about navies? Well, my answer would be, what about navies? In my original version of the script, I didn't even bother to mention them, but since I want this to be as comprehensive analysis as possible, let's toss them in here real quick. Navies are collections of boats in the same way that armies are collections of regiments. Ships can be built on coastal provinces and require both money and sailors to maintain. There are 4 ship types: heavy ships, light ships, galleys, and transports. Heavy ships are the ships you probably think of when you think of the ships that colonized the Americas or that battled it out on the high seas in the early 1700s. They have multiple decks and lots of guns, making them super expensive, but also super effective at blowing stuff up, whether that's other ships or enemy coastal forts. Light ships, despite their ambiguous name, are actually trade ships. They can be used to strengthen trade in a region by protecting your traders, but are not focused on naval combat. They're also very fast. Galleys are combat ships that get a 50% bonus when they attack other non-galleys in inland seas. Still, they can't compete one-to-one with heavies, but are much more cost-effective and so have a place in regions where they can make use of their inland sea bonus, those mainly being the Mediterranean, Baltic Sea, the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, Southeast Asia, and the coast of China and Japan. Transport ships can transport one regiment at a time, regardless of its strength. So, for example, even if you only had 10 soldiers left in a regiment, that would still count as one whole transport ship. Navies have some important strategic uses, such as bombarding coastal forts, blockading enemy provinces, and preventing enemy armies from crossing straits or landing by sea, but they really are more of a tangential accessory to the main military mechanics on land. Like almost everything in EU4, bonuses can be stacked to the point where you can do some pretty crazy things, but that requires a focus on naval quality, and the rewards for having a super awesome navy are kind of limited. There, I talked about navies. Fighting wars is very complex in EU4. It involves resource management to regulate the initial and continuous cost of recruiting soldiers, as well as both long and short-term planning to be able to maximize the quality of armies and maneuver them effectively on a changing battlefield. It requires a huge number of interactions with numbers, buttons, sliders, but that primary interface of interacting with the world map itself is still the centerpiece of the game, both narratively and mechanically. Let's take a step back and discuss what the military gameplay feels like for players. I don't think it's that much of a stretch to say that when you move a unit somewhere, you feel kind of embodied in that position within the game world. Particularly during war, armies and navies become quasi-characters with little micro-narratives being played out and experienced in minute-to-minute interactions with the game. Some players might even use these opportunities to roleplay specific military or leadership styles, but even for those who don't, I think the mechanical experience of embodying these units becomes the focal point for any kind of physicality that the player experiences. It's almost as though the player interfaces with the world not just by being a ruler or a country or even a general, but instead by playing as all and any of the military units commanded by the country, and all other game systems either serving as fuel or obstacles for this primary interaction. Depending on the situation players find themselves in, there are so many possible strategies they can successfully use to overcome an enemy. When fighting against larger numbers, it's best to have better quality troops, to successfully maneuver them around enemies and make the most of any defensible terrain and forts. It's very difficult to win a battle against a much larger force in EU4, so the quality of the underdog troops have to be either overwhelmingly superior, or the actual maneuvering on the map has to counteract the numbers advantage of the enemy forces. This can be done by maneuvering to strike smaller targets, taking them out before the larger armies can reinforce. Player armies can also blitzkrieg and take strategically placed enemy forts before the enemy has time to respond with its larger force, thereby mitigating the numbers superiority, or allowing the player to push that enemy out of the war entirely without ever directly overcoming the enemy's army. In these situations, the game shines in its strategic depth and ability to provide varied and challenging encounters for players. It is incredibly satisfying in that clutch sort of way to overcome a superior enemy army that outnumbers you 2-1, 3-1, even 5-1. But numbers aren't the only thing providing an uphill battle. Sometimes it's having lower quality troops than the enemy, sometimes it's managing wars on two fronts, sometimes it's rushing to take out the enemy before a truce expires with a third country, because you know that third country will probably attack you if the truce runs out and you're weakened by another war. War is not just the centerpiece of EU4, it is EU4. From minute-to-minute gameplay to wider strategy and planning, war is the core mechanical system that everything else is built around, and this affects all the narratives that emerge from the experience of players. Okay, so what happens when war is avoided, or can it be avoided at all? I thought about playing a pacifist run just to be able to write about it analytically here, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Pacifism is widely regarded as an unintended challenge way to play the game, so I hope I can justify my choice to avoid it altogether. A quick search on YouTube for EU4 pacifist runs should demonstrate the boredom associated with playing pacifist, and that this is not an intended way to play the game. Intended or not, though, I would have done it if it had something interesting to contribute to the conversation around this narrative, but because it doesn't have any impact on the actual narrative construction of the game, it's hard to play a pacifist run and justify it in any meaningful way analytically. Pretty much every country in the game functions the same way at its core, so what differentiates government mechanics between a small republic like the city-state of Florence and an ancient collapsing Roman Empire, as represented by the country called Byzantium? Well, very little. The main difference is specific bonuses that apply to certain government types that are intended to represent the strengths and weaknesses of a given state. And some countries even have certain unique mechanics, including Prussia, which has mechanics designed to kickstart its historical military reputation for an ultra-disciplined army, while the Ottomans have decadence, which is designed to represent the eventual decline of the empire towards the end of the game, despite being the most powerful nation at the start of it. Every government type has a set of governmental reforms that can be unlocked and enacted throughout a campaign, which aim to provide more customization to the player, as well as diversifying the viable playstyles, at least on paper. I would argue that the minor mechanical differences of government types generally play a smaller role in the unique feel of a country than other factors, such as ideas, which we'll talk about later. Generally speaking, government types only provide bonuses, and while you can change your playstyle around stacking manpower bonuses, for example, that doesn't really provide mechanical depth. Instead, bonuses from the government type itself and those unlocked through reforms feel more like flavor bonuses that I might stack on top of my wider strategy for a little bit of extra optimization, rather than a core component of gameplay. The obvious exception is when the bonuses happen to be so overpowered that they can't be ignored, like in the case of Prussia, which is fine, I guess. These mechanics were mostly added in post-launch updates, and so the devs were limited in what they could add that would meaningfully change the experience at that point. I think what they tried to do was add in content that allowed more customizability and adaptability, which is great for player retention. However, all these extra bonuses created a bit of power creep on the part of the player. That's why this section is part of the chapter on power, because the government mechanics and unique characteristics really just fit to give the player this or that currency, rather than changing how the player expresses their authority. I mean, even the basic idea of a monarch is core to every government in EU4. Even when you're playing as a republic or a tribe or even a peasant republic, you're still ruled nominally and mechanically by exactly one character called the ruler. And the ruler mechanics are only slightly different from government type to government type. I can't believe I'm going to praise Imperator Rome again, but that game does have a wider diversity of government mechanics that do affect gameplay directly. I'll use the same example as earlier when I mentioned that generals can become disloyal and turn the state's armies against itself. One viable way to prevent that from happening is to take those characters out of the field and instead put them in the government, which is really cool because, as we know, it's common practice both then and now for a head of state to appoint rivals to positions of power within the administration to prevent them from really rallying external support, and also to gain a benefit from their influence or ability. And sometimes that can backfire, like with the characters acquiring wealth in those positions that might come back to haunt you later. That's really cool. But we don't have that in EU4, partly because of the level of abstraction as mentioned earlier, but also I think because the game was importing design ideas that had been established decades before, as well as trying to incorporate really too much diversity of governmental difference within very narrow, mostly Eurocentric design confines. Also, EU4 simply isn't about internal government administration, it's about war and conquest. Despite EU4's generally Eurocentric concept of what a government is, there are a number of notable exceptions to the game's otherwise uniform government mechanics. First, let's take a look at Japan, the one country that's not at all near Europe from that list of most played countries from 2014. Japan starts the game as a completely divided collection of daimyo states, essentially feudal territories that swear fealty to the emperor based in Kyoto. Similar to European medieval feudalism, these feudal lords, despite being sworn to the same highest authority, generally had no clear continuity of statehood between their small feudal holdings, and often competed with each other for power in a kind of warlord battle royale spanning all of Japan. The term generally used to describe this period is Sengoku Jidai, literally the Warring States period. In EU4, this translates mechanically into a form of feudal government where vassals are not prevented from going to war against other vassals of the same overlord. For example, that means that a country ruling one province in northern Japan is free to conquer their neighbor while still remaining a vassal of the Japanese emperor. Vassals can eventually grow strong enough to try to overthrow the emperor himself, and if the city of Kyoto is conquered in the peace treaty, the new ruler of the city becomes the shogun by controlling the emperor. The early game rumble that is Sengoku Jidai Japan is really appealing to new players because it provides an accelerated microcosm of the game's core progression. Conquer small neighbors until you're strong enough to attack one of the major players, culminating in the achievement of a clear objective, uniting all of Japan under one nation. Japan's islands prevent any major powers from invading for most of the game, so players have ample time to consolidate their authority in Japan before venturing off to mainland Asia. The geographical and political situation of Japan, coupled with the daimyo-specific mechanics, create an experience that really is unique in EU4. This experience demonstrates how EU4 can shine when it pays close attention to the historical conditions and unique political context of a region in order to craft a distinct experience for players. I think Japan mirrors a lot of the strengths of Europe in this way, but at a smaller scale, making it more manageable for new players. The problem comes when the Sengoku Jidai rumble ends. Whether you unite the islands in under a decade or you take much longer, eventually Japan is united and becomes just another standard EU4 government with specific bonuses to be sure, but nothing particularly rich in terms of a mechanical experience. The flip side of Japan's comfortable isolation is that when the islands are united, you're really just an isolated country with few unique routes for expansion. This brings me to a point I'm trying to make about the unique non-European government content. It is almost always limited in scope or usefulness to make way for the player's eventual transition to a standard European style of government mechanics. Imagine if uniting Japan was not so easily achieved, and if the game systems required more than simple conquest to maintain the authority of the independent-minded nobility, while also more closely resembling the slow consolidation that Japan saw historically. See, here the game naturally forgoes historical accuracy in favor of a style of play more similar to the mechanics designed for European states. Historically, Japan is said to have been unified into a central government at the start of the Edo period, typically dated in 1603, when Tokugawa Ieyasu officially established the shogun system in Edo, which is now Tokyo. Even after this date, which, by the way, is nearly halfway through the game's time period, the shogunate did not operate like a European monarchy or republic, so why should it play like one? Another noteworthy exception to the more generally similar gameplay across EU4 is Ming China. Ming starts the game as the Emperor of China, which is a mechanic that can be claimed by any country in the pagan or Eastern religious groups by declaring war on the current emperor with the casus belli, take mandate of heaven. The Emperor of China is a unique mechanic that gives Ming very powerful bonuses and malices in accordance with a value called mandate. If mandate goes above 50, Ming gets decreased unrest, decreased war exhaustion, and increased estate loyalty. But if mandate goes below 50, the country takes severe penalties to its military fighting capability, its unrest, and its economy. In addition to maintaining the mandate, the emperor can enact celestial reforms and decrees which provide significant bonuses to many aspects of the country. We'll talk more about the implications of the religious content in a later part, but for now, it's interesting to note that because of the mandate system, Ming is probably the only country in the game that isn't immediately encouraged to expand using the game's standard philosophy of domination and conquest. This is because the emperor gains mandate primarily through maintaining tributary states on its borders. These countries pay tribute to Ming every year while also being protected by Ming in case they are attacked by another non-tributary country. So Ming gets the tribute, which can be in the form of money, manpower, or monarch points, and the tributary gets protection from invasion. The difference between this core gameplay and that of most other countries in EU4 is that countries bordering the player are generally those that the player will attack next, because the simplest way to claim lands requires bordering them. This means that as Ming expands its tributaries, which it has to do for the sake of its mandate, it is also closing off the typical avenues for territorial expansion. And this is the reason why Ming is not a popular choice for players. There's a similar mechanic in the Aztecs, whose doom mechanics require continual reform through constant war with nearby neighbors. Doom is technically a religious mechanic for Nahual nations, but in practice is more similar to a government mechanic as it dictates the core authority of the player, as well as the playstyle required to manage it. Essentially, the gameplay involves conquering all neighbors and then collapsing when a reform is enacted, releasing all neighbors in the process. Then you reconquer all those neighbors and repeat these steps until the final reform. And this is where the Aztecs mirror the Japanese or Chinese unique mechanics. There is generally an end to when the unique mechanics need to be abided, after which gameplay reverts to the general EU4 formula of complete player control and continuous territorial conquest. But for the Aztecs, Eurocentrism is taken to another level. In order to enact the final government reform, the player must border a country that has the institution of feudalism. In practice, this means a European colonial power in the New World, though technically any country can colonize the New World and have the Aztecs reform off of them. The final reform converts the Aztec government into the government type of the neighboring country. According to the wiki, this means becoming a parliamentary government if the Aztecs border Great Britain, a monarchy if they border Portugal or Spain, and a republic if they border a colonial nation, which is what the colonial puppet states in the Americas are called. This is the perfect example to end this point on, as the end goal for an Aztec player is usually to just become European in terms of governmental structure and playstyle. I do want to mention though, becoming Nahual and using the government reform mechanics is a common practice for players that want to become horde countries without changing their tag. But this is a very advanced strategy, so I won't really talk about it here. EU4's developers did create unique government content and gameplay experiences for countries outside of Europe, but in each case, the effectiveness of the unique government mechanics limits their in-game longevity, and players have to revert to the European style of government as soon as the unique mechanics run out. This has the narrative effect of implying that all world governments are converging towards the Western model of monarchical imperialism, which is both inaccurate and Eurocentric. The other issue here is that because governments outside of Europe feel underbaked by the mid-game, players experience an implicit devaluation of the richness of government structures outside of Europe, and the feeling that nothing really interesting was going on in terms of statehood during this period. Narratively, this hammers home the centrality of European imperialism on the world stage, which is definitely what the developers were going for. And while European imperialism has dominated much of the globe in many ways since the 15th century in the real world, I don't really think the game benefits from having such a narrow perspective on non-European government types. A skilled Aztec player can, in most cases, invade Europe and even dominate the entire world. This is really a core part of the fun of playing EU4, the fact that the player's choices can change the course of all history. But for the Aztecs to be forced to become a European style of government in order to achieve that world conquest kind of suggests that even if another civilization had created global empires, as Europe eventually did during this period, that they would have to do it in the European way. And that simply isn't true, as we have seen all throughout history. And we're even seeing it today as the remnants of European imperialism are slowly but surely fading from the globe. I'll be revisiting this idea of alternate histories encouraged only if they maintain a European supremacy when we talk about economic narratives in a later section. So let's linger a bit on the idea that EU4 isn't as concerned with internal administration as it is with war and foreign policy. First, I already mentioned that all authority and sovereignty in the game is directly controlled by the player, except when it is represented through indirect and abstract mechanics like local autonomy or possibly development. But there can be real internal divisions inside the player's country that require management and attention. Local autonomy is linked to unrest, with players being able to decrease or increase autonomy once every few years. Increasing autonomy in a province reduces the government control of that province, which lowers its tax, production, and manpower income to the state. But it also lowers another value, unrest. Provincial unrest is added to a pool based on its source, the most common of which being separatist unrest in recently conquered provinces. When unrest is high enough, it increases the odds of a rebellion occurring, and when the rebellion does arrive, it spawns an enemy army into the rebellious province. Basically, there are things you can do that piss people off in your country, like raising taxes or trying to convert them to the state religion. And if they're mad enough, they'll arm themselves and rebel. On paper, this seems like an interesting mechanic. Separatist rebels will try to liberate their territories, which will defect back to the original country if they remain occupied for 5 years. Pretender rebels will try to occupy your capital and force you to accept their leader as a monarch. And rebel management is an important part of the game, particularly for inexperienced players who tend to feel unsatisfied with their territorial gains until unrest is dropped below the threshold for rebellion. For veteran players, rebels are more of a necessary cost and tedious task than they are a mechanically rich representation of dissatisfaction with your regime. This experience is exacerbated by the mid to late game where presumably your country is huge and full of diverse cultures and religions, and factions that all hate you and want independence or rights, and that's cool on paper. It's true that managing a global and therefore very diverse empire can be complex and requires management of many different factions, but rebels are really tedious. Their weakness and sheer abundance, especially in the mid-game, makes the mechanic best ignored and automated. And this actually happened. This led to the inclusion of an order you can give armies to autonomously put down rebel uprisings so that the player can, focus on the actual game. You could potentially argue that the relative weakness of rebels, coupled with their increased frequency throughout the game, is more due to my specific playstyle, which ignores a lot of the bonuses that would help prevent rebel armies from spawning at all, such as bonuses to decrease national unrest, separatism, and increased religious unity. But the point remains, if I spend resources seeking those bonuses, I'm still trying to mitigate or remove this aspect of the game rather than engaging with it directly. Narratively, rebels are never more than a secondary antagonist for the player. Rebels tend to only succeed through player neglect, or in fact through player opportunism, as rebels can sometimes be beneficial to a country. This is especially true in the early game, where you can use rebels as one more defensive army to use against potential invaders, since they are hostile to every other army. But it can also be used later if the rebels' demands align with the goals of the player. Best example of this is pretender rebels that rise up in monarchies, which sometimes can offer a player a superior ruler if allowed to force their demands. EU4 presents an interesting perspective on the concept of rebellion, which in some ways is historical because, as far as I can tell, the vast majority of uprisings in the time period were completely put down by the government authorities, with the very few exceptions at the time sometimes making a huge difference in their local political environment. On the other hand, the narrative offered by EU4 on rebellion tends to become oversaturated with historical hindsight. Because we know that most rebellions failed historically speaking, the game tends to make putting down the constant rebellion stream a required but tedious and trivial activity. The thing is, while we know that most rebellions failed, the people who actively took up arms either in support of or to put down rebellion were not going to know if they would succeed or fail. After all, a certain storm of revolutions arrived in Europe during the late 18th and early 19th centuries that toppled countless established governments, including centuries-old dynasties. And despite this, many people equate rebels in EU4 to zombie outbreaks, both because of the army's generally large size yet relative weakness, and because of the mindlessness of the entire task. So I'm comfortable with saying that EU4 takes a laid-back perspective on power and rebellion as a whole. In EU4, power derives downward from the state itself, incarnated by the player, down to the monarch and all the subjects. Subjects never act to concentrate power at its root and push upward to enact change. Any reforms that are passed or rebellions that succeed are ultimately, narratively speaking, the decision of the state, incarnated by the player. This has the effect of making the player feel like they are coasting through history, almost like a theme park ride, without any vested interest or stakes when it comes to interacting with their citizenry. I'm pretty sure EU4 would be considered counter-revolutionary to someone who was a contemporary of the revolutions in Europe in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. It may be unsurprising given everything we know about the game so far, but from a mechanical narrative perspective, players start out definitively on the anti-revolutionary side of history. Revolution in EU4 is actually a system of mechanics working in tandem to give the player an experience of navigating the tumultuous revolutionary period as both an insider and a decision maker. Revolution spawns from a single province called the birthplace of revolution, more on that later, and from there spreads randomly to nearby provinces. The presence of revolution in a province raises autonomy proportional to a country's absolutism value. This forces the player to embrace the revolution if enough provinces have been converted in order to remove the malice. But there's another way to become revolutionary, which is through the revolution disaster. Disasters in EU4 are events that can trigger if certain negative conditions for a country are met, like having an illegitimate ruler, low stability, or high national unrest. When the revolution disaster occurs, it spawns huge numbers of what the game calls rebels, which in this case are citizens fighting for new rights and a new form of government. Players then have the choice of allowing the rebels to take control of the country and become revolutionary, or fight back and try to stamp out the revolution, both scenarios being choices made by real governments in history. In either case, the player will have to fight rebels to enforce their demands, potentially highlighting how even social progress uses the violent methods of the regimes it claims to oppose. When the revolution is successful, the player gains a lot of positive bonuses from being a revolutionary nation, as well as mechanics for spreading the revolution to neighboring countries through war. The narrative result of this experience is that revolution, like a lot of government mechanics in EU4, doesn't really provide an opportunity for power structures to be reorganized. After becoming revolutionary, you don't have to contend with newly enfranchised citizens or share your authoritarian power with any institutions. It's really the same game, except now your country has revolutionary added to the front of its name, which is why I personally never allow revolution to appear when I play this game, because all professional EU4 players know that the real progression is the size of your name on the world map. The content of the revolutionary mechanics in EU4 are as Eurocentric as it gets, which in this case actually makes a lot of sense. The Age of Revolutions, as it is known in historiography and in the game itself, was fundamentally a response to European ideas of government that had ripple effects all over the world, both the European-controlled parts and the independent parts. There's nothing wrong with showing that in the game, but it is noteworthy that the game emphasized revolutionary mechanics as a global phenomenon when really they are a European phenomenon, as shown by the European conceptualization of government and revolution. So which is it? Is the revolution global? If so, the content needs to be less European focused. Or is the revolution a regional event in Europe and her colonies? In that case, it should not be a core mechanic of the game, but instead a regional mechanic like Japan's Sengoku Jidai or China's Mandate of Heaven. To be fair, revolutionary mechanics can mostly be ignored for players outside of Europe. This is partly because revolution appears based on a series of conditions which largely disqualify non-European provinces from being the birthplace of the revolution. According to the wiki, provinces outside Europe have a mean time to trigger of 20 times those within Europe, but it does happen. Just like when we get to the Industrial Revolution in the section on economic narratives, I want to make the point that it's not inherently bad to demonstrate how European systems spread across the globe, because of course they did. At the same time, I think it's important not to overestimate European influence, and therefore underestimate the agency of non-European peoples when it comes to these global phenomena. I'm not advocating for infinite content to be produced for every single country in the game, but what I am saying is that European ideas are often overgeneralized in this game, while regional ideas are undervalued when they're outside of Europe. Power is a slippery thing to define and represent. Many video games center on the acquisition and expression of power as a tool for entertainment for the player. In a lot of ways, power fantasies are present all throughout mass media art. Look at the prevalence of superhero stories in the last century, as well as many fantasy and science fiction power scaling stories. Look at the frequency of narrative archetypes that center on the story of an up-and-coming character, whether a boxer or a future tech CEO or a civil rights leader. People like stories that make them feel empowered, and the best way to do that is to have a character or player start out in a disenfranchised position and slowly grow to surmount the obstacles that once held them back. EU4 undoubtedly achieves this in the right conditions. Starting as a small country, only a local power or even not a power at all, getting bullied now and then throughout the early game, finally beating back that local bully by the mid-game, and ultimately becoming a global power or even a world conqueror by the end, is an incredible narrative experience for players. EU4 bullies you with insurmountable odds and vastly complex game systems to master, then rewards you for overcoming all of those obstacles. But what is the cost of overcoming the neighborhood bully, or even the continental superpower? The player must become what they once sought to overcome. To beat back the tyranny of encroaching neighbors is to become the tyranny of an invader, to let the global casualty numbers rise into the millions as soldiers and resources are poured into the endless carnage of conquest. I don't think EU4 is trying to be a commentary on the oppressive nature of imperialism and violence. There are some events and content that poke fun at the tyranny of your regime, but the game never tries to come across as especially self-aware about its messages on power, namely that power is earned through the exploitation of disenfranchised peoples, and maintained through violence and the threat of violence against those peoples. I don't think the game itself is particularly self-aware about the overuse of a European perspective when it comes to notions of power, statehood, and government. In fact, Europe's overrepresentation in the game is itself one of the power fantasy narratives that EU4 delivers as part of its narrative framework. To wrap up this part, I want to consider how the experience of empowerment in EU4 necessitates the subjugation of others. How can it be that the historic empowerment of one country, one group, one nation, necessitates the exploitation, domination, and genocide of another? It's easy for us to sit back and say, EU4 is just a game. It's easy to say that domination and exploitation are just constants throughout history, and that there's no reason for them to disappear anytime soon. It's easy for us to say that's just how people were from 1444 to 1821, that they were just immoral back then or ignorant of the horrors of their societies, but I think those are lazy answers. It's important to consider the narratives of power in our society because they form the foundation of our interactions with our governments, with other countries, with other peoples, and even with individuals we encounter day to day. The narratives we adopt without realizing are the ones we will turn to when things get complicated, painful, or even shameful. It's impossible to be immune to dominant cultural narratives in our time and place, but we can be more aware and critical of them and of ourselves. Modern global culture contains a core belief that I think a lot of people take for granted. The idea that technology, society, morality, and all aspects of human life are progressing, that things are improving, moving forward along a natural course, that things are evolving toward a more true or better version of themselves. This vision of the world sees the past as inferior, an older, worse version of the present, while the future is supreme, radical, transcendent, and most importantly, just out of reach. EU4 was created in a time and place deeply steeped with ideas of progress. This isn't about a right or wrong way to tell history, but it's just about recognizing how we tell history using the lens of our own beliefs. And progress is a belief, it's a point of view, it's an opinion or a model to make sense of events. EU4 incorporates progress into its core game mechanics to try to illustrate how much has changed in the world from 1444 to 1821. That time period was absolutely one of the most transformational in human history, with the start of today's dominant global ideas like capitalism, industrialization, democracy, and globalization getting their start. From a purely mechanical perspective, the game also uses narratives of historical progress as a gameplay incentive to give players that feeling of progression and accomplishment. In my introduction, I mentioned that time is a resource to be spent, but there's also a feeling of satisfaction that comes from watching time pass in EU4. This feeling of growth, of progress, of moving towards an endpoint is baked into many of EU4's mechanical spheres, including the military, administration, and economics, which is why I wanted to talk about progress at this point in the video. Players are constantly experiencing not just a growth in their power, income, or territory, but they're also experiencing a growth in the available strategies through the options that become available as progress gates are open throughout the game. These progress gates come in the form of multiple mechanics. First are national ideas and idea groups, which give players customization over their playstyle and a varied toolset to approach the game's varied challenges. Next, you have technologies, which affect almost everything in the game and give a linear set of bonuses based on the country's technology group and technology level. Then you have the institution system, which limits the adoption of technologies for countries who have not spent the resources to adopt the new institution. Finally, you have ages, which serve to define the primary narrative concerns of nations by slightly changing certain mechanics and game systems to conform to the prevalent system of thought of the time period. Each player, by the end of the game, will acquire 64 ideas, 32 technologies, 8 institutions, and play through 4 ages. It's nice when the math is mathing, but I did look for something with the number 16 and couldn't find it. Let's start with ideas. Ideas represent the specific systems, governments, cultural effects, or policies of a given country. Basically, ideas represent the dominant ideas in a given country and affect what the country is specialized in or prioritizing. For example, the exploration idea group grants the ability to explore deep oceans and unknown territories, as well as granting colonists for eventual colonization of lands in the Americas, Africa, and parts of Asia. On the other hand, the defensive idea group represents a style of warfare that focuses on strong forts, supply lines, high attrition for invading armies, and also gives some extra bonuses to your army's maneuverability and morale. Every idea group has a general theme centered on one aspect of EU4's mechanics. Idea groups have a massive impact in terms of these non-military mechanical domains, but their impact tends to diminish throughout the game as bonuses pile on and each one becomes progressively less meaningful. Because of this, specializing at the right time has a huge impact on countries' ability to succeed in a specific mechanical domain. For example, taking administrative ideas before conquering a lot of territory can make a huge difference in the effectiveness of maintaining those territories after they're acquired. This allows players to narratively layer on what their country is good at over time within the internal story of what's happening in their mind. For example, players who chose a Dutch country in 1444 seeking to form the Netherlands might then take trade ideas to represent the Dutch trading empire, or economic ideas to represent the historically strong Dutch banks. They're not exactly roleplay, as they can be considered a strategic playstyle choice given the same conditions of the Netherlands historically. It's more that players use the opportunity of the mechanical specialization to explore different ways of playing the game within a narrativized framework as presented by the theme of the idea group. Basically, it wouldn't feel as good narratively to select a bunch of disconnected trade bonuses throughout the game as it does to choose a trade idea group, where the player can narratively tell themselves, now I will be good at trade. Sometimes ideas are less about making a country good at a specific domain and more about compensating for a weakness or taking advantage of a specific geographic or governmental situation. An example of this sort of adaptation would be the Central Asian hordes choosing horde ideas to maximize the benefits of their cavalry cost and cavalry to infantry ratio, as well as getting bonuses to aggressive expansion impact and religious unity. Basically, all the bonuses in the Horde idea group are specifically beneficial to Hordes. Fun fact, this didn't used to be a thing, and Hordes used to take aristocratic ideas to benefit from the cavalry bonuses in that group. But Paradox decided to add in government-specific idea groups that went beyond simply plutocratic for republics and aristocratic for monarchies, and added in the divine, horde, and indigenous idea groups, kind of custom made for those kinds of playstyles, which obviously makes the game a little bit easier, but also I think takes away from some of the customizability that we used to have. Obviously, it's hard to say that when you're getting more options, but at the same time, ideas were supposed to be something independent of government types, and now it feels like because there are horde ideas and you want to play as a horde, you have to take those ideas, which kind of limits your creativity. That's my little rant. I think this form of mechanical and narrative progression is asynchronous because while it's still a form of progression, players can select any idea group anytime they unlock a new idea slot. There's no strict order in which you're supposed to unlock these ideas, and no sense of being behind per se, except for within the goals of the player themselves. This is an adaptive, asynchronous form of progression based on the narrative and mechanical choices made by the player rather than choices made by developers. Well, of course, there are some elements of linear gatekeeping built into this system. Idea group slots are only unlocked at very specific administrative technology levels, like admin level 5, 7, 10, 14, 18, 22, 26, and 29. So the kind of mechanically specialized asynchronous progression of countries is then in turn gated by a more linear and global level of in-game progression. Before we get into the inner workings of technology, I want to talk a little bit about the costs associated with acquiring ideas and technologies. Idea groups are subdivided into three main categories: administrative, diplomatic, and military, and each idea costs a base of 400 of the respective monarch point to acquire, which makes it the second largest investment of monarch points in the game, at least in terms of raw progression through bonuses, not including like coring land and things like that. If you're wondering what the first most expensive use of monarch points is, it's of course technologies. Unlike ideas, technologies are a global measurement of progress. Every country has its level in administrative, military, and diplomatic technology, and needs to progress over time to remain competitive with their neighbors. Unlike ideas, your tech is either better or it's worse, and that's all there is to it. Technologies create one of the major in-game experiences of passing time, as players need to plan ahead to spend a fairly large amount of monarch points on upgrading their technologies every 10 years. Technologies have a base cost of 600, adding up to 18,000 of each monarch point to unlock the 30 technologies available throughout the game. This means that the total base cost of any given category of technology is slightly less than the total of unlocking all the ideas combined. Keep that in mind if you're ever deciding between tech cost reduction and idea cost reduction. The cost for technologies and ideas, unlike other games, does not increase over time at all, but only changes through modifiers that can be acquired or lost by the player. This makes technologies a consistently massive and necessary investment for players and something they'll always need to be keeping up with. Just like ideas, technologies are unlocked in a linear design. They have a specific year when they're meant to be taken, and taking a tech before that year requires paying a very expensive penalty that scales according to how ahead of time in tech you are, at 10% per year. In practice, this makes it impossible to rush ahead in tech, preventing countries from somehow sprinting centuries ahead of their neighbors, unlike other games in this genre. Looking at you, Civ. This also brings up one of the most satisfying aspects of you for gameplay progression, which is stacking bonuses to reach really cheap costs or really huge bonuses for important gameplay systems. Stacking idea cost reduction bonuses until your ideas only cost a fraction of their base price makes a huge difference over the course of the game, and that feeling of efficiency is incredibly rewarding. The world is divided into several technology groups, all of which have access to the same list of technologies in the same order. Tech groups are kind of silly. They reduce vast, diverse regions into these arbitrary civilizational or maybe cultural categories that don't really make sense. Like, are we supposed to believe that technology in Estonia is identical to Spain, but that somehow just across the border in Grenada, we're suddenly in a completely different technological sphere? Or that Grenada somehow shares more in common with Afghanistan than with its Spanish neighbors? It's kind of a nonsensical system, and it feels rooted in a very modern mindset. Another example is how Europe gets split into Eastern and Western blocks practically along Cold War borders for no clear reason. Looking at the map of the tech groups, I also noticed that the Crusader kingdoms in Cyprus and Rhodes have the Western tech group, even though they're physically really far east, which is interesting because these were founded by mainly French and other Western European crusaders. Technology groups affect the details of the specific bonuses that countries receive for acquiring a certain level of technology. For example, the Chinese tech group nations have military units at tech level 5 that are slightly weaker than the African tech group's equivalent units at the same technology level. Both the defensive Asian foot soldier and the offensive Asian foot soldier only have 4 total pips, while the Central African warrior, North African warrior, South African warrior, West African warrior all have 6 pips. This difference can be small in the grand scheme of things, as army quality is determined not just by the number of pips given to a unit, but also its tactics, morale, discipline, and all the other factors we discussed previously. Still, tech groups serve as a way to spice up combat and diversify the strengths and weaknesses of a given country, while still making the weaknesses surmountable for players who know how to improve the other variables that affect army quality. The biggest difference in power across all domains of the game doesn't come from the technology groups, but rather the level of technology that a given country has. Brand new players starting in Western Europe who don't know the importance of keeping up to date in technology will often find themselves losing every battle within a couple decades, because falling behind in technology is a death sentence for any nation, regardless of its location in the world. It's worth noting that what's considered behind in technology is partly determined by local factors and partly by global ones. The more immediate local factor is that if your neighbor has a much higher technology than you, you're going to have a hard time fighting any kind of war against them. However, if you and your neighbor are both supposedly behind in technology, but equally so, it won't matter as much for your regional influence. This is how EU4 handles the idea of regional technological difference and the kind of relative strength certain militaries had in specific regions of the world. But then there's the temporal factor of technologies that makes them much more challenging to manage. Idea group investment can be temporarily neglected if a country isn't producing enough monarch points, but like we mentioned, if technology is neglected, a country will quickly fall apart in a war. I think from a gameplay perspective, the ideas and technology system is really excellent design. Ideas allow vast replayability within a narrow framework that isn't too hard to learn but has a lot of depth. And technologies allow a sense of constant urgency and an arms race with neighbors that is very satisfying when you learn to use it effectively. I honestly have never noticed a major difference in my own tech group's fighting ability across a few thousand hours of gameplay, and though there are differences, it's not something I would consider when going into a difficult war. I will consider technology level, ideas, and other quality bonuses because those are the most important factors. Despite the sense that tech groups alone are not too defining in terms of your long-term technological destiny, there's an obvious sense in EU4 that advanced technology means Western technology. This is established through the naming and description of the technologies, as well as Western units' long-term superiority over every other unit type. I'm not an expert on history, which really is what we're going to be discussing here, interpretations of history of technology. Since I'm not an expert, and this is really something that's actively in contention in historical discourse today, I'm going to reference this very interesting YouTube channel that popped up in my suggested last year, and I think you'll see where I'm going with this.
Africans south of the Sahara did not use the wheel, and in this video I want to explore why that might have been. First of all, I want to address right away a couple of guesses that some people might make. Some people might guess that Africans did not adopt the wheel because they lacked innovation or, technological creativity. But we know from historical and archaeological evidence that that's not true because they had other technologies. They had textile production, they worked with iron. When Europeans arrived in Africa, the African rulers were quite eager to acquire their firearms and even produce firearms locally. So we can rule that out right now. I mean, they were perfectly fine creating and adopting technologies. Another guess that someone might make would be that, well, the people of sub-Saharan Africa were cut off from the rest of the world and therefore did not have the opportunity to borrow technologies from Europe and Asia. But we also know that that's not true because large parts of Africa were, in fact, connected with the rest of the world through trade networks. And in fact, some African merchants did visit India and Southeast Asia in the Middle Ages and would have had the opportunity to see wheeled carts firsthand, and yet they never used that technology in Africa. So the question remains, why didn't they have the wheel? In order to answer that question, I want to start by raising another question, which is, why would we expect Africans to use the wheel? We might assume that that was the standard mode of transporting goods in other parts of the world, but that's not actually the case. Of course, in North and South America, they never used wheeled transport prior to the arrival of the Spanish and Portuguese. But also in the Eastern Hemisphere, in Europe itself, wheeled transport was not the preferred mode of transportation. Europeans in the Middle Ages preferred to transport their goods by water, either by boat along the coastlines or on the rivers.
He goes on to say how in places like North Africa, the Middle East, and Central Asia, camels actually displaced the existing wheeled transportation to such an extent that many areas had completely abandoned wheels in favor of camels, which is kind of crazy to hear if you grew up in the West like I did. In these societies, the camel was a superior technology to wheels for many reasons, but basically because they were cheaper and easier to maintain as a transportation infrastructure. The point I want to emphasize from this pre-modernist video is to dispel the frankly commonplace narrative that pre-colonial African societies were somehow isolated from the rest of the world, that they were behind in terms of technological advancement due to either a lack of innovation or a lack of willingness to adopt foreign technologies. Premodernist uses the common example of the wheel not being adopted by African countries to demonstrate how the idea of this universal linear technological advancement is not only inaccurate, but it's also harmful. I'm going to save my juice on the strategy game series Civilization for hopefully its own upcoming video, but I just want to give a quick example of just how widespread the notion of wheels being a primordial technology is in modern Western society. In Civilization 6, the wheel is a technology that players unlock in the ancient era, at the same time as bronze working. If we consider the advent of bronze to roughly represent the historical Bronze Age within the game, then we can date the wheel's diegetic, meaning in-game time, as roughly between 3300 to 1200 BC, or about 3,000 to 5,000 years before EU4's start date of 1444. So of course, when players are constantly being told the idea that wheels are primordial technology, and then they hear that Africans or West Asians hadn't adopted the wheel when the colonial European powers arrived, the natural conclusion is that European powers were thousands of years ahead in terms of technology. And we'll get into this later, but the idea that Europeans were technologically advanced goes on to feed other narratives about European progress that have much more wide-reaching and sinister consequences than just being a little bit late to the party. Premodernist puts this quote I think is very interesting in his video's description.
The conventional notion that Africans failed to employ the wheel because of a lack of initiative or intelligence is intellectually unsatisfactory, not so much because it is racist as because it is circular. Africans are supposed to have ignored the wheel because they were unenterprising, and the evidence that they were unenterprising is that they failed to adopt the wheel.
So, from the point of view of a North African, you could give Europe the same treatment and act like they were technologically way behind with their silly little wheels and boats, when camels were obviously superior technology. Europeans must just be inferior in some way. I mean, everywhere around me, people use camels, so why wouldn't Europeans understand how much better these camels are? I mean, we don't need to build roads for them. We don't need to drag around carts with cows. Whatever. You see how ridiculous that sounds? To be clear, I'm not trying to say that some technologies aren't massive advantages over others. Like, clearly agriculture has been pretty huge for providing food to lots and lots of people. And it's the single biggest reason why the human population has exploded in the last few millennia. Technologies do, at times, give societies major advantages over how they used to live or how their neighbors live. I don't have an issue saying that some technologies are better than others. The part I take issue with is this false assumption and justification for narratives of superiority, domination, or exploitation that are based on these technological advantages. I don't think that people who simply have a technological advantage therefore deserve to use those technologies to exploit or otherwise dominate other people. And I'm not sure why that's an unpopular opinion. People will argue that this is natural, But that is literally not an argument, as I mentioned in the last part at the beginning of this part. You can argue that anything that exists is natural if you take the definition far enough, while anything you happen to disagree with can be labeled as unnatural. Those words have no meaning. That was a bit of a tangent. To get back to EU4, let's talk about some other things that technologies affect. Technologies allow players to unlock new buildings for their provinces that increase values such as taxation or naval force limit in those provinces. These building improvements themselves are usually ahistorical and only placed in the game's progression for the sake of gameplay. For example, in Europe in 1444, churches are not even available to be purchased until countries unlock the first admin tech for temples, while cathedrals aren't even available until Tech 19, which is meant to be unlocked in 1648. And obviously churches and cathedrals were built all over Europe way before 1648. So that limitation is just artificially inserted to create this sense of progression in the game, because churches and cathedrals provide a taxation bonus in the province they're built in. I'll dive more in depth into these economic mechanics in the dedicated section later on. If you have the Rule Britannia DLC, buying technologies and ideas early or within 1 year of the first country in the world to acquire them will grant bonuses to a value called innovativeness. Normally, I try to avoid pointing out super specific mechanics that are only included in DLCs, but in this case, I think it's worth briefly mentioning because innovativeness provides very powerful bonuses. The values range between 0 and 100, and when maxed out, provides a massive minus 10% reduction to all monarch power costs. So I think this reinforces the narrative idea behind technological progress being an arms race to the top, and provides a significant incentive for players to participate in that race. Investing in the Innovative Idea group also grants a bonus to innovativeness gain, assuming you have the DLC, alongside a reduction to tech costs and other benefits that can improve a country's long-term technological outlook. This tends to imply that focusing on technological advancement is a narrative choice on the part of the player, because ideas are meant to represent a specialized approach to progress. Aside from just the values affected by all these bonuses, the game also has names and descriptions of each technology which help establish its meaning. These diegetic story elements of EU4 are easily skipped over by players like me because I tend to just read what new bonuses I'm going to get, but they do create an atmosphere for players more interested in the historical events of the game. Administrative Tech 0 is tribal government, which is called the most basic unit of governance, while Tech 1 is advanced tribes and Tech 2 is feudal monarchy. If we analyze these descriptions, we see that admin texts 0 through 2 take us narratively through a condensed version of what EU4 considers the trajectory of human political organization. First, you have an extended family where members of a community claim kinship with one another, a tribe. Then you have a larger family structure with collaboration between multiple families. And then you have a more traditional feudal monarchy with its military elite and food production focuses. Tech 3 is where most tech groups in the world start, including the European, Anatolian, Muslim, Indian, and Chinese tech groups, and it's called medieval administration. Like with handing out bonuses, EU4 here takes certain liberties with how it presents narratives of technological advancement, or more specifically in this case, socio-political organization. EU4 is not really suggesting that all the world governments were tribal governments in 1350, but instead uses these initial states as baselines for the tech cost calculations, which are based on the in-game year. Despite not suggesting that the early techs are supposed to be realistic, the game still definitively places certain tech groups chronologically behind others. The tech groups that start with a technology level of 1 include Mesoamerican, Andean, North American, South American, and Aboriginal, while West African, Central African, and Polynesian start at tech level 2. These groups together are behind all of the rest of the world, which all starts at tech level 3. There's also some weird stuff in these early techs if you take a look. For example, Diplomatic Tech 0 allows countries to fabricate claims, which is a pretty random and kind of pointless detail to add in here. Later on, certain diplomatic actions are unlocked by specific diplomatic techs, like slandering merchants at tech level 12, but tech 0 is tech 0, so I don't know why they put this in here. Is it for flavor? Next, let's look at the mid-game techs. Admin Tech 18 is national sovereignty, 19 is cathedrals, 20 is absolute rulership, 21 is land clearance, aka deforestation, and 22 is the Constitution. All of these, aside from just clearing land, are very obviously European-specific ideas. And all of them, including land clearance, are narrated from the European historical perspective. And the same goes for the military and diplomatic technologies. There really is no reason for this except as a narrative choice on the part of EU4's creators to favor a progress-oriented historical perspective that takes the point of view of Europe. In what context can we directly compare technological advantages? The first instance that comes to mind for me is war. We can say automatic assault rifles are better weapons than a bow and arrow because they can cause more harm. Of course, the production and upkeep of assault rifles requires an entire military-industrial system in the background, which we rarely think about. Similarly, a bow and arrow requires a lot more skill and training than using a gun. A lot of science fiction deals with this idea that certain technological advances are not worth the costs they incur on the societies that adopt them. But I wonder why in popular discourse we never tend to question our current technologies in the same way. We only think of future technologies. Another way in which we can compare two technological systems from two different societies is their adaptation to their environment. We can say that ancient Egyptian irrigation systems were impressive adaptations to the frequent flooding of the Nile and allowed much more food to be produced. We can say that the domestication of horses allowed the various steppe peoples over the millennia to essentially dominate every other group they came into contact with through overwhelming military superiority. But how can we compare the Egyptian irrigation to Mongol military technology of Genghis Khan? Does that comparison really make any sense? EU4 partly solves this problem by separating advancement into the three categories: administration, diplomacy, and military. But within those domains, technology remains strictly linear with relationships of superiority and inferiority, as well as the narratives of a temporal past as inferior, and most interestingly and most harmfully, a kind of universalist view of all human development. Because of course, the gold standard for technology is the Western tech group, as evidenced by their eventual PIP superiority in the late game. Look, it's one thing to point out how European technologies allowed European states to dominate much of the world in recent centuries, but it's another thing to ascribe that superiority to those technologies simply because of that fact. The first part is a fact. The second part is a narrative, one that has had significant social, political, and economic benefits for the West to maintain and propagate. Because if you go around bullying the entire world and then convince everyone that they were actually better off, that your bullying was because you were just more advanced, then you can both justify your bullying and this is the most important part, you can maintain your position as superior to the rest of the world. Modern Europe is not the only society to do this, not at all, but since we're talking about EU4, a game set so close to our current time, it's something that's much more relevant to the present. These ideas have never gone away, as evidenced by the comments defending European superiority that I get on my videos, and I'm sure I might see them on this video as well. I'm a bit surprised by how EU4 adopts these narratives of linear technological progress, of set technological and societal trajectories, despite being, as mentioned, a game where player freedom and ingenuity, as well as the ability to change history, is at the core of players' gameplay motivation. Back in 2017, institutions were added to create a more dynamic complexity to the overly linear technological systems we just discussed. According to the wiki, institutions are fundamental advances in civilization and are the primary determinant of technology cost. We'll come back to the fundamental advances in civilization in a bit. First, let's talk about the mechanics. Technologies require specific institutions to be embraced and will have increased tech cost penalties otherwise. Institutions appear in a specific province every 50 years, starting in 1450, with the criteria for the starting province depending on the institution. So, for example, the first new institution that spawns is the Renaissance, which can only spawn in mainland Italy. After an institution spawns in the world, all countries start to receive penalties when trying to acquire new technologies if they don't have that institution. Institutions spread to nearby provinces based on a number of factors, which can be promoted by selecting certain ideas or other bonuses. Once an institution has spread to enough provinces to represent more than 10% of the autonomy modified development of a country, that country is able to spend money to embrace that institution. And the cost depends on how much of that development has been taken over by the institution. Once embraced, institutions remove any penalties to technology they were holding back, and they usually provide a small bonus as well. For example, embracing Renaissance provides a -5 development cost and construction costs. Basically, institutions represent social, political, and cultural enablers for the development or adoption of new technologies. They're institutions in the macro sense, like the institution of feudalism, not institutions in the small sense, like a specific university institution. Actually, universities are a great example. One of the later institutions is Enlightenment, and it propagates in provinces where a university has been built. Institutions also demarcate the wider trends in historical periods over the course of the game. Institutions represent the spread of ideas across the world that in turn affect the adoption of new technologies. The game has 8 institutions in total: feudalism, Renaissance, colonialism, printing press, global trade, manufactories, enlightenment, and industrialization. If we take a look at the types of historical phenomena that each of these institutions refers to, we can organize these into different categories. Feudalism, colonialism, and global trade are political economic systems, while the Renaissance and the Enlightenment are more cultural, artistic, and scientific movements. Finally, you have the printing press, manufactories, and industrialization, which are actually specific technologies that had an accompanying socio-political impact. What's cool about these categories is how they show the interconnectedness of all aspects of societal activity. It's hard to say if industrialization should be seen more as a technological or economic phenomenon, but in my opinion, it's primarily a technological change that just had an accompanying economic change. Similarly, it's difficult to disentangle these institutions from one another. Colonialism and global trade seem particularly linked, as does Enlightenment and industrialization. I think Paradox did a good job selecting European historical movements that feel large and all-encompassing across a wide variety of societal domains. And yes, while some of these ideas are vague enough to have analogs outside of Europe, like feudalism, the way that the institutions are framed narratively is extremely specific to the narrative of Western historical progress. Despite that, these institutions affect the entire world's technological progress. If you think that these institutions are really as universal as they seem in the game, consider how a Japanese historical view might change this list of institutions. Which ones would still be on the list? I'm not an expert, but you can bet the Renaissance would not be there, nor would colonialism, nor Enlightenment, nor global trade, at least not in the same year as EU4's version of events. Just as it seems really silly to say that England entered the Edo period in the 17th century, it's silly and frankly not true to say that Japanese territories somehow adopted the Renaissance in the 16th century. And yet that's what the game does. Despite suggesting that somehow these institutions are universal, certain tech groups are still definitively penalized in terms of their institutional advancement. The Andean, North, South, and Mesoamerican, Aboriginal, West and Central African, Polynesian, and nomadic tech groups all take a penalty to their institution. If we take the wiki's word for it, I guess these cultures are simply less advanced civilizationally. Or maybe these societies are just the least similar to European societies during this period. Looking forward to the comments on that one. Even if we acknowledge that the institutions themselves can spawn outside of Europe, theoretically making Europe simply a backwater of like India or something, that's not the whole story. As mentioned, there is a narrative conceptualization of the institutions that makes them seem very strange spawning somewhere outside of Europe. The need for a narrative coherence is why the Renaissance, for example, has to spawn in Italy. If the Renaissance could spawn in China, it wouldn't be the Renaissance. In recognizing this fact, their EU4 team has solved half of the problem. They're admitting that these technological and social factors are unique to their region. Despite admitting that, EU4 still chooses to only select the unique state of European historical trajectory as worthy of representing in the game this way, and applies that lens to the entire simulated world, leading to like this strange continuity in some aspects of gameplay. For example, it used to be a good idea for players in East Asia to take colonial ideas as the first idea group in order to force colonialism to spawn and delay technological advancement in Europe. But consider what this means for the emergent narrative of the player's country. It means that the East Asian country they are playing as has to pretend to be a European in terms of its historical narratives in order to spawn the obviously European institution of colonialism in East Asia. I talked about this phenomenon in the first section as well, the idea that basically The optimal way to play outside of Europe is almost always to pretend you're European or somehow piggyback off of European ideas or governmental structures. To me, these design choices make clear that Paradox is explicitly and intentionally prioritizing Eurocentric narratives when it comes to their design, which is consistent with everything else we've seen so far. The largest scale in the sense of progression in EU4 is probably ages. There are only 4 ages that spawn the entirety of EU4's runtime, with each age lasting about 90 years. Like institutions, ages are narratively centered around specific European historical periods and themes. The 4 ages are 1. The Age of Discovery, which centers on the European exploration of the New World. 2. The Age of Reformation, which centers on the Protestant Reformation in Europe. 3. The Age of Absolutism, which centers on the absolutist monarchies in Europe. And 4. The Age of Revolutions, which centers on the revolutions that swept Europe and her colonies in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. As you can tell, ages drop any pretense of universality and focus entirely on the major themes of European political activity in their given periods. The way ages actually work mechanically is that they provide a series of mini-quests to achieve, and for each objective, countries receive 1 point of splendor per month. With that splendor currency, countries can redeem bonuses that last until the end of the age. Unlike the narrative aspect of ages, the mechanics of the objectives and rewards are intended to be more balanced across the rest of the world, especially if players prepare in advance. For example, while the Asian trade objective in the Age of Reformation may be narratively oriented towards European countries that may have begun to take over parts of Asia, the objective is way more easy to achieve for an actually Asian country. While many objectives can be achieved from anywhere in the world, there is only one objective that is specifically intended for non-European countries, which is the objective to become the Emperor of China with 50 mandate during the Age of Absolutism. In addition to the system, each age has unique and generally overpowered bonuses available to specific countries. I guess this is intended to represent how these countries were particularly noteworthy during each period. There are 16 of these bonuses all across the ages, with only 3 of them, 4 if you count the Ottomans, being non-European countries, all of which are in Asia. So yeah, I don't have much else to say about the ages themselves. They don't do a ton for the game, but they do spice up some things now and then or give strong bonuses to already overpowered countries. In some specific scenarios, they can be useful, but the mechanic as a whole is something more to break up the monotony of the years and give a sense of temporal progression, rather than a sense of progression at the scale of a country. Institutions and ages adopt many of the same narratives as technologies and ideas, and from this set of mechanics, we can establish a sense of how EU4 presents all of the narratives of progress. Just like technologies, institutions and ages follow a set path predicated on a specific historical time frame, and that path follows the dominant narratives established in European historiography. A common trend across all these mechanics is the way in which EU4's European outlook defines advancement as conformity to European ideas, and then looking at the rest of the world and determining that it is behind the times simply because it's not European enough. So why does this even matter? Obviously, most of the players of EU4 are European, and it makes sense that people want to see themselves represented in the games and media they consume. And by representing themselves, I don't just mean having themselves in the game, but the game literally embodying their perspective, their point of view on history. Well, I'm going to say something that sounds like hyperbole, but it isn't, and I will explain. Political narratives that prioritize progress at all costs are a gateway to brutal authoritarian regimes like fascism. Fascism has many characteristics, but one particular characteristic is that it contains this idea of societal, military, moral, and technological progress taken to an extreme. And if everything can evolve, then surely there's a superior version of any given thing. Superior humans, superior genes, superior technology, superior government, superior ideology, and society. Okay, but what does this have to do with EU4? Fascism is outside of the scope of EU4's time period. Well, not necessarily. I want to read a short quote by Aimé Césaire, who is talking about the relationship between European colonialism and Hitler's ideology.
That it is Nazism, yes, but that before Europeans were its victims. they were its accomplices, that they tolerated that Nazism before it was inflicted on them, that they absolved it, shut their eyes to it, legitimized it, because until then, it had only been applied to non-European peoples.
Toward the end of the period covered by the game, Western colonialism came to be presented as a natural, progress-bringing mission to backward peoples and territories. We can't talk about the narratives of progress in the game without talking about the narratives of colonialism. Progress in this time period wasn't the way many of us think of progress today, as a kind of focused effort to improve things around us, maybe with an eye on global collaboration. Progress in Europe in the early modern period was about spreading European ideas to places it considered backward, and therefore progressing those places into modernity. Those missions to spread progress were the narrative lens through which European powers justified the colonization of territories, the exploitation of natural resources, and even the enslavement of peoples and the subjugation of entire societies. You may have read or heard of the 1899 novella Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad. In it, Conrad depicts the horrors of Belgian colonization in the Congo. If you haven't read it, you may have watched the movie Apocalypse Now, which is narratively based on Heart of Darkness but set in the Vietnam War instead of the Congolese colonial era. And if you don't know either of these, you certainly know Avatar, the 2009 blockbuster by James Cameron that reuses a lot of these narratives. Heart of Darkness undoubtedly adopts a racist perspective. It indiscriminately disparages and dehumanizes its African characters using the typical language of African colonization and Western racism against Africans. At the same time, the book dehumanizes its white characters, not on a racial basis, but on the basis of their engagement in such horrific acts of brutality and violence as are characteristic of colonial regimes. I think this book demonstrates what Aimé Césaire and others have argued, that colonization dehumanizes the colonizer as well as the colonized. And this relationship looks a lot like the one formed between the Nazis and their victims as well. All of these ideas are what we're talking about when we talk about colonization, imperialism, and a post-colonial world, not just the political status of a territory as like a colony. And if you're thinking, yeah, okay, but didn't this colonization stuff end hundreds of years ago? Not really. Official colonial relationships only ended very recently, with most African countries not gaining independence until the late 60s, and some even later. On top of that, many unofficial commercial, political, and cultural relationships between colonial states and their former colonies have not stopped at all. The term for this more recent phenomenon is neo-colonialism, and you may want to read up about it if you're interested in how these phenomena have persisted until today. Hopefully this illustrates what's at stake when we talk about the narratives of progress that are present in EU4. I'm not just nitpicking some historical inaccuracies or pushing some kind of agenda. I'm pointing out how the narratives adopted by EU4 fit within imperialist political ideas, and that those ideas have real consequences in the world today, including forming the basis of racism and justifying the continued exploitation and subjugation of people around the world. Earlier, I promised that I'd come back to the idea of EU4's institutions representing fundamental advances in civilization, according to the wiki. There's a sense in which institutions in EU4 represent the spread of these ideas across an ever-globalizing world, but those ideas always originate in Europe. It's also not very rare for at least some of the 4 later institutions to spawn outside of Europe, so it's not as though Europe really does completely dominate in terms of the mechanics of institutions, but those later ones are much easier to acquire in general. Paradoxically, it seems to me like the justification for violence and exploitation, both during the height of the colonial period and today, is that Europe is bringing some kind of progress to the people she dominates. It's a paradox because we know all too well how horrible and, you might say, barbaric the practices of imperialist regimes have been, both in the past and the present. Many people continue to believe that somehow the West did this for the good of the world or for the good of the very people they harmed. This idea is obviously saturated in colonial propaganda when it comes to the colonization of Africa and the continuation of those ties today. But if you're American, you might think about how the horrors of the Vietnam War, or the Iraq War, or the Afghan War have been framed. The US invades a sovereign country, ostensibly for some political liberation of the peoples they were invading, either to save them from terrorism, or save them from communism, or save them from despotism. And yet we know all too well the horrors committed by the United States in each of these invasions. Our government literally admits to them. What a sad paradox that countries try to argue they're saving the world by destroying entire communities. In the same way, in EU4, presumably when you colonize a province, you raise its development somewhat. You increase its technology, you connect it to a global trade network, you expose it to new ideas. In other words, you bring what's called progress, but at what cost? I already mentioned how people might shrug at the violent atrocities represented in EU4 by saying that's just how people were back then. This kind of thinking is super common, and while it literally is true that people used to commit atrocities, this narrative implies that today we know better. By doing this, we position our present cultures as morally superior to past ones. If you live on Earth, you'll also know that some people, if not most people, see their culture, morality, or lifestyle as morally superior to others, and often frame this superiority as modern or civilized. This way of framing a relationship to an other positions the other not just as inferior, but also as past. Phrases like living in the past or backward highlight this perceived relationship. If we view societies using this kind of progress-focused lens, where progress means things we agree with and everything else is backward, you can pretty much argue anything and say it's in favor of progress. I saw this in the responses to the first part of the video, which I released in an episode format. Some people argued that European societal systems are adopted across the world simply because they're good. Others suggested that military domination is natural and that Europe just happened to develop its military technology sooner than other places, which justifies its dominion. This is kind of a tangent, but why do we so often conflate military power with societal or moral superiority? It really is insane if you stop and think about it. To be honest, when I started writing this essay, I had some sense of what I would be criticizing in the game. I knew that there were some Eurocentric concepts in the gameplay, and I was actually really excited to explore those and see what EU4 says about the world, since it touches on so many different historical and contemporary ideas like power, progress, economics, and identity, but also colonization, industrialization, religion, etc. But now that I'm about halfway through the gameplay topics I wanted to cover, I feel more than ever that the non-European content is literally just side content. Like, part of me sticks to the old EU4 player inside me that says, no, that's ridiculous. Players love Japan. They love forming the Mughals and the Aztecs, or doing trade stuff in Southeast Asia, and forming Al-Andalus is always great, and Ethiopia, and trying to unify Islam is fun. But as I've worked on this project, I'm really starting to realize that all of this content is a tiny minority compared to the European content, both in terms of mechanical complexity, and especially in terms of narrative cohesion. I've had people disagree with my videos here on YouTube, and some of them do just say racist things, but I think most of them are genuinely just wondering why I think this is even a problem. They say, duh, of course it's Eurocentric, and that's what we wanted. And I guess I hadn't realized that before. To me, that's really fascinating, because I was wrong. As for the emergent narratives that relate to ideas of progress, I think EU4 is pretty clear-cut. On the whole, it prioritizes a linear advancement portrayal of technological adaptation that's in line with the dominant narratives in the West about how technologies are spread, despite academics and historians not necessarily sharing that view in consensus. Something I'm noticing over and over is that the game is largely uncritical of any historical narratives it depicts. It rarely challenges what might be called popular Western narratives of history, despite us clearly sometimes having the hindsight to do so, like with colonization. At the same time, it pretends to be accurate despite artificially favoring Europe by building 90% of its mechanics and world simulation around European historical perspectives. This fundamental contradiction is probably my biggest criticism of the game, and something we'll be getting more into as we continue this analysis. If there's one thing I want to push back against in this section, it's the idea of temporal progress. Modern global narratives have predisposed us to this idea that the world is constantly improving. We look around at our world and we see insane technological changes that occur literally every year, and from that we infer a reality that is short-sighted at best. The rapid growth in technological complexity and capability that we see every day is factual, But to then infer that any other way of living is inferior is really stupid. Like, yes, our technologies absolutely give us certain advantages. For example, our global average life expectancy has basically doubled in just the last 100 years. The world population has quintupled in the same amount of time. But what about all the other factors? Can we really objectively say that the way we live now is superior to other ways of living? For the people already typing in the comments, no, I wouldn't rather live in any other time than now. If anything, I'd personally probably want to live in the future. But I've bought into these narratives. I'm part of the problem. We're used to the world we live in, so of course it seems better for us. But I guarantee that almost everyone in the past would prefer their world to ours, despite some of the advantages we've gained. My point is that there's no such thing as civilizational advancement. There isn't even such a thing as technological advancement unless we narrow our claim to a specific domain. For example, computer graphics have advanced in the last 20 years because today they have more photorealistic capability than they did 20 years ago, which is their goal. Without a specific goal, you can't even compare two technologies. Yes, we live longer today, but I guarantee that we in the West are one of the most alienated and lonely civilizations ever to walk the earth. Yes, most of the world no longer has to farm to feed their family, but instead most of us have to work meaningless jobs in mass-produced corporatized industries. The worst thing of all to me is this notion of placing other people in the past through expressions of a less civilized status. Societies that differ from yours are not inferior, nor are they superior. You may prefer your own, you might even prefer another one, but you can compare certain aspects and make certain decisions about what you want to prioritize. I'm not arguing for moral equivalence of all things, obviously, since I've spent hours on here criticizing past and present moral choices. But in the end, we're still all human. The period of history covered by EU4 is a time of radical economic upheaval and a total transformation of much of the world's economic structure. From changes in the way that products were produced to who they were produced for, this period of history saw the rise of the world economy as a force in its own right. And at the end of this period, the current world economic model of capitalism had become entrenched. Just as states came to wield much more power than they ever had, they also became ever more interdependent on the intercontinental network of trade routes. Entire continents were used as fodder to fuel this economic machine, and entire populations were enslaved or coerced by the force of newly powerful states to enter the workforce and provide the manpower needed to sustain the advent of mass production. The population of the world also boomed during this time, from less than 500 million people to over 1 billion, and cities started to become hubs for global trade, science, and wide-reaching political decision-making. Europa Universalis 4 models these historical narratives and processes through an impressive economic simulator that forms an essential pillar of gameplay. This section will pick apart the gameplay systems that create the economic experiences of the game, from income to expenses, to trade and production, to colonization and slavery, and even my favorite mechanic, loans. The game embraces a perspective on state and international economics that is in line with a lot of other topics we've already covered in this essay, including that the state has supreme authority over the economy and the public income it generates. EU4 embraces a colonial and imperial perspective on economics that intertwines with the rise of early capitalism, global empires, and global trade. In EU4, these ideas are practically synonymous, and once again are baked into the game's mechanical incentives no matter what type of state you're playing as. It's especially clear that the game adopts a perspective of historical determinism when it comes to the economic models of the world, as well as allowing the player to reenact imperialism and the European-style settler colonialism of this period. Like many other games in this genre, EU4 is a game about building empires, and while the economic reality of massive states in the real world is far from stable, in EU4, the way the economic systems are designed makes snowballing inevitable if players follow the incentivized methods of play. What this means really is that the larger a country becomes, the easier it is to grow even bigger, a narrative that mirrors the capitalist idea of infinite compounding growth. The economic front is also the battlefield where empires compete before a war breaks out, and much of the zero-sum thinking from this section on power applies directly to the economic competition between nations in this game. The unit of economic value in EU4 is development. Every province has 3 development values that, when combined, define the basic economic value of that province. These 3 values are tax, production, and manpower, and they are the basis that define how much taxation, production, and manpower the province will produce for the country that owns it. Development is interesting because it doesn't exactly refer to, well, anything in particular. Countries can spend administrative power to increase tax, diplomatic power to increase production, and military power to increase manpower, but it's not exactly clear what these actions represent in reality. Let's walk through why this is the case using tax as an example. Based on the internal narrative of the game, we can infer that investing admin power into a province might represent some kind of public investment into improving the administration of the province, thereby maybe more efficiently taxing the population. But that's strange because there is a separate modifier in the game called local taxation efficiency, as well as national taxation efficiency, which both modify the base tax in order to calculate a tax yield for the country. Similarly, you can raise and lower the local tax policy on a province by decreasing or increasing the local autonomy modifier. Like we already discussed in the first part, higher autonomy equals lower taxes, which equals lower unrest. Therefore, we can reasonably assume that the autonomy modifier represents the intensity of the state's taxation policy, as well as its ability to extract taxes from the population, while the efficiency modifiers represent other factors outside of the state's direct policy. But what about the base tax number? What does development represent? If we look on the wiki, province tax values are defined as roughly corresponding to the population and wealth of that area. Now, there's definitely a sense in which population is meant to somewhat correlate with development, but that's not the whole story, which is expressed in the wealth part of the wiki statement. If you were one of the viewers of my research live stream a few months back, you'll know that I was doing a little bit of number crunching for this section in order to analyze exactly what development is supposed to represent in this game. After all, tax development should correlate to population, sure, but you know what else definitely would? Manpower development. So there's clearly a sense in which the more people are in a province, the better the economic yield of the province, right? Well, let's take a look at some numbers. I have a bit of a research background, quite a different field from this, but I do love spreadsheets, so I went ahead and built this spreadsheet analyzing how development was allocated across the world. To keep things simple so that others can replicate this model, I took the starting development in 1444 for all 6 populated continents. I counted these myself on stream, province by looking at the game's in-game borders between continents. But for the sake of corroboration and to avoid errors, I also took data from the popular website Scanderbeg, which allows you to analyze EU4's 1444 game state, as well as any save files you load into it. It's a great tool which I recommend if you want to take a look at some of this data yourself. Scanderbeg has a built-in sheet detailing development values broken down by continent, but it's not perfect. You see, when you search by continent, the tool looks at what continent the country is on and applies all the development of that country to the continent. Luckily for me, the only country that really has a notable amount of development on 2 continents in 1444 is the Mamluks. To fix this, I just divided the values of the Mamluks in half and applied them equally to Africa and Asia. That was the only modification I made to the data, and then I loaded it all into my sheet to analyze. Oh, also, I was able to estimate the development of uncolonized provinces worldwide by subtracting the world's total development in my province by province count from the Scanderbeg total, because Scanderbeg doesn't count unclaimed provinces. My province by province count is pretty consistent with the development counts from Scanderbeg. In both cases, Asia is the largest continent with 38% of the world's development. Europe is the second largest with about 33% of the development. Africa is 11% in both counts, and both North and South America, as well as Oceania, all combined is about 17%. The major difference between my count and the Scanderbeg count is the uncolonized territory I mentioned before. The only continents that significantly change are the ones with the most uncolonized territories, which are North America, South America, and Oceania. But honestly, Oceania represents such a small amount of the world's development that we're really just talking about the Americas here. Oceania isn't even considered a continent on the Scanderbeg dataset. It's lumped in with Asia. Despite this, my hand-counted numbers gave Asia more development than the Scanderbeg numbers, even including Oceania. Really, my hand-counted numbers are more accurate when it comes to total development, but they're close enough that we can use Scanderbeg's really handy tools later on to check out some of the other cool stats that we'll get into. That's why I'm setting this up here. So now that you know where I got my data, let's compare it to some real-world data. I know development isn't the same as population, but because we can actually compare those two numbers instead of some ambiguous idea of how well the state can extract resources from the province, let's go with the general idea that at the very least, more population would mean more development. After all, even if you're in the camp of people who says that development represents infrastructure in the abstract, surely more infrastructure and lowercase development means greater capacity for population, right? If a state can feed and support more people using societal developments, they're gonna starve less and grow in population. I feel like that's a reasonable assumption to an extent. Okay, that said, let's see how EU4 compares to historical population numbers. It may come as little surprise that a few continents have been overrepresented. Africa and South America are actually pretty spot on with their development counts, but North America, Oceania, and Europe have been significantly overrepresented at the cost of Asia. North America and Europe both have double the development share that they would under a population model. North America had a substantial population, about 6% of the world, but was mostly not operating with mass cultivation or larger societal units, so why give North America 11% of the game's development? Europe, meanwhile, was historically about 15% of the world's population, but accounts for 33% of the development in-game. These overrepresented continents gain their development at the cost of Asia, which has been drastically underrepresented, occupying 61% of the world's population in 1450, and by literally any metric being wealthy and a developed continent during this period, even if you want to take the position that development is about the scale of societies and the benefits of farming, etc. I'd love to see a mod of the game that doesn't change anything except scaling the development to population in these areas, just to see how much would change in terms of the balance of power in the late game. If you're an EU4 modder and you can do this, shoot me a message on my Discord. But the discrepancies don't end with population alone. Let's break down development and look at some of the specific economic indicators for each of the continents. Let's start with a simple question. How consistent is EU4's connection between province income and development? In other words, does more development always translate to more money? The answer is yes. So European, Asian, and African development all yields between 11 and 12 cents per month for their respective countries. I think this demonstrates how consistently development translates directly into income, regardless of differences in government type and starting traditions. To be fair, this is the start of the game, and I'd expect these individual values to change over time, especially as certain countries start to squeeze out more and more value from their provinces through ideas or benefit more from trading in certain goods. But overall, at a continental level, these differences seem to kind of even out. And most of the world's development yields between 11 and 12 cents for the vast majority of the world's countries. North and South America are much higher on this measurement, coming in at around 19 and 16 cents per development respectively. This is because these continents have a lot of tiny countries in them, and there's a minimum amount of income that countries get just for existing, which raises the average somewhat. Okay, so EU4 is internally consistent in the relationship between income and development. Next, let's take a look at the other major yield from a province, which is manpower. Manpower yields look pretty similar across the board, which makes sense. Again, North and South America get boosted due to having a bunch of tiny countries, while Europe, Asia, and Africa are all within a similar region. In this case, I think it's worth noting that Europe has the smallest yield, which might give us a clue about the nature of the massive amount of development in Europe. I think that the developers understood that European populations at this time were not, equal to Asia. In fact, they were less than a quarter of Asia's population. So keeping this in mind, the devs lowered the manpower development values relative to the total development, resulting in lower yields in manpower per total development. So that makes sense, right? But what this also means is that Europe has a lot, and I mean a lot, of tax and manpower development to compensate. Because remember, Europe and Asia have almost equal development in 1444. This might be intending to represent how Europe had a smaller population, but were still relatively prosperous at the continental level, right? Let's go back to manpower and compare it to the historical population values. Okay, so no, Europe is not nerfed when it comes to development. In fact, Europe has the second highest manpower yield per million people according to historical estimates, at about 30,000 manpower per million people historically. Asia, meanwhile, is sitting at a measly 8,500. So in EU4, European states are fielding over 3 times the armies of their Asian counterparts for an equal population. That's kind of a joke. By the way, this graph is all over the place, with North America also ridiculously high, and the other continents just a mess. But it gets even better. Let's take a look at one more statistic, a more complex one. Let's take the world as a whole, all 500 million people or so, and compare that to the total development of EU4. With those numbers, we can say that 42 development represents roughly 1 million people historically. In other words, it takes about 24,000 people to produce 1 unit of development in EU4 in terms of a world average. Okay, so now let's take a look at each continent's individual values and see how they compare to this average. Europe's development per population is 2.6 times higher than the world average. Africa and North America are pretty close to each other on this stat, and close to the actual world average as well. Meanwhile, South America languishes at a quarter of that. This reveals just how much the game favors Europe before any of the other mechanical advantages of playing in Europe that we've been discussing. But really, the biggest shock is just how underrepresented Asia is. It takes 2 Asians to produce as much wealth as 1 African in EU4. Pretty bad. But it takes 5 Asians to produce the same amount of economic output as 1 European. EU4 is operating on the assumption that 1 person in Europe in 1444 was producing no less than 5 times the wealth per capita of a person in Asia. And again, I'm not sure you can make the case that higher development is supposed to represent public infrastructure because there is also the option for investing in public infrastructure. It's called buildings. And you can't say that development represents state policy either because there's autonomy, state policies, national advisors, national ideas, and a million other ways to control province yields that are explicitly representing state policy. But what do I know?
Because we think development is something different from what it is. Development is not population. It is just how much resources can the state extract from a city. I think the people who talk about realism don't actually study history. Because let me tell you something. EU4 is the greatest game ever made in terms of history. Ever. Never will be beaten either.
There's one last statistic here that I want to mention, which is province density. Of course, not all provinces are the same size in EU4, and province density is very important when considering the economic potential of a continent because it's much cheaper to bring 10 provinces to level 10 development than it would be to bring 2 provinces to level 50 development, for example, even though in both cases you'd have a total of 100 development. In other words, distributed development is cheaper. More provinces means more economic power. If we compare the average province size on each continent in square kilometers, we can see that Europe has by far the smallest provinces at 12,000 square kilometers on average. Asia is the next smallest at over 3 times the size, 40,000 kilometers squared on average. Next is North America, interestingly enough, at 45,000, then both South America and Africa at about 70,000, and finally Oceania at a whopping 100,000 square kilometer average province size. So first let's talk caveats. The main one is Oceania. Australia is dominated by a large wasteland tile which doesn't count for provinces, and so the Oceania data can safely be ignored for this analysis. Africa and South America also have large amounts of wasteland due to the Sahara Desert, the jungles in Central Africa, and the deserts in South Africa, as well as the Amazon in South America. Africa has probably the most total wasteland in the whole game, which helps to explain this huge province to land ratio. But Asia and Europe both have relatively small amounts of wasteland, and so their average province size is actually pretty representative of the in-game experience. And once again, Europe has a 4x advantage over Asia. It's actually crazy how consistent the game is when it comes to screwing over Asia in favor of Europe. The other thing to consider with the map and the province sizing is the projection itself. This is a map game after all, so we gotta talk about the map. If you don't know what a map projection is, it refers to the way that flat maps are created to represent our spherical planet. When you take a sphere and try to put it on a flat rectangle, the content has to change a little. It has to either shrink or stretch or get deformed based on how the process is done. And that process is called projecting. I found a Reddit post that took the popular Miller map projection and superimposed EU4's world map to show that EU4 uses a slightly modified Miller projection. The Miller projection is basically intended to avoid deforming the map's shapes, but at the cost of stretching it vertically at the poles. While this doesn't affect the balancing, because in the end, it's the values we just talked about that affect the balance, it does make Europe and Northern Asia look much larger than they're supposed to be, which can exacerbate the province size effect on a place like Africa, so I thought I'd mention it. I think the takeaway here is mainly that Europe, once again, has tiny provinces while the other continents have massive ones, thereby further limiting the potential for economic growth at a continental level, because having more provinces is always better, meaning smaller provinces are always better. Well, okay, that was a lot of graphs and data. I'll have a link to all the graphs as well as the data I used in the description, so feel free to take a look at it and make your own inferences or verify what I said. There's some other interesting stats in there that I didn't get to cover here, but you can download my spreadsheet and input different historical population estimates to see how they affect the values. But while the studies of historical population trends don't completely converge on specific numbers, there's a general consistency with the ratio between the major continents. So these trends should hold up despite the variation in the estimates you might find for the population of the world in 1450. The rest of this section won't be so numbers heavy. I wanted to use the development issue to set the stage for everything we're going to be talking about when it comes to economic narratives. Any discussion of taxation, colonization, state infrastructure, and other economic mechanics are going to be predicated on this inherent imbalance within the starting conditions of what really should be a simulator, especially when it comes to economics. Just like in the other sections, the design of EU4 not only favors Europe in terms of attention, presentation, and thematic value, but it also boosts it mechanically to such a degree that it's kind of hilarious. It honestly seems like a handicap, and we haven't even gotten to the trade advantages yet. But Europe being overpowered isn't the central point of this video. And Europe aside, there's an interesting takeaway from the graphs that I've made, which is that ultimately there is no such thing as population in EU4, nor anything that accurately represents it. Instead, the game's economy is driven by development, that abstract, undefined, heavily loaded concept that is so murky, it'll take the rest of this section to get to the heart of what it means. So keep that in mind as we go forward. Like so much of EU4, the core of the economic mechanics operates on an assumption of very, very powerful state authority over policy and investment outcomes. When we discussed power narratives in the first section, I mentioned how this allows the game to give authority and predictable outcomes to the player. Just like moving armies in the real world doesn't always go as planned, it goes without saying that economic policies are not exactly under anyone's direct control. For the sake of gameplay, the game economy and the results of the player actions are predictable and provide immediate feedback, especially for skilled players who understand how the economic factors fit together. The state is the definitive economic driver. Not only does the player choose when and where to make investments, but also what policies to implement and exactly how to spend those collected taxes. There's no inefficiency or ambiguity when it comes to state spending. Things cost exactly what they say, and the only losses or changes in costs are due to inflation, which is readily viewable in the economy screen and modifiable through the spending of admin points. So let's go through an economic overview of the state's role as a collector and distributor of resources in this game. The three primary income sources are taxation, production, and trade. We'll be talking about trade later, so let's ignore that for now and focus on taxation and production. Both of these values are basically levied from each province in a country, and the amount of taxation and production income is first determined by the development of the province. Taxation is determined by the tax development value, while production is the production development value. Both of these values are then modified by autonomy, as well as an efficiency value. Efficiency is a number we'll talk about a lot in EU4. It's basically a series of bonuses or malices that players can accumulate through taking certain actions, investing in ideas, and lots of other ways. Many factors can affect taxation efficiency, including state tolerance toward the local religion and culture of the province, provincial unrest, and some other values that we'll discuss later on, such as crown land ownership. People pay you more taxes if tax development is higher, if they like the government, and if the government has a high amount of authority in the province. Makes sense. Incorporating provinces into a state lowers their minimum local autonomy at the cost of having to spend extra admin points to core the land. When the provinces aren't in a state, they're only considered territories, and so the autonomy can't go lower than 90%, which basically means you only get 10% of the total taxes you could be collecting from the province if it was a full core. Production is actually very different and a little bit more complex than tax. Production is not affected by the local religion, unrest, or even culture. Instead, it's primarily affected by the trade value of the province, which is basically a combination of the production development and the value of the trade good that the province produces. These values combined more or less determine the raw production output of a province, which is then modified by efficiency bonuses and autonomy. Trade goods range in base values from 2 to 4, except for a couple special goods that we'll talk about in a second. Some trade goods were important global exports historically, like tea, sugar, coffee, and spices, while others are more like essential regional commodities like grain, livestock, salt, and fish. Most goods have a chance of changing in value due to a random event occurring, and it's worth noting that these prices are global. This could imply the existence of a global commodity market in EU4 before the whole world is really even in contact with itself, which is obviously anachronistic. But in reality, I think the different values of goods are more just intended to provide some diversity to the production and trade value outcomes, and making the values global just simplifies an already very complex game economy, both for the designers and for the players. Silk is a good example of a trade good that can increase in value significantly for 40 years through a mission, which I guess gives some interesting historical flavor to the game, even if min-maxing in accordance with trade good values isn't usually worth it. One situation where trade goods do come in handy is when you control more than 18% of the global production of a certain good and can receive bonuses which are unique to that trade good. For example, if you control 25% of the world's wine supply, you receive the trading in wine bonus and you get -1 national unrest. So what about those unique trade goods that I mentioned? Well, the first is cloves, which is unique partly in that I didn't even know it existed at all before making this video, despite having close to 3,000 hours in this game. It's only in a tiny handful of provinces in Southeast Asia, and has a ridiculously high value of 8 ducats. Plus, according to the wiki, it doesn't have any price changing events at the moment. The next unique good is coal, which, like cloves, has a very high value of 10. Coal only becomes available in the late game after the Age of Enlightenment has started, and to appear requires that provinces have 20 development and that the owner has an innovativeness value greater than 20. When the conditions are met, the province replaces whatever trade good it had before with coal, and the country can build a furnace building on top of it to get an amazing 5% goods produced bonus. Unsurprisingly, coal provinces are concentrated in Europe, with a handful in what usually becomes the United States by this point, as well as some in China and Russia. Meanwhile, other major powers like the entire Ottoman Empire region, all of Africa, and all of India only get 1 coal province each. Oh, and South America gets 2. To be fair, I did do a quick search on global coal deposits and found that EU4 wasn't too far off with its distribution of coal, except that it definitely nerfed East Asia, North America, and actually boosted Europe significantly. But I'm not a big geology guy, so I don't know if these deposits were all discovered or even accessible with the technologies of the time. Still, I feel like intuitively accessible coal should still correlate with the biggest deposits. And I mean, China is literally one giant coal mine, and they have like 4 coal provinces, which is the same as like Belgium. Let's move on to the third special trade good that we need to address, slaves. Yes, this game has slavery in the form of slaves as a trade good. They're not worth much, only 2 ducats to start with, but they have a chance of going up a bit higher in value. I haven't talked much about the specific events that appear in this game because if I did, this video would be too long. But I think as we're discussing the game's narrative perspective, it's worth mentioning one event now, which is the triangle trade event. In this case, the event is worded exclusively in economic terms, without any kind of judgment or ideology one way or another. Well, this is how it seems at first, until you realize that this distant, economically motivated perspective is at least in some ways just like the one of the colonial rulers at the start of the triangle trade. By the end, of course, racism had become deeply entrenched, and the narratives of civilizing were spreading as fast as the missionaries could be sent out. But at this early stage, at the very beginning, it's really a form of proto-capitalism that is motivating exploitation. And this proto-capitalist narrative voice is pretty much the tone of all the language surrounding economic events, modifiers, and all the little diegetic text that the player encounters in the game. The triangle trade event is triggered by having a colonial subject which has 4 of its provinces that produce a combination of cotton, sugar, or tobacco, the key cash crops of early colonial settlements, which employed African slaves. In other words, the cause of the triangle trade in EU4 is triggered purely by economic factors and cannot be avoided by any kind of religious or moral choice. I think that's an interesting way of framing such a devastating and impactful historical phenomenon, and I don't mean that sarcastically. EU4's developers are trying to balance a line between being able to roleplay as a ruthless colonial power, which they intend as a fun power fantasy for their audience, but at the same time, they're well aware that reenacting historical atrocities is not always palatable to that audience. So there's a degree of distance of economic determinism, a lack of choice on the part of the player about whether to engage in the triangle trade, and most notably, an abstraction of the concept of slavery itself into just another trade good. There are a lot of rebel groups in this game, tons and tons of varieties, and yet slave uprisings are not possible in EU4. Everything about slavery is kind of pushed to the background, except for one moment in the game, and can you guess what it is? That's right, it's when you get to abolish slavery. At a certain point in the game, after reaching Admin Tech 15, which is intended in 1596, you get a decision that allows you to abolish slavery. When you abolish slavery, you get a little bit of prestige, as well as 2 temporary modifiers. One is a bonus, minus 5% to tech cost, and one is a malus of minus 1% missionary strength, both for 10 years. And then you also get a couple of permanent modifiers, minus 5% national tax, and minus 5% stability cost modifier. I guess these bonuses are for being such a nice imperial overlord. Although the tax reduction doesn't really make sense to me. Wouldn't the freed slaves now have to pay taxes? If instead we got a reduced production efficiency, that would make sense to me, but tax? Anyways, all these slave producing provinces get swapped over to more valuable trade goods anyways, which is why you always want to click this button. The only other way to prevent slavery is to have the Dominicans as a holy order, which is such a niche mechanic for Iberians. Or you could be a pirate republic and choose the war against the world, which again, possibly even more niche. A number of forum posts have been made online concerning the treatment of slavery in EU4, many of them complaining about the lack of the gameplay purpose and the weight of the decisions surrounding slavery, whether in the triangle trade or other regions. I should mention that while I focused on the triangle trade in this section, slaves can technically be found outside of Africa, but only in the Americas and one port in the Black Sea. So not only do you get to avoid too much reenactment of one of the world's greatest global atrocities, we'll get to a couple more later by the way, but you also get to take credit for abolishing it. After all, there's a button to abolish it, but no button to start doing it in the first place. I think the way EU4 treats slavery is fascinating, especially because of what we've already established about the intended European audience of this game. They had to include some references to slavery in the game. After all, people are even now complaining online that these slavery mechanics aren't realistic enough. But at the same time, do you really want to confront the skeletons in your closet? The reason it's particularly fascinating to me, though, is that EU4 has no problem reenacting other atrocities, maybe atrocities that haven't been so definitively condemned by historical hindsight. But let's hold off on that and discuss the most special of special trade goods, gold. Gold was widely accepted as the currency of international exchange, particularly in the West and Mediterranean spheres. In China, neither gold nor silver really took the role of a currency until much later in history, when exchange with other parts of the world, namely Spanish silver, began to enter Chinese markets. So even when we're talking about what the money itself is and what the special trade goods are, we're distinctly in the perspective of the West on all this stuff. What's unique about gold as a trade good is that it doesn't follow the same production income calculation as the other trade goods, and has a value of 0. Instead, production is calculated as a kind of raw value based on the amount of gold being produced. So here, goods produced becomes the final output value rather than being multiplied by any efficiency numbers. That's why you can't build any efficiency buildings on gold provinces. Gold also appears as its own line item in the national income breakdown and causes inflation based on the proportion of the total budget that it contributes. Gold mines also have a chance of depleting based on how intensely they're being mined, i.e., based on the level of the production development value of the province. The higher the production development, the higher the yearly chance of gold mine depletion. The raw gold being produced is dictated by the goods produced value of the province, which is actually determined by the development as well as being a modifier in its own right. Basically, it increases the output of both production and trade values, making it one of the most powerful economic modifiers in the game. Goods produced seems narratively to have the same role as development when it comes to production, and I think this narrative redundancy comes from the fact that this game is over 10 years old and has been continuously expanded all of that time. Back when the game was released, there were production and taxation values, but no such thing as development. Back then, there was only base tax, a kind of early development number, which actually did seem intended to represent the wealth and population of an area. But now, with the added 3 values of development, certain mechanics have become redundant and end up in this messy set of formula. I don't want to get into the details of the math, but production income is based on trade value is based on goods produced is based on production development. So it seems to me that goods produced is kind of a vestigial mechanic, particularly narratively. To play devil's advocate, it is cool that you can modify these values through events and ideas and create unique situations in the game, rather than having one number affect every economic output. Trade is the third and final major source of income, fourth if you count the income from gold. The way it works is that every province has an associated trade good that it generates trade value for. The owner of that province then gets a somewhat proportional amount of the province trade power. All the trade value of the node is added up to determine the amount of money created in the node, and all of the trade power is measured for each country that has a presence in the node to determine what share of the pie they control. Basically, there's pots of money, and the more money your provinces generate, the more power you have over the node as a whole. But that's just the beginning. Trade nodes also connect to each other in a series of one-directional connections. This is where merchants come in. Players can assign merchants to trade nodes to generate trade income based on the amount of power that the player has in that node. This income is reported as trade income and receives the usual efficiency modifiers that other sources of income get, which can be fun to collect as the player focuses on a specific source of income or a more generalist approach. Merchants can also steer trade down the line to the next node. And in fact, that's what most of them will be doing throughout a player's campaign. Trade flows from one node to the next based on the total power of merchants steering trade. So let's say a trade node only has 2 countries that have power in it, and they're both steering trade down to the next node. That means that all of the trade value will flow into the next node, plus a little bonus called the trade steering boost. This means that the total value of a given trade node is actually the total value generated by the provinces in that node, plus the incoming trade. As a baseline, every country has 2 merchants, which means that most countries start out being able to influence just 2 trade nodes. Because of this, one of the major investments you can make into trade is gaining additional merchants, either through ideas or through creating trade companies. Trade companies are created when a player designates certain provinces as part of a trade company instead of a state. which limits their tax and manpower income in exchange for more trade power, as well as unique buildings that are more geared towards trade and production rather than taxation and manpower. The idea is that you're giving away your land to a chartered company that will basically rule in your name, just like the East India Company infamously did for the British. One of the most important benefits that a trade company provides is a free additional merchant awarded when the trade company controls 50% of the land trade power in a node. This allows players to accumulate merchants to funnel trade downstream toward their home node from their colonies or other imperial possessions around the world. Part of why the system gets tricky is that trade power can be gained without directly owning provinces in the trade node, either by having upstream or downstream power, or by protecting trade using ships, or simply by accumulating bonuses that extend and strengthen your trade power abroad. At this point, you might be wondering what happens when the trade value reaches the end of the line. Does it all get absorbed by merchants collecting it along the way? No, all excess trade that can't be collected will eventually end up in just 3 end nodes. These nodes don't have any downstream nodes, which means that all the trade value left over is divided between any countries that are collecting trade there based on trade power. Can you guess where these 3 nodes are? 2 are in Italy, Genoa and Venice, and 1 is the English Channel. Because the only end nodes are in Europe and the connections between nodes are one-directional, all of the world's nodes flow towards Europe. In Asia and Oceania, trade flows westward. In Africa, it flows north, and in the Americas, it flows... Wait, what? In the Pacific Ocean, trade can flow both east and west, allowing Asian trade to connect to the Americas bidirectionally. And you might think, as I did when I was researching this, that there might be a way for trade to get trapped in a loop because of this, but no, the trade network has no loops. Go look for yourself if you doubt it. All trade eventually flows to the 3 end nodes. While Philippine trade goes to the Polynesian Triangle and Polynesian trade goes to Japan, Japanese trade always flows to Malacca through Hangzhou, not back to the Philippines. To me, nothing else in this game more obviously favors Europe than the accumulation of all the world's generated wealth, inevitably and unavoidably being dragged toward the continent. Obviously, this literally did happen historically in some ways, but it makes no sense to me when I'm playing as the most powerful and prosperous mega empire in Asia for my trade to be siphoned off by little Europeans who are behind in technology, produce less wealth, have less political influence than me. I've been trying to avoid proposing alternative mechanics to the game because I think inserting my supposed fixes is a poor substitute for analysis and criticism of what actually exists. But imagine just for a second if the trade system was adapted dynamically based on the relative value generated on each side of the trade network. For example, if trade from Egypt could flow to Venice, only if Phoenician traders had enough power to pull it. And that if the Egyptians could pull it the other way, then trade would flow in that direction instead. This would allow for the world to be more dynamic and immersive, and improve the quality of the simulation of the world that EU4 is trying to be. On one hand, it might make Europe less likely to be the center of the universe at all times, but on the other hand, any country anywhere in the world could potentially generate the economic power necessary to have trade value flow towards them, including Eastern European powers like Russia or the underestimated superpowers in China or India. Before you tell me that this would break the game because of an infinite loop, I'll say that this is really only the case because that's how the system is currently programmed. I like to tinker with programming myself and have made a little proof of concept for a system like this for a strategy game idea I was messing around with, so yes, it's definitely possible. I think that a bidirectional system would not only make the game more dynamic and more fair, but it would also make global trade a way more serious, high-stakes tug-of-war between nations that the developers seem to intend. Let's elaborate on that last part. Trade in EU4 is an interaction between countries. There is no such thing as internal national trade. This is because the game uses a mercantilist lens in its representation of international trade. Mercantilism is an economic philosophy that European colonial nations had in this period that trade should be about exporting way more than you're importing. That way, currency is always being accumulated in your country. But more than that, it's the perspective of having a state-organized or controlled economy that is mobilized in service of the state's strategic and economic goals. This is not a free market. Instead, producers of goods are regulated by the government, and where those goods are sold is also regulated by the government. For an example, imagine how the British Empire produced tea in their colonies in India and then brought it to Europe to be sold in the French or American markets. That's basically the idea, because then French and American money goes into the British treasury. The key to this trade and economic perspective is that last part, international rivalry. EU4's perspective is in large part based on this idea of the purpose and role of the economy being a tool for the enrichment of the state in opposition to its geopolitical rivals. In other words, it's not so much for the sake of the population's enrichment that we invest in development, infrastructure, and policies that redirect trade towards our ports. Instead, it's for our own benefit as players representing the state that we do these things. An interesting byproduct of this heavily colonialist and mercantilist perspective is that in EU4, there's no difference between the economic enrichment of the state and of its people, and really no difference between the player, the state, and their subjects. Let's talk about state spending. The primary expenditure, at least in importance, is probably the army. Armies require monthly payments to keep morale high, but if maintenance is lowered to its minimum, the armies still cost a lot of money, but have really low morale. You only really lower morale to save money while armies are not in use, and mercenaries can't have their maintenance reduced at all, so they cost a flat monthly rate. The other major cost of armies is reinforcements. When armies suffer casualties, their ranks are reinforced by the country's manpower pool, but there's an additional financial cost to supplying these reinforcements that can easily double or even triple the base maintenance cost of the army. In fact, the majority of state expenditures are related to military expenses. After the army, there's also the navy and fort maintenance, which depend heavily on a country's reliance on these aspects of military strategy, but by the mid or late game should represent significant costs for most playstyles. It should come as no surprise that the military is the primary investment for your state's economic output. As the first section probably made clear, almost everything serves to supply the military gameplay mechanics, and the economic system of the game is no exception. But money does have some other supportive uses aside from direct military investment. Another major expense is investments in economic infrastructure. As they say, you have to spend money to make money. All the efficiency modifiers I mentioned before, well, those can be bought with buildings, which cost money and time to build and improve the output of the province they're built on. The main economic buildings are churches, workshops, and trading posts, which improve taxation, production, and trade outputs respectively. These buildings are a bit weird because, like a lot of highly abstract grand strategy games that include buildings, EU4 seems to imply that there are no churches in a province like Siena in 1444 until we build it ourselves. Yet anyone who has been to Europe knows that some of the largest cathedrals are actually older than 1444. But anyway, we obviously get what they're going for, at least in general. We can kind of narratively assume that this church investment represents a new project sponsored by the state. Same with the workshops or trading posts. These last two buildings make a little more sense to me, as I'm not sure how a church or other religious temple would increase taxation efficiency. Temples had an economic purpose since like the beginning of time, but in a lot of instances around the world during this period, religious institutions were independent from the state and raised money for their own purposes, sometimes through taxes and sometimes through donations. Maybe the implication is that the state will collect a portion of the church proceeds, but I'm pretty sure this was explicitly not the case in Europe, which is the focus of the game, because church property was exempt from taxation until the French Revolution. Maybe someone else can clarify what this is all about. In any case, from a gameplay perspective, players can invest about 100 gold ducats to earn between 40 and 50% more income from these provinces. I generally don't improve taxation or production in provinces unless the monthly yield increase is higher than 0.2 ducats per month, which makes the building pay itself off after about 40 years, assuming nothing else changes. 40 years is a long time, but it's important to continually raise income, even if you're at a net loss, because more income means a larger total debt potential. We'll get into debt in a little bit, but basically EU4 incentivizes growth over net profit, especially because bonuses stack over time. The world economy grows over time as provinces are improved and bonuses are collected, and even a small country at the end of the game will make a proportionally much higher income than they did at the start. I suppose this is also part of the simulation of the world population growth, although it isn't only driven by development growth, but also by technology and other modifiers. This phenomenon happened even in the old days of EU4, back when development didn't exist at all and couldn't be increased. Direct income from bonuses aside, you can also invest in buildings that give bonuses to manpower or sailor output, as well as increase force limit for land and sea, and other buildings that offer other bonuses, like decreasing the governing capacity required to maintain the province, and other boring stuff like that. Governing capacity is a relatively new addition that arbitrarily limits the total development that a country can keep cored, and gives malices if you go above it. On its own, I don't think it sounds like a bad piece of game design, because it provides an additional challenge to governing very large empires, something the game struggles with. But really, to me, it represents one of the worst aspects of EU4's 10 years of continuous updates and DLCs, which is the arbitrary addition of new limitations that then need to be fixed with new mechanics. Like, now they added this limit and I have to spend cash on the buildings to decrease my usage of this random number that was just added in for no reason, or at least that's how it feels as someone who's played the game for a long time. There are a couple other major investments that can be made into provinces that especially improve trade and production output, which is essential in the mid to late game. Manufactories are buildings that cost 500 ducats instead of the standard 100 and improve the goods produced of a province by 1. This is a really big deal, as we talked about the impact of goods produced before. It's basically like boosting production development directly, but by spending money instead of monarch points. Money is much less valuable than monarch points because you can acquire it from many different sources. Therefore, these buildings have a large economic impact when they're well placed. Goods produced also affects trade power and trade value, so again, this is a double bonus. The other major investment is upgrading centers of trade, which, like trade nodes, are preset provinces that have a specific bonus to trade power based on their level. They can be upgraded from level 1 to level 2 for 200 ducats, and from level 2 to level 3 for 1,000 ducats. Upgrades mainly give trade power bonuses to the province, but also institution spread and development cost reduction among some other minor bonuses. Like the trade nodes themselves, centers of trade are preset by the developers and limit the fluidity of the historical simulation. To an extent, centers of trade can be attributed to geographical advantages of certain cities like Constantinople or Aden, but I think from the development perspective, these locations were intended to reflect the historical reality of where these centers of trade were in the real world. The bonus isn't such a make or break that the simulation can't adapt to some areas being less successful than in the real world, but when coupled with the very rigid trade network, the system reinforces historical accuracy over immersion and adaptability, in my opinion. Going back to what you can spend money on, you can also spend 200 ducats to build a fort, which is usually a good idea for me because I tend to delete most of the forts I acquire in the early game, and one well-placed fort in defensible terrain or a strategic choke point is worth more than 5 forts placed willy-nilly all over the country. Another major expense is advisors. Advisors are characters that you can hire that give specific bonuses for being in your government, as well as monarch points every month. Administrative advisors give bonuses to things that maintain the stability and legitimacy of your government, as well as other things like taxation efficiency, production efficiency, and missionary strength to help you convert provinces to the state religion. Diplomatic advisors help with things like diplomatic reputation, improving relations with other countries, naval morale, and trade efficiency. Military advisors, unsurprisingly, give bonuses to military and military infrastructure, like increased national manpower, morale of armies, discipline, and fort defense, as well as reinforcement speed. Advisors are extremely valuable, particularly for their contribution of monarch points, which again are the most important currencies in this game. The number of monarch points an advisor contributes each month is based on their level, and the cost of your advisor is based on the level squared. So level 1 advisors give 1 monarch point and cost a base price of 1 ducat per month. Level 2 advisors cost 4 ducats per month, and level 3 advisors cost 9 ducats per month, and so on until a max level of 5. The costs also increase over time, with the base cost being about 2.9 times higher in 1821. There are also a lot of bonuses to reduce advisor costs, which can be a very powerful way of investing in the country. For example, getting all level 5 advisors might cost a base price of 75 to 100 ducats per month, but in exchange, the country will gain 5 extra monarch points in each category, which is like having a 555 ruler on top of whatever stats your ruler has. It's a huge deal and it comes at a big cost. Although you're hiring characters in the game, this cost is likely meant to represent the statewide policies or institutional investments that cost money to be maintained that are led by those characters. Like a lot of the named characters in EU4, advisors aren't really people in their own right because they don't have any agency or wider narrative role aside from the occasional event where they have an affair with your ruler's consort or are executed as a scapegoat for messing something up. There are some unique advisors that can be hired through events, namely Leonardo da Vinci, among many others like that, but these are flavor text in much the same way that a lot of the unique events spawn for certain provinces, like unique fortifications that had some historical importance. Still, while it's only flavor, these small elements do have a value to a certain segment of players who enjoy the mild immersion and role-playing aspects of EU4. Though I think these elements are really not the game's strong suit, it's good to know that some players at least get some enjoyment out of these more explicitly narrative elements. This plays into the idea of embodying historical narratives and, for better or worse, reenacting specific economic, political, and social perspectives. Where EU4 undoubtedly lacks, even for these players, is the variety of choice of worldview that players can viably operate within. And when it comes to economic policy, there has really been a push toward including more chill, tall playstyles, as well as content that has attempted to expand this part of the game. This was probably to appeal to the players of games like Civilization V in 2010 and Civilization VI in 2016, which sold somewhere around 20 million copies between them, making them easily the most popular grand strategy games of all time. It seems very likely to me that the success of the Civilization franchise, which provides entire gameplay systems and victory conditions that allow war to be completely avoided, have influenced EU4's post-launch content and marketing toward a more well-rounded approach to empire management. And it worked. The game went from about 300,000 players when I started playing in 2014 to somewhere probably just under 3 million in 2025. On top of that, it seems more players that are new to the genre have been getting into the game and playing without the aggressive strategies that used to be completely necessary to even survive in the campaign. This seems to be due in part to the success of other Paradox titles with a broader appeal that funnel players toward EU4 when they're on the hunt for other games with this historical simulator 4X niche. According to EU4's publisher, Paradox Interactive, in their 2023 annual report, the biggest titles in terms of player base and revenue were City Skylines and City Skylines 2, which are city builder games. Then came Crusader Kings 3, Hearts of Iron 4, and Stellaris, which are grand strategy titles more similar to EU4 in gameplay and content. I think the success of Paradox's more popular, more accessible strategy games has informed the direction of post-launch EU4. The post-launch content delivered through free updates and paid DLCs has provided more and more alternatives to the core gameplay systems to cater to a fanbase that is growing in number and demographic diversity, which includes various levels of familiarity with the 4X genre. Still, the continued success of EU4 so many years after its initial release has undeniably contributed to the overall popularity of Paradox as a grand strategy publisher and developer. So the relationship between EU4 and its siblings seems bidirectionally positive. At the same time, I can't help but see EU4's initial release as the last of its kind, at least for the foreseeable future, as AAA strategy publishers are more and more drawn to the wider appeal of games like Hearts of Iron 4, Stellaris, and even Civ 6, which really don't require the same amount of time investment to learn as EU4 did in its initial release, nor do they enforce the same rigid strategic environment that heavily punishes mistakes. Basically what I'm saying is that strategy games are getting easier and more accessible, both in terms of difficulty and in terms of limiting the thematic focus on wargaming, even in games that literally are wargames. You might be thinking, isn't this the same dude who just a few hours ago was complaining about the excessive focus on violence in the games industry and in EU4 in particular? Well, yeah, I guess, but it's complicated. In some ways, I'm pretty well aligned with the shift in the industry towards more well-rounded representations of society that provide more cooperative and growth-oriented alternatives to the zero-sum antagonistic relationships we see in EU4. At the same time, I think that it's possible for games to demonstrate a more well-rounded perspective on the simulation of states without sacrificing complexity or strategic depth or even difficulty. And I just happen to like games that provide that kind of difficult experience that forces you to learn through failure. While I think that the changes to the game have overall made it easier and easier over the years, I don't think that this is really such a bad thing, even if I've been frustrated by it in the past. Making the game more accessible and interesting to larger audiences is not just understandable, but probably what I would have wanted when I was first starting to play as well. It feels a bit unfair to act all back in my day things were harder, when the challenge still exists for advanced and experienced players, and you can absolutely see that when you look at what some of the top players have been able to achieve over the last 10 years. My main gripe with the addition of all this extra content is how it feature bloats the game to the point where many mechanics are simply redundant or a complete nuisance to engage with. The major addition of development as a core mechanical system was one that really expanded the scope of what could be done with a country for the better. And while it made the game slightly easier, it also vastly increased the amount of development that would be in the world by the time you reach the end of the game, which made conquest balanced by adding more costs to conquer things while also expanding the player's potential power if they understand the new mechanics. I think other additions have been much less successful. I already mentioned some of the redundancies of the formulas for certain economic values, like goods produced being proportional to but distinct from production development, as well as the arbitrary limits that come from governing capacity and all of its associated nonsense mechanics. I'm sure every player can name a few additions that they personally don't see the point in, but this all goes to show the effort that was made to expand the economic gameplay mechanics to the point of creating a fully fleshed out aspect of gameplay in its own right. If I was making this video back in 2014, I'm not sure that the economy would even warrant its own dedicated section, but today it's the longest section of this never-ending video. Speaking of things that will never end, let's talk about paying the national debt. In EU4, countries can take out bank loans as well as loans from other countries, though in practice, loans between other countries almost never happen. Bank loans have a default interest rate of 4% annually, which seems generous in our modern era, but can easily spiral out of control when players aren't experienced with economy optimization. You're required to pay your monthly interest every month, and it comes out of the National Expenses tab, so the size of a loan never increases over time, but this monthly interest can become a hefty burden on the state treasury, let alone trying to pay back the principal amount. There are bonuses that can be collected for reducing bank interest rates, and the minimum in the game is 1%. Though because of the overpowered nature of reducing interest rates, most interest rate reductions are temporary, and hunting down the permanent bonuses requires a dedicated strategy. This is because back in 2017 and 2018, it became extremely popular to hunt down a series of interest reduction bonuses so you could get interest down to the, at the time, minimum of 0.25%. Back then, bonuses used to reduce interest by a whole 1%, rather than the more common 0.25 or 0.5% today. This meant that with a few bonuses, players could borrow vast amounts of money and launch themselves at their rivals with huge armies paid for in future income. The strategy involved borrowing to conquer land, then being able to borrow more due to having a larger total development. This meant that as long as your rate of borrowing was less than your rate of conquest, you could eventually turn things around or at least keep borrowing forever. And if you had to go bankrupt once or twice in a campaign, so be it. In my first world conquest, I think I went bankrupt 5 or 6 times. The penalties are severe and mainly involve the downgrading of recent investments like buildings being deleted, as well as having super weak armies for 5 years, not being able to take loans for 5 years, and most of your neighbors wanting to take the opportunity to invade you during this period. But with good preparation, the worst effects can be mitigated, and even if you do lose a war or two, you could potentially be resetting a debt of tens of thousands of ducats, which is basically just straight profit for your empire. Obviously, these days things are a bit different, with interest rates in-game persisting much higher than they did back in 2017. But still, the core idea remains that if you conquer faster than you borrow, you can outgrow your debt and eventually skyrocket in wealth to the point of not needing debt anymore. This idea of state debt seems to ring true when taking a look at the economic history of the last 500 years. Ever since state debt was invented by the Medicis in the 15th century, debt has been an inescapable tool for modern states in the West and eventually everywhere else in the world. And if we look at the trajectory of modern debt in the United States today, the strategy of borrowing because who's going to stop you if you're the most powerful country in the world seems to ring true as well. I wanted to bring this up because I think it highlights the extent to which the economics remains a kind of extension of political and military power, even today. The strongest guarantor of an economic policy seems to be, both in EU4 and through to today, a military. So let's zoom out a bit and think about what this says about EU4's representation of the development of early capitalism. Like so many things in this game, not only do players engage with diegetic narratives about the recent history of our planet, but they are also steered towards embodying those narratives simply through the design of systems that attempt to mirror the historical conditions that those narratives arose in. The problem with this is, of course, that it creates a kind of historical determinism, as we talked about at length in the section on technology and progress. But at the same time, from the perspective of providing an immersive narrative experience, it's pretty much just good game design, right? I know I've been critical of many narratives that the game presents, both because I disagree with them, but also because I think that they misrepresent some aspects of the world and of history. But when it comes to demonstrating how a few economic conditions can result in far-reaching consequences through the player's chosen strategies themselves, that's crazy. The designers just had to put state debt into the game with a relatively low interest rate and have total debt proportional to the economic output of the country, and bam, what do you get? Massive debt spirals that fuel global imperialism just like in the real world. And that's really cool. Before we move on to talking about estates and colonization, I also want to mention that some government types, notably native tribes, get unique buildings that more or less serve the same functions as those we just talked about, but are flavored to reflect the societal differences between quote-unquote native tribal governments and more centralized states. This would be fine by me if more countries were considered tribal, and I guess if the word tribe and native didn't have the connotation of inferiority that they carry, especially in a game about global empires. The introduction of unique content that is at least aimed at creating experiences specific to the conditions of different societies is something I support, but I think that the introduction of tribal buildings and the tribal mechanics in general came off as too little too late. The other thing is that they only applied to the New World, when really most of the world was probably living more or less tribally during this time period. I mean, even in Europe, the definitively not tribal people of the world, we can kind of see that feudal states are more or less like tribes, while a kingdom is something like a tribal confederation, even in 1444. It's the negotiation of these narrative perspectives that, of course, fascinates me about this game, and I think that too often the value of these narratives is just a bit superficial, like renamed buildings that work more or less the same way. I think EU4's strength as a game is its role as a simulator of a lot of interwoven systems, and letting the narrative emerge from these conditions seems to me to be the best way of handling something like tribal buildings. In other words, if you had a gameplay system that wasn't so overly focused on Europe in the first place, there wouldn't be a need to develop all this alternative content for the countries that don't fit into the rigid narratives of what a state is supposed to be or what a tribe is supposed to be. I'm not an expert on CK2, but from what I understand, that game uses a more emergent concept of its political definitions that incorporates permutations based on religion, laws, and other factors. Imperator Rome, despite having a literal civilization value and literal barbarians, still does this to an extent with its variety and depth of political denominations and mechanics. Both of these games have a more developed internal political mechanical system that doesn't rely just on clicking flat bonuses, and I think they're more successful at representing societal difference without maintaining rigid dichotomies like tribal versus feudal. With that said, let's take a look at some of the only internal mechanics when it comes to EU4's economic policies. I initially debated talking about estates in this section because, in many ways, estates represent a political institution and could fit in the section on power. But eventually, I decided that the political institution of the three estates is actually just a way of codifying a socioeconomic caste system, and so I figured we should talk about it here instead. On top of that conceptual reason, the primary impact of the estates on gameplay is economic, so it made sense from a gameplay perspective as well. Let's talk about what the estates are, what they represent, and how they fit into the rest of this puzzle. Estates are the closest thing to an internal faction struggle within the countries of the game, aside from rebels. The three default estates are the nobility, the clergy, and the burghers, which is in line with the way that feudal Europe divided its population into castes according to societal roles. However, the three estates historically were the nobility, who were generally landowners and responsible for the safety and military defense of the land. Second was the clergy, who were responsible for religious activities, as well as certain social welfare projects like housing and feeding the sick and the poor. And finally, there was the third estate, which is basically the peasantry, responsible primarily for working the land through farming, but craftsmen and skilled laborers would also be considered in this third estate. So why does EU4 use the term burghers? Well, during the time period that EU4 covers in Europe, urbanization started to really accelerate to the point where the peasants in cities and peasants in the countryside began to have completely different lives and therefore completely different political outlooks and motivators. Urban peasants, known as burghers, also known in French as the bourgeoisie, had always worked in trades, but the amount of wealth that the upper class bourgeoisie could accumulate started to have a real impact on the internal politics and economic policy of European states from the 15th to 19th centuries. Suddenly, there were peasants that were a lot richer than nobles, peasants who actually owned land despite not holding any titles, and peasants who drove a new age of economic production as well as international trade. So it's worth noting that in EU4, the third estate of peasants is not represented in its entirety. Instead, we see only the peasants that are important enough and rich enough to actually have an influence on the political direction of the country, which is fitting for this game. In EU4, estates provide either bonuses or malices depending on their loyalty to the state as well as their influence. Both of these values, loyalty and influence, range between 0 and 100 based on government reforms, ideas, random event decisions, as well as estate policies known as edicts. Influence is also heavily affected by the proportion of land that the estate controls. Once again, clergy helps with taxation as well as stability and religious points depending on the specific type of Christianity, like for example, Catholics get papal influence while Protestants get church power. Nobility loyalty affects manpower recovery speed and army maintenance cost, as well as the legitimacy for your ruler's heir, while burgher loyalty affects the trade efficiency and development cost modifiers. All estates will give unrest when disloyal, and spawn rebels when the player tries to seize land from them if seizing land causes their loyalty to drop below 30. The three estates are also supplemented by a few other estates that are specific to countries outside of Europe. These unique estates work a little differently and have some other considerations for the player to engage with, but most just provide a slightly different set of bonuses. For example, in Muslim countries, you can get the dhimmi, which represent religious minorities with protected rights to worship and own property. Mainly, this refers to Christians and Jews. The dhimmi estate also provides a substantial technology cost reduction when loyal, which I find absolutely hilarious to be honest, in case you couldn't already see the biases inherent in some of these designs. Hey, who knows, maybe Christians are just magically better at technology. I think what this is intended to represent is how Christian communities in Muslim countries had connections to European Christian communities and so helped in the spread of ideas and technologies into those Muslim countries. I have heard some examples of this that sound more or less legit, sure, but wouldn't that only make sense assuming the in-game tech level in Europe is higher than in the Ottoman Empire, which, to be honest, is not usually the case? Or maybe it should have been a bonus to institution spread rather than technology directly. Or maybe the developers are making a case for diversity of ideas being inherently healthy for innovation and technology, but only in societies that valued that during this period, which were more so the Muslims than anyone else? I don't know, but in any case, it's a bit weird and something I thought I'd bring up. Aside from the unique estates, there are also just reskins of the 3 European feudal estates for places like Japan, where the nobility is just renamed to the bushi. Conceptually, estates provide a check on the central authority of the player. For once, we have a mechanic representing internal actors that isn't a horde of zombie rebels waiting to be quashed. Estates can also be given privileges that are pretty interesting, which provide bonuses in exchange for drawbacks. These drawbacks usually include giving away crown land, as well as a flat malus to maximum absolutism. If you optimize these privilege bonuses, you can really make the most of this system in terms of maximizing the efficiency of a lot of different resources in this game. Remember loans? Well, the burghers have a privilege that gives you 5 loans at 1% interest, which is just a huge break. They also have a privilege for reducing interest and inflation through what's basically an austerity measure that increases all power costs by 5%. But because of the very significant cost, I rarely use that one. Even for players who want to min-max the estate bonuses, by the mid-game arrival of absolutism, it generally isn't worth granting estate privileges anymore because the value of absolutism is just so powerful that you usually want every drop of it you can get. On top of that, there are also bonuses for basically not engaging with the system at all. If you seize a bunch of land from the estates to reduce their power, you get large bonuses to maximum absolutism, yearly absolutism, monthly autonomy decreased, and government reform progress. Unfortunately, despite multiple complete overhauls through updates and DLCs, the estates really just aren't that interesting. They do offer one more source of optimization, which again, makes the game a little bit easier while not necessarily more interesting. Most of the time, estates are either forgotten about or farmed for easy cash by seizing land from them and then selling it back to them to make a lot of money. Before we dive into the ideas of colonization, I want to talk a little bit about the idea that there are no people in EU4, that their material conditions, aspirations, and even their numbers are not even recorded in the game. In the final section on identities, we'll discuss the exact parameters in which peoples exist in EU4, but for now it's interesting to note that people only seem to exist according to political factions or groups. In this way, players embody the perspective of imperialist European powers, and because of how the game is designed, they can be incentivized to reenact mercantilism without even having to know what it is. There's something to be said about this because, of course, games work really well to teach players a lot about how to think about a specific set of problems. Because of its nature as a historical world simulator, just like the section on progress, I have to wonder to what extent people walk away from EU4 with an implicit perspective of economics that is influenced by it. And as someone who played the game since I was a teenager, I think the game did shape some of my perceptions of economic history. Not so much directly in terms of content, but certainly in terms of these vague, implied understandings of how decisions were made. And while I don't want to comment on the game as a historical teaching tool, I know some interesting work is being done to study that idea. At the same time, just like a lot of media, it's hard to convey when EU4 is supposed to be presenting a critical lens on this stuff, or if it wants to take that perspective at all. And is that even the game's responsibility? I'm leaning towards no on both accounts, but it's worth asking the question of how many people walk away from EU4 absorbing a degree of the narratives that it represents as part of their historical perspective. This isn't the same as saying, oh, if you play a shooter, then you're going to become more violent. No, it's more like saying, oh, if you watch this historical movie or read this historical fiction, you're going to be especially predisposed to a certain reading of history, even when you know it's fictional. And in EU4's case, that reading seems so baked into the historical narratives themselves, and the game is designed with so much freedom, yet incentivizes a very specific style of play. I think some of the lessons I've learned from EU4 will never fully disappear from the strategic part of my brain, especially when it comes to zero-sum thinking. And that's not necessarily a problem, but I think it's important to be self-aware when dealing with some of these concepts. That's part of the exercise I'm going through by making this video. It's not that most people can or even should spend as much time thinking about this as I have, but more that I think it's useful to take a step back and be skeptical and critical of the narratives we engage with through these games. In a game where everyone is a potential target for conquest, You might expect colonization not to have a formal mechanical system at all. After all, the whole game is about taking over territories and folding them into the fabric of the state in some way or another. However, because of the historical differences between regular European conquests and the colonization that those European states eventually underwent, the designers chose to represent colonialism as its own mechanical system, separate from war. And on the surface, the actual mechanic of colonizing seems both easier and much less violent than regular EU4 wargaming. I think this is why new players are particularly drawn to colonial mechanics. It seems like an easy way to acquire new land without a lot of the risks associated with going to war with a neighbor. There are a few topics I had in mind before even starting to write this video. Colonialism and the game's general take on imperialism during this time period is one of the major topics I knew would be at the center of this video, just like it's at the center of EU4's DNA. But I've been saving the actual mechanics of colonization for this section. We've already set up certain ideas, that EU4 is a power and domination fantasy that uses a zero-sum worldview of human societies to set up its core mechanics and motivation for the player, which at a minimum requires the exploitation of others for survival, and at a maximum incentivizes the total domination of the planet. We talked about how the progress narratives inform EU4's positioning of other societies as inferior and mechanically hinders societies based on perceptions of their technological, social, and economic advancement. This is a game where some countries are superior to others, not just in terms of hard power, but also in terms of their potentiality to expand and grow, the key metric for success in EU4. This vision of the world honestly works when it comes to depicting how colonial states would come to view their overseas claimed territories and the people that inhabited those territories. Not all territory can be colonized in this game. The map is divided into just two kinds of provinces. Provinces that belong to countries, and provinces that don't belong to anyone. The provinces that aren't part of any country are considered to be unowned or uncolonized land, both inside the game and in the wiki. You might think that unowned land is unowned because no humans live there, but if we take a look at some of this unowned territory, most of it does have inhabitants in the form of natives. I actually lied earlier. These natives are the only population numbers in the game, and they range from a few hundred to a few thousand per unowned province. These provinces also have development, which, depending on how you see development, either represents the economic value of the province or the potential economic value once you or another colonial power colonizes the land. It's interesting because this plays into the common imperialist narrative that colonial lands were just empty before they arrived, possibly justifying the European settlement by suggesting that the land was empty. Variations on this narrative include that these lands aren't being properly cared for by the natives, or that the natives themselves need to be cared for because they're in decline or because they're unable to govern themselves. Some variation on being savages usually ensues, which again goes back to making the land empty in that it's devoid of any government worth respecting or any people worth respecting. I'm sure you can think of at least one historical example of the weaponization of these ideas, but I'll name a few anyways. The colonization of North and South America over the whole period that EU4 depicts, the division of all of Africa at the Berlin Conference in 1885, where European countries got together and literally just doled out pieces of the entire continent. But also much more recent conflicts. Something that's interesting about historical video games is how it takes these ideas, these narratives, and makes them literal. It makes a literal object called uncolonized land that clearly has no owner, and yet people are living on it. I won't go as far as to say that EU4 intends to actually espouse these ideas. However, I feel that the colonial mechanics naturally fit within the rationales of imperialism in a way that lacks a bit of critical perspective over the situation. Let me explain what I mean by proposing that any lands that do have a population simply have a government, even if it's a very small and very weak one in comparison to the megastates that are invading it. If colonies are going to be in the game, players should understand that they are tearing down communities and claiming lands, and attacking other humans when they colonize. The way that colonial mechanics in EU4 allow players to just sit back and watch as their colony just grows and grows on empty lands makes the people who actually live on those lands feel more cheap and disposable than anyone else in this game. Unless the players pick the native coexistence policy, there are likely to be native uprisings in the colony that have to be beaten down with armies, which I guess from the designer's perspective was enough to represent these people. But again, the nameless natives rising up as mindless rebels seems to minimize the reality of the situation you're in as a player. These aren't internal rebels against your government. This is another government, another people, at war with you because you're invading their land. EU4 designers have clearly tried to improve the situation by adding tons and tons of tribal governments to the game and mechanics for them to actually be fun to play as well. Or at least, I've been told it's fun. Updates also introduced a lot of needed variety to the countries in North and South America through government types, religions, and unique mechanics like Doom for Nawal countries. So let's examine the actual mechanical experience of colonizing in EU4. There are essentially three major phases of the colonial gameplay, which are exploration, settlement, and management of colonial subjects. Exploration is made possible through the Exploration Idea Group, which allows countries to recruit explorers, naval commanders that can explore nearby ocean regions, and conquistadors, which are generals that can explore undiscovered provinces. Every country in the game has a limited vision of the world in 1444 that slowly expands over time passively as well, so exploration is not technically required to be able to access lands for colonization. After those lands are discovered, whether through exploration or just passively over time, countries need a colonist to be able to start colonizing. Colonists are similar to merchants or diplomats. They represent a limited capacity for doing certain state actions, and like merchants and diplomats, colonies can be acquired through ideas and other bonuses. Once you have your colonists, you send them to the grayed out parts of the map and they start to establish a colony, changing the province's gray color to the color of your country. How satisfying. Colonies grow their population monthly based on a modifier called global settler increase, as well as a random chance of growth through settler chance and random events. Once a colony reaches 1,000 population, it is considered self-sufficient and becomes a territorial core of the home country. If you own 5 of these territorial cores in the same colonial region, they will automatically combine into a colonial subject, and you have to manage them as an overlord now. These colonial regions more or less conform to the major colonial charters or collections of charters as they existed in the real world. Colonial subjects field their own armies and collect their own taxes, but pay a larger share of their wealth to their overlord than, say, a feudal vassal would. There are 3 colonial subject types that give slightly different bonuses, but all 3 grant a free merchant to the overlord when they have more than 10 provinces, indicating that the purpose of these colonies is really to extract trade value back toward the home regions. And that's essentially the basics of this mechanic. From here, it's just a matter of managing the subject's loyalty, expanding their territory through colonization or war, and keeping the flow of trade pumping back towards your home region. Because all trade networks in the world end up in Europe, you can see which home region is most worth having. But I did do a run in East Asia specifically for this reason. I played as Korea and colonized the west coasts of both North and South America just to see how much trade I can pump back to Asia. Did it work? Yeah, it worked. Mostly. I managed to colonize the key islands in the Pacific that had centers of trade, and then push Californian, Mexican, and Colombian trade back up to my home nodes in Korea. But that didn't make a significant impact, honestly. I think if I had just been expanding into China the whole time, instead of messing around in the Americas, my income would have been a lot higher by this point, including from trade. And that brings me to the reason why I never really colonized in EU4, at least not since the early days of learning this game, which is that it's not really an effective way to build a lot of wealth and power. Like I mentioned before, I like to play this game for efficiency and not for any roleplay value. So I have no interest in colonizing unless it's a very useful strategy, which it tends not to be except for very specific circumstances. It doesn't help that expansion through colonization feels extremely passive and boring. My personal preferences aside, what can we take away from the combination of all these mechanics in their rendition of European colonization? Well, first of all, the game makes clear that this is an extractive process. Colonial nations are taxed through tariffs, and trade value generated in colonial regions is usually pushed back to the old world, whether that's Asia, Africa, or Europe. But again, it always ends up in Europe. It's also visibly a process of taking away land from others, excluding them from it, and using violence to do so. But like many sensitive issues in EU4, I feel like this was somewhat subdued. Yes, you can attack the natives in your colony and see a little battle being fought. And yes, you can attack and be attacked by other countries that live in the lands you decided to colonize. But for some reason, this doesn't feel like it fits in with what settler colonialism actually looks like. I think the core of this issue is just how continuous and brutal the colonization of the Americas was. I think the brutality of the European and Asian wars is pretty well represented through the experience of fighting difficult wars and watching the casualty numbers rise and rise. But in the Americas, the technological difference between the Americans and really anyone else makes the wars a joke best automated and ignored. In my Korea game, I used to look over at the New World every year or two and declare war on a random neighboring country, only to allow my colonial vassals to completely overwhelm them with their own armies in a matter of months, usually with a numbers advantage, which really doesn't make sense if you think about the populations that my new colonies should have had. The colonization of the Americas really was a centuries-long struggle with all the political maneuvering and violent brutality of anywhere else on the planet, and I think that making the wars so easy misunderstands this perspective. I mean, the natives are usually far weaker than even my untrained, barely armed peasant rebellions back in Korea, and that just doesn't make any sense. The other thing is, the way that EU4's war score system works makes it so easy to just annex everyone around your colonies. The war score costs are so low in this part of the world, and on top of that, once you annex a country, the land is just yours, and the people who lived on it are usually just deleted or turned into potential rebels depending on how you think of it. Recently, the game added in a feature where if you annex a nomadic tribe, they'll be pushed out of that province into a neighboring one, giving them a chance to kind of fight another day, but if you could beat them once, you're gonna beat them again. It's really just delaying the inevitable. The whole process just feels so oversimplified and gives no incentive to interact with the inhabitants of the New World in any meaningful way aside from starting wars that they are too weak to fight. There's no need for diplomacy or allies in the New World because everyone's too weak to put up any fight against you, but that was absolutely not the case historically. Every European power would form alliances and even take sides in local conflicts to try to get the upper hand in complex geopolitical landscapes that the Americas had. I will put the caveat that regions like Mexico or Peru can sometimes put up a little bit of a fight, but compared to even a normal war in other parts of the world, I think it's clear that the Americas are pretty much intended to be empty lands waiting around to be conquered. The YouTube essayist Rosenkreutz has a very interesting video discussing the narrative surrounding the European colonization of the Americas as told in the West and how it intersects with EU4's portrayals in the game. The video aligns with a lot of what I've already said, but I thought I'd mention it because it's worth checking out if you want to think more specifically about the geographical determinism inherent in those narratives and how they fit in with ideas that EU4 puts forward, like technological supremacy of Europeans, or passive colonization of the Americas that's represented here. I think the video is particularly interesting in how it traces the origins of some of these narratives and how they can permeate our collective culture through academia, to pop history books, and eventually to our entertainment media. Rosenkreutz also talks about how potential sequels to EU4 may change the representation of some of these narratives, but that's beyond the scope of this video at the moment. The process explicitly called colonization in EU4 only refers to settler colonialism as it was seen in the New World, South Africa, and Oceania, as opposed to the equally brutal and extractive process of colonialism in places like Asia and the rest of Africa. In EU4, those later kinds of colonialism are really just conquest, and the real differences only come into play in terms of the difference between the cultures and religions of the home region and of their faraway conquered territories. Countries in Asia and Africa are absolutely not pushovers like the New Worlders are, which almost seems to give them more respect on the part of the developers. The trade company mechanic also comes into play when we're talking about these overseas territories. Trade company regions are only in the areas that aren't colonial regions, so this comparison actually makes a lot of sense. Historically, European trade companies had immense power that rivaled entire nations in terms of their economic output and political and military power. The other key bonus that trade companies provide is avoiding unrest from intolerance of religion or unaccepted cultures, which means these provinces don't contribute to religious unity of the country. This is a big deal, which we'll talk about in the final section on identity, but for now, I think it's meant to represent the autonomy that trade companies had with overseas imperial holdings, as well as the exploitation of those populations as simply workforces to generate wealth, rather than citizens to integrate into a nation. The link between trade companies and colonialism is also visible through some of the names of the missions and ideas that grant trade company investment cost reduction. These have names like colonial exploitation, overseas empire, Indian dominance, colonize the Gold Coast, and scramble for Africa. All of this is to say that the colonist mechanics are not the beginning nor the end of the colonial narrative reenactment in EU4. In fact, many things in EU4 seem to be specifically designed to represent imperialist exploitation, from the trade node structure to the trade goods themselves, to how institutions appear and are spread, to the technology system. EU4 is not just a game about empires and domination, but very specifically about how Europeans came to dominate the world through colonialism and global trade enforced through war. And that is very clearly expressed through the economic designs and the narratives baked into them. But that's not enough to end this section. I want to take a step back and think about what this means for the narrative takeaway of EU4's economy as a whole. We know that this is a game economy largely designed around European colonialism, as well as the end of feudalism and the rise of absolute rule, and the idea of a nation state. This perspective creates a focus on international trade, especially on extractive economic practices that redirect and concentrate wealth in their home regions, whatever they may be. EU4's economy is as much about centralization as its military and governmental narratives, which is good design because it creates a resonant narrative framework across all of its mechanics, even if those narratives aren't exactly aligned with reality and the fact that I happen to disagree with them. Because of this degree of abstraction, EU4 represents economics from such a macro lens that even people themselves are practically non-existent. Instead, the game puts forward a network of interlocking systems that generate state wealth. State profit is the purpose of every economic investment and every strategic economic decision that's made, which sounds like it makes sense because a lot of strategy video games do the same thing. But does it actually? Part of any state's decisions about the economy are intended to enrich the state, sure. But what about the people who live there? It's really interesting that there are no loyalty repercussions for economic decision-making in EU4 because loyalty would have probably been the second biggest, if not the biggest factor in most decision-making during this period. It's easy to imagine economics during this time as merely the generation of money, of gold, and the exchange of goods across the world, but really for most of human history, and practically until today, most economics centers on the question of how to feed people. Imperator Rome does have a food system where starving populations will revolt. In EU4, this is somewhat represented through the unrest generated by disloyal estates, or certain events that trigger revolts, but it really is not an economic consideration at all. What I'm starting to get at here is that EU4 is representing the origins of global capitalism, both explicitly in the form of diegetic storytelling elements, like being able to build manufactories, but also implicitly through the profit over people representation of economic goals and systems. I should clarify that EU4 isn't about capitalism, but it does set up the origins of capitalist thinking and puts players into that perspective. Real capitalism would have to wait for liberal ideas to come out of the French Revolution, which is kind of a final chapter for EU4. 1821 was the year that the French Emperor Napoleon died. There are no free markets in EU4, at least not explicitly. But at a state level, countries operate in a kind of free market of conquest and economic decision-making in which they ruthlessly seek to maximize their wealth with no regard for the people who created that wealth, nor the means by which the wealth was extracted. At the same time, maybe there are supposed to be free markets lurking beneath the game's level of abstraction that we just can't see. All that we can see is the income that the state collects. But the reason I think this plays into the origins of capitalism specifically, rather than other centralized economies like Soviet communism, is because Soviet communism, despite its many flaws, did not worship economic growth for its own sake, but at least on paper, was supposed to be for the sake of everyone, namely the workers who created that wealth for themselves. That's a very different perspective than one where the creation of wealth is encouraged for its own sake, and that the benefits of wealth are assumed to just be good, even if they aren't distributed to the rest of the population. I think the most visible element of this in EU4 is the fact that there are no people at all. There is only land to conquer, trade nodes to control, and state profit that needs to grow to field larger and larger armies, to conquer more land and control more trade. That is the purpose of EU4's economic system, the endless pursuit of growth. It's no coincidence, as capitalism and imperialism cannot be fully separated, both historically and today. For a new player, I think this instinct for infinite growth isn't fully obvious at first. It's common for newer players to want to form modern countries like Italy or Germany or Japan, and after that, they struggle to find goals for the rest of their campaign. But after gaining more and more experience in the game, players are inevitably driven towards this ruthless mindset. I think it's particularly hard to look back at the past and understand exactly why people did what they did. It's hard to separate the decision-making of individuals from the aggregate effect of indirect factors. It's hard to know what was intended to happen at all, and it's hardest to know if the dominant narratives that come down to us from the past were sincere or were simply convenient stories to justify their actions for ulterior motives. When designing its economic mechanics and the narrative lens that would be used to frame those mechanics, EU4's designers had the particularly difficult role of having to both represent some important chosen elements of the history, while also recreating a system that could produce the same economic outcome for the world by 1821 that the world actually experienced. Europe had to be dominant, at least in most games, or people would certainly claim that the game was not realistic. You might notice that I've gone particularly easy on EU4 in this section because I think despite the massive favoritism it's shown to Europe, what choice did the developers really have? Even if they could simulate the historical economic trajectory of the world with some degree of accuracy without resorting to artificially inflating Europe, there's no telling that history would play out the same way as it did in real life. Especially when it comes to economics, I think there's ironically a heavy expectation from players that certain historical outcomes are impossible, that the course of history was somehow set at the Renaissance. I'm not a historian and I don't have a credible opinion on historical determinism, but I do have a sense that things are very chaotic and random, and that very unlikely things happen all the time and shape the course of the world in immeasurable ways. I would not expect EU4, nor any other historical simulator game, to be accurate, because there are just too many variables that can absolutely change everything. As a strategy video game player, I do sometimes wish EU4 had a little bit more degrees of freedom and a more robust simulation that didn't require artificial European inflation to represent the 15th through 19th centuries. But I just have to concede that the game really does generate a wide variety of unexpected outcomes. If you take a look at the EU4 subreddit, you will see games where crazy, quasi-impossible things happen. And that's really a joy for me in these types of games. It's just not as fun to have to encounter the same challenges and fight the same countries in the same regions over and over. And I actually think the variability in the gameplay outcomes of EU4's world is a huge reason why many people come back to play this game for thousands of hours, including me. That's why I think it's ironic when people complain about historical accuracy. The whole value of the game is that you don't know how things will play out. The other reason that historical accuracy complaint bothers me is, well, the game isn't historically accurate in its current state. It's not accurate that Europe has 4 times the development of Asia relative to its population. No matter how you look at it, that's just not accurate. And it's not accurate that trade nodes all just magically flow in one direction toward Europe, rather than adapting dynamically to the political and economic forces of the regions. But these ideas are accurate to the stories that the West tells itself about how it came to dominate the world. And because the game system successfully produced that outcome, people generally assume that it's mostly accurate. Unless you go digging into the raw data, the game can seem balanced, or at least accurate enough to satisfy its audience. Identity is an extremely complicated idea. The way we think of ourselves is both fluid and context dependent, but can simultaneously feel like the core of our very existence. And whether permanent or fleeting, group or individual, identities are greater than the sum of their parts. The combination of multiple facets of identity creates a new identity itself that isn't just a simple addition. This is the basic idea behind intersectionality, that at the intersection of multiple identities, you find compound identities that are both their own thing and have compounded effects on how other identities interact with them. Historically, you can probably argue that religion was generally the most important macro-level identity for people in the period of EU4. At a more micro level, though, you might find that specific places where people lived, like a specific village or living near a river, would be the primary identity of those people and how they conceptualized outsiders or others. In many places, language could have been the primary expression of this identity, especially in cosmopolitan areas or near linguistic borders. Of course, socioeconomic status, also known as class, is likely to be right up there as well. In medieval Europe, this might mean being a peasant versus being a noble, but it could also mean belonging to a specific trade. Most parts of the world had some sort of caste system to sort people into categories based on economic, social, religious, and political functions. And those castes were usually permanent identities, unlike our semi-permanent careers in the modern world today. This section is designed to ask questions about EU4's representations of identity and what it means to be a person. Culture in EU4 is actually very simple mechanically, but opens a lot of questions if you take some time to think about it. Every country in the game has one primary culture, and can have multiple accepted cultures, while all other cultures are non-accepted. Non-accepted cultures incur penalties to the local tax, manpower, sailors, and unrest, presumably due to cultural friction between the state and the locals. If you have a non-accepted culture that is in the same culture group as your primary culture, the penalties are less severe. The developers have predefined a series of cultures and assigned each province to one of those cultures in the year 1444. For example, the province of Paris is of Frankian culture. Cultures are also grouped into, you guessed it, culture groups, which are supposed to be cultures that are relatively similar to each other. Some of these groupings are primarily linguistic, like the Germanic culture group, which encompasses the Germanic language area, including the Low Countries, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, and Eastern Prussia. You can say the same thing about the West Slavic or East Slavic culture groups, which are basically linguistic groupings. There may be various cultures and ethnicities that speak these closely related languages. Provinces have one and only one culture, eliminating any internal territorial diversity and once again using the land as the unit of meaning in this game. This makes it interesting to see what culture Paradox chose for each province in the game, particularly in areas that are known for their local diversity and plurinationalism. I don't want to get bogged down in the details, but I think Eastern Anatolia is a perfect example of an oversimplified area, where historically many ethno-linguistic groups, religions, and cultures coexisted pretty much in neighboring villages for centuries. But because of how EU4 was designed, the cultures of entire subregions of Anatolia are painted with a single cultural brush, because of course the unit of culture in this game is land, not people. The neatly defined territories of Greek, Kurdish, Armenian, and Turkish culture fail to represent the intermixing that was common even in the smallest territories, and if the game had actual population metrics for culture, you would probably find that most of the provinces in Eastern Anatolia would have no majority culture. We'll talk about this a little more when we try to disentangle religion from the culture concept, something that's much harder to do than it seems. Though local culture at the micro-province level is rigid and atomic, at the macro-state level, culture is actually pretty fluid. Cultures can be accepted by spending 100 diplomatic points to promote their status to acceptance. And you can easily swap your primary culture by having another accepted culture that has more state development than your current primary culture. This is called culture shifting, and it's particularly useful for forming certain countries that require a specific primary culture, like forming France by having a primary culture that belongs to the French cultural group. The culture of a given province can also be changed at the cost of diplomatic points. Now, there's no in-game diegetic explanation for exactly what culture conversion means, but I think there are at least 3 reasonable interpretations that range in their violence and brutality. At one end of the spectrum, maybe culture conversion represents the extermination of the local population and complete replacement with your primary culture. This would not be entirely out of character for EU4, a game that lets you wipe out natives in colonial contexts and replace them in a very similar way. Historically speaking, this isn't something that would happen that often before the modern era and the rise of nationalism, but it certainly did happen. The middle ground interpretation is that of forced assimilation, or some kind of expelling of the minority culture. This would mean discouraging the local culture and forcing a new generation to adopt the state-approved culture, but it could also mean pushing minorities out of their homes, presumably into refugee status, or some combination of cultural and physical force. This was certainly pretty common throughout history. And finally, the least horrible interpretation is that culture conversion represents enforced rules on the local leaders, nobility, and ruling class, the people in charge, forcing them to adopt the customs and language of the state in order to have a better administrative control over the area. This is by far most commonly what happened all throughout history with basically every government, whether intentionally or not. It's interesting that the conversion costs diplomatic points, which seems to imply that you're convincing people of something. Some people in the EU4 community have said that this must mean that you're convincing the local authorities to adopt a different language or court culture, which, yeah, it's possible. From the more brutal interpretation though, and I might be thinking a little bit too modern here, but what if the diplomatic points are invested to kind of justify a more violent cultural conversion to neighboring countries or even internal actors? Many people interpret this button as the big G word, and I don't blame them, because the framing of the game allows for that interpretation. So many other mechanics embrace brutal authoritarian, imperialist, and nationalist perspectives that a genocide button isn't particularly out of place in this game. But ultimately, I don't think we have enough information to clearly say what this button is supposed to mean, and it's probably a combination of any of these 3 interpretations. Some of these specific cultures in EU4 are clearly intended to provide an anachronistic hindsight view. Moroccan and Algerian cultures seem to be prime examples of this, where if you believed EU4, you might think that there's a cultural or linguistic difference between Berbers and Moroccans in this time period, but it's simply not the case. Berber ethnicities lived and still live all across Morocco in this time period, and Arabic was simply not the primary language of most people. I'm not even sure what they mean by Moroccan in this context. When we look at a map of today's speakers of Berber languages in Morocco, we find that it doesn't correspond to the game's map of the Berber culture provinces. Many of the provinces in the game that are considered Moroccan have a majority of Berber speakers today and have had those communities for thousands of years. Similarly, why are the Berbers of Libya considered Tunisian? Tunisian is a word that comes from the city of Tunis, which by 1444 was an old and very important city, but that's not the same as a culture, ethnicity, or language. As far as I can tell, that word is a political designation, not a cultural, ethnic, or linguistic one. The term Eastern Berber seems to fit better here, as it was in use as a designation for this area by the Arabs, and the Berbers are an ethno-linguistic grouping anyways. Speaking of the word Berber, The choice of the naming of these various cultures in EU4 is particularly interesting. In general, the developers chose to use whatever name was most commonly used in English to describe the culture in question. These are oftentimes exonyms, which are names that other people call you rather than the name you call yourself. Speaking for Moroccan Berbers, we generally call ourselves Amazigh, or we use the specific type of Amazigh group that we belong to refer to our ethnicity or cultural origin. Berber is a word related to the word barbarian in English, a word that comes from the Greek word for foreigner, but has come to mean, well, barbarian. I'd rather not be called a foreigner or a barbarian, so I wish this was not the word chosen in EU4, but ultimately it is the term most widely known in Europe and the West. At best, it is misguided and doesn't actually refer to anything, and at worst, it should probably be considered a minor slur. Even when the word isn't offensive, though, it's interesting how the positionality of the developers colors the very names of the cultures in the game. You can say the same thing about the cultural name Moroccan, which really refers to a political designation or a territory, but most interestingly, it's exclusively the foreign name for the kingdom, an exonym. The term used in Morocco is actually Al-Maghrib, which means the West. For the sake of simplicity and convention, I understand why cultures are named after their most common English terms, but wouldn't it be cool if they weren't? In the same way that some provinces dynamically change names based on the owner's culture, it would be cool if the cultures themselves used the endonyms of the people they're representing. That is, the name those people call themselves. I'm not going to go around nitpicking every example of this naming inaccuracy, partly because I don't have enough knowledge to do so, but mainly because that's not the point. The point I'm trying to make is that some cultures get steamrolled by arbitrary boundaries and hindsight groupings that really just come down to how the developers chose to simplify much more nuanced and deep concepts. This is normal, but I think it's still worth pointing out. These cultural inconsistencies make me think that maybe EU4's culture is meant to represent the culture of the ruling class, not the average person. This would make sense in that it's the nobility in an area who are likely to cause problems for the state due to cultural difference, not so much the peasants. This would also explain why the regions of Brittany have its culture in the French culture group, when they are linguistically and ethnically more related to the Celtic languages and peoples of Wales or Ireland. Despite the average person in the 15th century being a Breton speaker, the nobility in Brittany used Latin and then French as their court language, aligning the Bretons' ruling class with the French cultural sphere, even though their native language was a Celtic one. The same thing can be said for Finnish, which is linguistically not at all related to the Scandinavian languages, but is grouped in with them, likely due to Sweden's political dominance of Finland at the start of this game. The game also uses culture as a stepping stone for concepts of nationalism that come up during the Age of Enlightenment. We haven't discussed the idea of nationalism yet, so it's probably worth mentioning how EU4 approaches this all-important social and political phenomenon that defines so much of the political arrangement of the world that we see today. One key feature that depends on a nationalist assumption and approach is how a specific primary culture is required to form certain states. Again, France is a good example. It can be formed by any country with a French primary culture. In fact, most of the European states we recognize today that can be formed in EU4 are formed on the basis of nationalism. Once again, EU4 puts itself in a difficult mechanical position of having to be able to represent what we know will happen in the late game with the rise of nationalism, but somehow has to have mechanics that can meaningfully represent the cultural diversity of most of the entire world. In fact, every state can become a cultural union, meaning it automatically accepts every culture in its culture group for free if it reaches the government rank of empire. But some specific states are cultural unions without even being empire rank. From the developer's perspective, I think this incentivizes grouping cultures based on the modern day nations that players want to be able to form, countries like Great Britain, Spain, Italy, and Japan. This might provide another explanation for why certain cultures are grouped within a culture group that doesn't really fit them from an ethno-linguistic perspective, including the Basques being Iberian, or the fact that Turkish, Syrian, and Bedouin are somehow a single culture group. Around the start of the late game at Diplomatic Tech 23, countries unlock access to advanced casus belli, which are imperialism and nationalism. These both have reduced penalty for aggressive expansion and war score costs, and they allow players to basically declare war on anyone they border without a claim on their territory. The Nationalism CB is enabled for any country that has a province in your culture group, and it basically represents how countries in the early modern period sought to unify lands of their culture through war, leading to the nation states we see in much of the world today. There's also the primary nation mechanic, where certain countries with a specific primary culture maintain a set of core territories due to the culture of those provinces. These countries keep their cores even if the country itself is completely absorbed, meaning that separatist rebellion from that extinct country is still technically possible if the separatism itself hasn't worn off yet. This mechanic ties certain peoples to specific lands and embraces a nationalist perspective that especially fits the late game's historical framing. In doing so, EU4 might be reinforcing our pre-existing ideas that nationalism is the primary way we should see the relationship between people and land, but on the other hand, the game might just be trying to represent the lived reality of what people believe today. If we see it that way, it would be really weird if the game didn't embrace a nationalist point of view, at least for cultures where that was a relevant idea, or for those with a clear concept of homeland and territorial attachment, which is most of them. Aside from core mechanical value, culture affects a lot of flavor elements of the gameplay that make each country feel unique without affecting the gameplay itself. EU4 has a long list of names for its characters that are culturally dependent. We've talked a bit about how this game has no people, but of course there are always a handful of people hanging around in any campaign. Your ruler is always there and has a name, unless you have a regency council. Then you have your heir and your consort, as well as the names of your advisors, each with their own culture visible in the hiring screen. Next, you have the names of your generals and admirals, and the names of any pretenders to the throne that appear in the rebellion screen. And finally, you have names of people that appear during random events. These are all the named characters that exist in the game, and their names are generated from lists that the game has for each culture. Culture also affects what national ideas are available to some countries. Just like idea groups that the player chooses, national ideas are a set of bonuses that are unlocked over time that are attached to a specific country. One national idea is unlocked for free every 3 regular ideas that a player purchases. There are also traditions, which are available right from the start of the game, as well as national ambitions, which are automatically unlocked when you get the last national idea. Most countries have unique national ideas. The developers have tried to get to as many countries as possible and provide this unique feel for each of them. I've alluded to the 10-year post-launch content many times, but this is a big part of it. National ideas, new government types, new religions, historical events, mission trees, all the little flavor and customization elements that make countries feel unique. Those are what make up the bulk of any post-launch content. Adding in unique mechanical systems or changes is also part of this process, but it really is a minority of the overall content that was added, which makes sense. The game has slowly been fleshed out more and more in terms of this level of detail over the years, and you can clearly see this in just the number of countries with unique ideas. According to the wiki, there are currently 417 unique idea sets, 11 upgraded or alternative sets, 91 group sets, 2 Easter egg sets, and 8 sets exclusive to the CK2 save game converter, plus the default ideas, for a grand total of 530 sets. There are still generic ideas for certain cultures or religions, like Berber ideas, which are shared by a bunch of tags in the Maghreb, though notably not Morocco or Tunisia. 530 sets of customized national ideas is pretty impressive. The bonuses don't even have to be unique for the set to feel unique. And part of this effect is that each national idea has a little title and description for flavor. For example, Armenian ideas have the Nakharar titles, which simply gives a little bit of yearly army tradition, but the word Nakharar is basically the title that Armenian nobility have held throughout history. Instead of just saying like nobility titles and giving the same bonus, including the specific word Nakharar here helps anchor us in the world so much more with relatively low effort if you think about it. A lot of this analysis has looked at how EU4's creators have chosen to represent aspects of the real world. Of course, it's impossible to accurately represent, well, anything, but I think the approach to culture shows once again how EU4's developers opted to focus on their core player base's conceptualization of the state and culture as one rooted in nation. Eventually, nationalism did become extremely relevant in the later decades represented by the game, but for most of EU4's time period, this really wasn't a concept that people had, not even in Europe. I don't have much more to say about this system except that it generally operates as a background mechanic. Shifting the state's culture feels trivial, while culture conversion is practically irrelevant unless you're doing a challenge run and want to focus on making the whole world one culture. Culture as a whole feels like its job is to provide some minor friction for expansion of larger empires, as well as the flavor of being able to shift cultures to form new states. To do this, the game embraces a land equals people perspective that mirrors some of the ideas in the economics section, in that this game really doesn't have any people in it, neither individuals nor groups. To wrap up the ideas of culture and national identity, we should probably talk about missions. Missions have existed since EU4's original release. They used to be small, generic objectives that players could complete to earn boosts to things like prestige and other currencies, and would regenerate in a cycle. Today, missions have been completely overhauled into a tree system that seems inspired from parts of Iron 4's national focus trees, or possibly from Victoria 2 and Victoria 3's tech trees. The basic structure of missions is that they have a requirement to complete and a reward you can redeem when you meet that requirement. Requirements can be extremely varied, but they're generally structured as objectives for the player to accomplish, with the incentive being the associated rewards. Because missions are in a tree format, missions can have prerequisite missions that are linked in a chain. This can provide a sense of narrative structure to a series of objectives and rewards that is unlike anything else in the game in terms of how structured and directly linear it is. On top of that, missions can have branching paths, allowing players to make narrative or strategic choices based on future missions that will be unlocked. Because this video is so focused on the narrative experience of players, you might have expected me to talk about missions much sooner. It's true that missions are the narrative cornerstone and focal point for, well, most players nowadays. Any search on EU4's various forums will show players discussing missions, complaining that this or that country doesn't have enough missions, or recommending strategies that depend on specific missions from specific countries. Similarly, the developers themselves have shifted a lot of their dev diary focus to the announcement of new mission trees or mission tree expansions for various countries in the last few years. Nowadays, missions are not just a centerpiece of a country's narrative experience, but also its strategic ones. And many countries benefit from extremely powerful mission rewards that can completely transform a campaign. So all that said, why have I been ignoring missions this whole time? Well, because I really don't like the mission system in its current state for many reasons. My first complaint is how overpowered mission rewards are. Most of the major powers get absolutely gigantic permanent claims on huge amounts of territory, or they get casus belli that allow them to subjugate other major powers, or they get some kind of overpowered government type conversion, all of these at the click of a button. My second issue with missions is that because of the overpowered bonuses available through these missions, missions are required for most optimal strategies now. And instead of playing the game, I'm basically incentivized to just click a button to get my dose of rewards like I'm being spoon-fed from the developer's generous hands. My third issue is that missions are not dynamic, meaning that every time you play the same country, you'll want to go for the same missions, accomplish the same requirements, and receive the same bonuses. Even if you pick a country that had branching missions, you'll probably just have maybe 2 to 4 branches available, all of which are static and don't fit into EU4's philosophy of adapting to the changing conditions of gameplay. My fourth issue is the way that missions de-incentivize creative use of unique or small countries, because if players are used to playing England over and over, they're going to have a tough time playing a country that doesn't have 10,000 instant gratification buttons. This might not seem like a big deal, but this was the whole appeal of the game to me once I became, moderately good and able to experiment in new playstyles. Players simply won't want to pick a country that doesn't have fucking overpowered bonuses. My fifth reason ties into this as well, and it's probably the one you were expecting. Missions, in the vast majority of cases, are tied directly to recent DLCs. These DLCs usually cost about $20 and were marketed with the missions at the forefront, and I think they successfully appealed to players who wanted to try out the new, powerful mission trees. But what the developers and the players don't realize is how terrible this is for the gameplay experience as a whole. Missions railroad the player into making the same decisions over and over with the same overplayed countries, and make the player excessively overpowered for no reason other than instant gratification. They are the worst form of what passes as a content update or DLC for this game. Meaningless, surface-level, balance-breaking content that is somehow loved by players, or at least purchased by enough of them that Paradox has kept on drip-feeding the game with these mission updates, usually for a high fee. Like most EU4 players, I hate the way DLCs have introduced arbitrary problems into this game, only for you to have to pay to solve them. I hate the way superficial content like overpowered missions have minimized the creativity and the feeling of achievement that comes from actually interacting with the mechanical systems of the game, making your own objectives, and having the rewards come organically from the systems themselves. If you like missions, trust me, I understand. They're satisfying to click on, they can give your campaign direction and a feeling of massive reward. I don't blame you for this mistake. I think the developers have, on this front, lost sight of the value of this game as a strategic sandbox simulator, one that allows you to make your own fun, and achieve so much by pushing the boundaries of what's possible within the constraints they've laid out. On the surface, religion and culture seem like very similar mechanics. In both cases, they are values that refer to the identities of the people who live in EU4's world of provinces. But where culture only moderately impacts the economic functioning of an empire and requires almost nothing in terms of management, religion is a true secondary mechanic of the game. The original religious mechanics were created primarily with Europe in mind, and other parts of the world were fleshed out later in updates and DLCs. The growth of religious content added more depth and complexity, including by adding in unique mechanics for different religious groups, as well as adding in entirely new religions to create a little more specificity. With that said, let's start in Europe to get a sense of how religion fits into the world of EU4. Like culture, the unit of religion is the province. Provinces have just one religion that they belong to, independent of the state religion. Of course, countries also have a religion, and each religion has unique mechanics for players to interact with in terms of their state relationship with the institution of religion. We mentioned earlier how province religion affects taxation in that any heathen or heretical provinces incur a tax penalty. Tolerance is a mechanic that alleviates this by improving religious unity, reducing the local unrest from religious intolerance, and reducing the tax and production penalty. Religious unity is a value that's calculated at the level of an entire country, which determines basically how much of the country is of the state religion, and this is modified by tolerance as well. Players that are seeking to conquer a lot of the world will inevitably end up having to choose a strategy to deal with religious unity, because low unity leads to massive national unrest. The two options to improve religious unity are to go with the tolerance route, which usually involves picking up humanist ideas and collecting as many tolerance of heathens and tolerance of heretics bonuses as you can. The other route is the conversion route, where you try to eradicate any religious minorities in your country. This can be boosted by picking religious ideas and maximizing your missionaries and missionary strength bonuses. Missionaries cost a lot of money and time to operate, so you really have to stack a lot of bonuses to make the maximal use of them. But the benefits of converting provinces are huge. You immediately eliminate many sources of unrest from intolerance, as well as maximizing your taxation and production outputs from your provinces. This narratively underscores the centrality of religion of pre-modern or early modern states, where religion was not just a belief system for a bunch of individuals, but also an intrinsic aspect of state control and state functioning over populations. Most religions have at least one currency that's unique to their religion and allows the state to make choices about how to interact with its religion as an institution. Usually these choices lead to different bonuses, which can be an important boost for many different strategies. The most fleshed out and powerful example is the Catholic papacy mechanic. The papacy allows Catholic countries to acquire papal influence as a currency that can then be spent through the Holy See interaction panel on powerful bonuses to gain interest reduction, taxation, stability, manpower, and even mercantilism. Alternatively, papal influence can be invested to increase your chances of becoming the next papal controller when the current pope dies. Being papal controller gives players the ability to excommunicate rulers of countries with a negative opinion of the papal states, as well as the ability to declare a holy war against non-Christian countries. This makes becoming the pope very powerful in certain scenarios to be able to undermine your Catholic and non-Catholic rivals, and investing papal influence is always a gamble. Part of the success of the Catholic religion design in this game is its interaction with its primary competitors. Let's start with Islam. Muslim countries control Europe's southern borders in both Africa and Greece. The three Muslim denominations of Sunni, Shia, and Ibadi might not be as mechanically rich as Catholicism, but they still have more content than most other religions. The primary currency in Islam is piety, which ranges between -100 and +100. At -100, the country has maximal mysticism, which gives a strong bonus to morale of armies, missionary strength, and idea cost reduction, while the +100 piety gives strong bonuses to tech cost reduction, increased national manpower, and national tax, and that's called legalism. I personally find legalism much more powerful due to the tech cost reduction, but situationally to win a major war, especially in the early game, mysticism can be pretty useful for the extra morale. I was originally going to say that piety increases and decreases if you declare war on another Muslim country or another non-Muslim country, but this mechanic was removed, evidently. Nowadays, piety is mainly controlled through events, and through the acquisition of monthly piety bonuses that either increase or decrease your piety over time, depending on what you choose. The now removed mechanic of boosting piety when you declare war on other religions, namely Christians, was going to help me make a point about some of the push and pull between Catholics and Muslims in this game, but that's gone now. Instead, I'll point out how the holy war mechanic for Catholics is usually going to be used on Muslims, who are the largest, closest religious competitor for Catholic countries. There's a similar interaction within the Christian denominations between Catholics, Protestants, Reformed, Anglican, and Hussite, all of which compete in a European battle royale. The other Christian denominations, namely Orthodox and Coptic, are kind of in their own spheres and have unique mechanics, but don't interact so closely in the same way as the religions of Western and Central Europe. This is in large part because of the Holy Roman Empire, which requires Catholicism as its religion for all the countries under its banner. When the Reformation spawns and countries begin to flip to Protestant or Reformed, the Holy Roman Emperor will start to lose imperial authority for every country that doesn't follow the official religion of the empire. Once one of the electors flips, this will trigger the religious leagues mechanic, which basically opens two alliances that any countries in Europe can join. The Holy Roman Emperor will be the leader of the Catholic League, and the Protestant League will be led by whichever league member has the most military power. Any European country can join the League War, and you'll often see countries like the Ottomans or Russia taking a side, despite not being either Catholic or Protestant in their religion, because this is an opportunity for them to fight their rivals in the opposing league. If the leader of the Protestant League declares war on the emperor, all countries on both sides will be called in and fight in a war that really feels like a world war in its scale for this game. And the winner will establish their religion as the official religion of the Holy Roman Empire, meaning that only countries of that religion can be emperor, and only that religion contributes to imperial authority gain. The Catholic mechanics, because of how well they integrate with the events and European institutions like the Holy Roman Empire, feel so well designed and mechanically rich in terms of the potential strategies and immersion value that you can get out of them. And because of this, most other religions in the game will feel half-baked or not really like religions at all. To go back to Orthodox for a second, I did notice that the religious map of Europe fits rather well with the Eastern European tech group. Earlier, when I said that Europe was divided along Cold War lines based on tech group, turns out this was probably because of religion. And that's really interesting because there's an implication that either religion influences technology or some kind of cultural element influences both. Of course, it makes some sense, but in this specific case, I just don't have the knowledge of why the developers felt the need to differentiate between the European tech groups in this way. I suspect it comes down to trying to represent a difference between the cultural styles of warfare between a country like Russia and a country like France. Still, I thought I'd mention it here because this seems so strongly to relate to identity, or at least cultural practices of warfare. And maybe culture isn't the right word here, but technology doesn't seem to perfectly fit either because the game has such a linear idea of what technology is supposed to mean. I think the clue is that the tech groups pretty much only affect the specific pips that armies get at each tech level, meaning that in theory, the tech groups could have been more of a trade-off situation rather than a strict superiority. I think the foundation is here for a more dynamic understanding and gameplay representation of military technology, but we'll have to see how sequels to EU4 handle this question. So let's zoom out and examine the world's religious communities as a whole. Two religions of the same religious group will consider each other heresies, and two religions of different religious groups will consider each other heathens. The religious groups are the following: Christian, Muslim, Eastern, Pagan, Dharmic, and additional denominations. Christian and Muslim are pretty self-explanatory, but interestingly, none of the Christian denominations in this game have descriptions that mention Jesus at all. I'm not even sure if Jesus is mentioned in the entire game. Maybe someone can let me know, but I haven't seen any references to him, which I find pretty interesting in a game so focused on the Christians of the world. Eastern is where I start to complain about the grouping. Eastern is a bunch of religions that aren't actually related to each other spiritually, but instead are grouped together because they intermixed and coexisted in China, Japan, and Korea. The religions in question are Buddhism, specifically 3 different categories of Buddhism, Confucianism, and Shinto. Still, while these systems coexisted and blended throughout history, their grouping in this game makes more sense retroactively. They're grouped because they coexisted, not because they're actually related on religious grounds. Similarly, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are actually religiously very closely related. However, they're all in completely different groups because, well, they didn't really coexist and mix in the same way. It's pretty strange to consider Confucianism a religion, but I get where they're coming from here, and it certainly has a religious quality to it. Still, I wish this group didn't have the Orientalist naming of Eastern. The next religious group is Pagan, which includes Animist, Fetishist, Totemist, Inti, Mayan, Nawal, Tengri, Norse, and Alkaringa. Of these, Norse no longer exists in the world, but can be activated basically as an Easter egg religion if you have one of the DLCs. Again, Paradox is a Swedish company, so there's always a little bit of extra mileage in that region. As for the rest of the group, you already know what I'm going to say here. It doesn't make any sense, it's just a random assortment of religions lumped together under the pagan banner. And if you don't know what pagan means, it's basically synonymous to heathen, a term used by Christians to refer to unbelievers. It also diminishes the religions they're referring to by not being religions at all, in the sense that they might as well believe in nothing. Each religion in this group certainly does have unique mechanics that have been more or less fleshed out over time. However, the animist one is again a catch-all grouping for any local traditions that the developers didn't want to represent. I understand there being a limit on how specific a religion is before you want to deal with adding in the content for it, but at the same time, this animist category feels so generic, and it's by far the weakest religion in the game, which gives almost no bonuses or mechanics to interact with. It's also very hard to convert provinces to your religion as animist, and it's very easy for another religion to remove animists from their provinces. That's why it's a common choice for advanced players to convert themselves to animists through various methods, that way they can swap to another religion afterward. Totemist is also similar in this way. It's very easy to convert totemist provinces to other religions. Provinces of these religions get a +2 missionary strength, so countries won't have any trouble removing those religions from their lands. We already mentioned how Nawal can use the religious reform mechanics. The same goes for Mayan and Inti countries. In the wiki, these 3 are explicitly called primitive religions, which just feels like a sad mistake caused by blindly adopting the Western perspective on these peoples. Why don't you just call them savages while you're at it? Sometimes I think this game is trying to have it both ways, to both be colonial in its perspective and at the same time pretend that somehow all these countries are great options for players to choose. I want the second option. Fetishist is also a catch-all religion, but does have some regional specificity at this point in the game's life cycle. The religion has different cults that become available based on interacting with other religions, or based on the region that the player is in. Tengri is the religion of many steppe hordes in Central Asia, and gives bonuses to cavalry to infantry ratio, as well as allowing you to choose a syncretic religion. When you choose another religion as your syncretic religion, you gain bonuses based on what you chose and avoid any penalties of having that religion in your territory, and other countries of that religion will treat you as though you're their religion, which is pretty cool. Basically, you can automatically convert to that religion while keeping your Tengri religion in the background, allowing you to basically have 2 accepted religions in your country. Overall, it's pretty clear to me that the religions in and around the West are perfectly accepted to be independent and not need any kind of reliance on interactions with other religions. Meanwhile, the religions in Asia, Africa, and the Americas specifically rely on other religions to either reform themselves or gain specific bonuses. Why couldn't all the religions be designed as their own thing, instead of being this pathetic stepping stone for players to convert to one of the more powerful religions of the West or the Middle East? This design philosophy again stems from some of the realities that these religions faced during colonial domination by the West, but that isn't the same as the religions themselves. There's no need to design religions around future colonial interactions. Just make a cool religion and let them be forced to convert through all the other interactions in the game. Next, we have the Dharmic religions, Hindu and Sikh. These two are not related in the same way that Sunni and Shia are, nor Catholicism and Protestantism. But again, they coexisted and in some cases blended, particularly in northern India, so I guess that was enough for developers to group the 2 religions under this Dharmic category. Interestingly, the Sikh religion was founded during the time period represented by this game, and as far as I can tell, it had influences from both Muslim and Hindu traditions, as well as influencing both of these through syncretic varieties and interpretations of the founder of Sikhism, Guru Nanak. So this one will pop up during the first century of gameplay, kind of like Protestantism, but without any of the force of those mechanics. The final religious group is additional denominations. These are the Jewish and Zoroastrian religions, which both have no countries following them at the start and just a couple of provinces each. The wiki says they are less fleshed out than other major religions, which is true, but that makes them both popular choices for challenge runs and even one-faiths. Of course, many times religion and culture can be hard to disentangle because the identities themselves are so interconnected. You can think of the Jewish identity or the Armenian identity as examples of this, and these examples are all the more potent because both of these groups are diasporic nations, people that identify as belonging to a group that has been spread out in various regions around the world. But because EU4 really has no cultural mechanics, only national ideas, which can be conceptualized through the state even if they are culturally informed, religion steps in here to play a larger mechanical role. In the case of Jews, religion is the primary expression of their existence in the game, and for the Armenians, interestingly enough, the Armenian apostolic religion doesn't exist, but instead is grouped in with other Christians in the Middle East and Africa under a Coptic identity. This religion in the real world is actually Egyptian, but in EU4 is adopted by the Armenians and Ethiopians as well, and all of these groups are mechanically combined through the existence of religious sites. So religious sites, when they're owned by a Coptic country, give a permanent bonus to all Coptic countries. These Coptic countries don't really have many interactions with their fellow Christians in Europe, because I think the devs wanted to focus on mechanics for the largest religions in terms of government representation, and in practice you usually only see Ethiopia succeed as a Coptic country by the late game. Unlike what I said about the so-called primitive religions of the Americas, I think that this is fair and pragmatic. I think the comparison is pretty fitting because both Coptic and Judaism are very small religious groups in EU4, which at least mechanically have very little influence on the world. Yet the Copts and the Jews still get mechanics, they still get a religious gameplay they can interact with, but unlike the primitive religions, they aren't patronized through a design that just assumes that players will inevitably convert or rely on other religions in the game. EU4 only has 2 forms of what we might call identity that are explicitly represented, those being culture and religion, and a couple more that are just implied. This is unsurprising in a game with this level of abstraction, a game that views almost everything through the lens of the state. At the same time, there's clearly a lack of focus on identity in this game. Religion is the most fleshed out mechanical identity system in the game, despite the later parts of the game coming right up to the start of nationalism as the dominant concept of statehood and ethno-linguistic identity. Even the religious mechanics, successful as they are focused on the political aspects of religious affiliation, because again, this game is a war game first. Still, when we're talking about the representations of identity in this game, it sometimes feels like there's more to say about what isn't there than about what is. And identity isn't just some minor thing, not just some low-level concept limited to the emotional experience of individuals. Identity is, or rather it could have been, the centerpiece of the conceptualization of statehood in this game, as it was historically. Because what is a state if not a group of people? A phenomenon that we've seen time and time again from all the systems in this game is convergence. It's something I waited until the end to discuss because it really benefits from a big picture view to see just how much everything in EU4 converges. Territories get accumulated by larger and larger states, armies and their casualties pile ever higher, and imperial income grows to astronomical heights. Development becomes concentrated in a number of hugely developed provinces in specific regions of the world, and some religions may find themselves with no actual governments following them by the end, or eradicated entirely. Cultures almost never disappear in AI-managed countries, but if the player is interested in culture conversion, you'll find entire nations wiped off the map. In other words, the entire world of EU4 is not just zero-sum, but converging into the most powerful units of statehood until they swallow everything. The world becomes managed by just a few major poles, usually only 3 or 4 major powers, in a way that really does mimic the real world historical concentration of power into just a couple of countries or alliances. At least, that's how it seems on the surface. After all, this is a game, and its representation of historical convergence and the rise of states is not perfect. As we discussed way back in part 1, the amount of direct control that the player and even the AI have over administration is mainly for the ease of play, and this applies to the concentration of power as well. In EU4, a skilled player will not lose territory to rebellion. They will not suffer economic decline, and they will not slowly crumble from the inside due to changing ideology or the rise of local authorities that undermine the imperial state. However, these things did happen in the real world. And when so much of EU4's mechanical focus is on growth, it's hard to emulate collapsing empires very well. This overall experience communicates a worldview that seems to resonate with the popularity of modern globalism. EU4 is a game that came out during a time of significant concentration of power, where instead of having multiple polar global powers, we instead lived in a time of post-World War II and post-USSR superpower status for the United States. Something that seems to be changing. I think that unfortunately this concentration of power toward the late game comes at the cost of a consistent challenge throughout the game's full runtime. It's important to remember that EU4 is a power fantasy, and it does that by delivering the experience of leading a small nation to superpower status. But once you're the first world power, which can happen pretty early in the game, what then? Well, the game changes completely, and your goals as a player can open up beyond mere growth into more specific role-playing, or a challenge run, or an achievement run, depending on your style. The gameplay becomes about management, efficiency, and player stamina. For many players, that's where the game becomes a slog and inevitably ends. For others, that's where the game really begins, and they're able to manipulate their position to create some pretty amazing outcomes. Overall, this means that EU4 has a very strange pacing that depends so much on how you play it. It's a sandbox experience where history itself can be manipulated, where the systems are so deep and interconnected that you can use them to subvert almost everything the developers intended. And I think this is where the game shines brightest, in its creativity, in its mechanical depth, and the diversity of experiences it can provide. Above all, it's this simple fact that I love most about this game that I've spent the last year writing about and the last decade playing. If you look at all the criticism I've lobbed at the game, almost all of it comes down to design decisions that have gone against these core principles of creativity, mechanical depth, and diverse experiences. The game is at its worst when it forces, when it condemns, and when it limits the player to create the experience they want to create. For me, its worst flaws and most surprising inconsistencies all come down to this. Designing a game to allow emergence of narrative is really hard. There have to be constraints because it's the constraints that generate player creativity and drive the emergent narrative. And in a historical game, it's only natural that those constraints come down to historical narratives, economic narratives, and narratives about what it means to be a human. That's what's so fascinating about this niche little strategy game. It indirectly comments on everything in the world because it seeks to represent such all-encompassing ideas, such generation-defining concepts as colonialism, slavery, banking, government itself, religion, nation, culture, technology, progress, and foremost, war. And narrative inconsistencies aside, it's absolutely fascinating that this game does this with such internal sincerity, with such ambiguous self-awareness, that we really can't say the game endorses or rejects, well, anything that it represents. That fact alone has probably been the most difficult thing about writing this essay. But intentionally or not, whether self-glorifying or self-critical, and no matter what you believe, this game paints such a vivid and complex picture of what the modern era means to those of us living today. It's not even close to a perfect, true, or definitive narrative, but no representation is. Instead, what we have here is a story, a time capsule, an imaginary version of what a group of people working in Sweden in the early 2010s thought should go into a simulated historical representation of the events of the modern era from the perspective of the modern era's most powerful invention, the state itself. Let's come back down to earth here. In the end, this is a game, and, well, this game is almost over. I suspect that very soon a successor will come to scoop up the massive market of EU4 players that the game has cultivated over the last decade. And I, for one, am looking forward to seeing where Paradox goes next. Will an EU5 really succeed? Will it surpass its breakout predecessor? Well, we'll have to wait and see. As for what I think, well, maybe you can guess. Either way, I will be watching the next chapter very closely. Something I've been asking myself all throughout making this video is why? Not just why the game is the way that it is, but also why do I keep coming back year after year? Why does this game mean so much to me? And why have I been willing to spend this much effort making a video thinking through these questions? I've been playing EU4 for over a third of my life, which is such a weird thing to say. But now, this time is coming to an end. The approaching and inevitable end of EU4's life cycle and the march toward a sequel is ultimately what prompted this video. This game has followed me through my formative years. Through it, I learned so many things, like how to optimize the system, how to stay determined and focused, how to perform a long series of small tasks to achieve a greater goal, and also an immeasurable amount of geography and, well, history. And I know that certain historical framings, certain narratives discussed in this video also found their way into my mind unconsciously. And only when I started to read more and more critiques of those narratives did I realize how they had crept in and lodged themselves in the back of my understanding of the world. I think we should hold video games to the same standards of truth that we expect of other media. And in doing so, we have to acknowledge that there is no singular truth. There are only stories. Stories we believe in, that we adopt from whispers in the world around us. It's extremely fitting to close this chapter of my life with a long reflection on how this game works, on what kind of experience this really is, or was. Thank you for watching this video. I intend to make more videos covering other games, and I'm most interested in games that communicate most of their narrative through player actions rather than through traditional storytelling. With the recent release of Civ 7 and some kind of successor to EU4 on the horizon, there's going to be a lot to cover. But I also plan to look at games outside of the strategy genre that still have the same systems approach to storytelling, and if you're interested, you'll have to wait and see what I have planned. I'm definitely open to suggestions, so if there's something you'd like me to cover, just let me know. This video took an absurd amount of work to produce. Writing it was one thing, but the labor of learning how to edit the video and the audio was a real test of my sanity. I'm not sure if I passed or failed, but I'm pretty sure the next video won't take half as long. If you'd like to support more work like this, come join in the discussion with us on Discord, or support this work directly on Patreon for access to project updates, early access to videos, and other perks like getting your name in the credits. Links in the description. Thank you to everyone who gave feedback and support to this project in one way or another, and thank you for listening.